ใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shopโนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shopโนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ ขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 นะคะ โอ้โห ตอนนี้ก็เป็นวันที่เท่าไหร่แล้วคะ วันที่ 8 เข้าไปแล้วนะคะ ตอนนี้โอ้โห ก็คือพอจะเห็นลางๆกันแล้วนะคะว่าท ทีมไหนนะคะในลีกนี้นะคะจะได้มี potential มากพอนะคะที่จะเข้าไปในรอบ playoff กันบ้างนะคะและวันนี้ค่ะอยู่กับมินคนดีคนเดิมนะคะรับบทเป็นพิธีกรอีกเช่นเคยค่ะและสำหรับคู่เปิดสนามของเราในวันนี้นะคะเป็นการเจอกันของทีมยักษ์แดงอย่างวลีไทย e-sport นะคะเจอกับทีมพี่ใหญ่ของเราค่ะ Solic e-sport นะคะหรือว่าจริงๆแล้วทีมชื่อ30 บวกดีวะไม่ใช่อันนี้หยอกเล่นนะคะโอ้โหเรามาพูดถึงฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมพี่ใหญ่ของเรากันก่อนเลยดีกว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยพี่ใหญ่ของเรานะคะไม่ได้เก่าแค่อายุแล้วนะคะเพราะว่าเมื่อวานนะคะได้ทำการชนะฟูเซนมานะคะ 2-0 ตอนนี้เนี่ยเริ่มกลับมาเก่าเกมกันอีกรอบแล้วนะคะแต่ว่าเดี๋ยววันนี้เราจะมาดูกันค่ะว่าพี่ใหญ่ของเราเนี่ยจะไล่ถล่มยักษ์แดงนะคะหรือว่าจะเป็นฝ่ายที่จะต้องร้องขอชีวิตจากน้องแก้วของเรานะคะโอ้โหยังไงวันนี้นะคะทุกคนเนี่ยอย่าลืมให้กำลังใจนะคะทีมงานนักแข่งแล้วก็พี่แคสเตอร์ของเราด้วยนะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยทุกคนคงอยากจะดูแมตช์นี้กันแล้วถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนของเราได้เลยค่ะ
Sawadee Krab to our lovely host, Mini Mint, and welcome to the English broadcast of MSL Thailand. It's time to rise. Week 4, day 2 at your service. My name is Leo, here with the handsome Chefin. Chefin, how are you?
Pretty good. A bit tired, but it's all gonna go away once I'm done casting this matches, man. Because MSLTH, last time I casted this tournament, it was so fun. A lot of records are broken, a lot of good matches as well, and I'm down to see more of it.
I heard. Yeah, that was last week when you and Renmar called the action. Y'all casted what, a 37-minute game?
Yeah, 36 minutes game. It was a lot of back and forth, a lot of gold swings, and that's really what makes the game super fun in this kind of region, man. A lot of surprise picks as well, not really going by the usual meta as the big 3 regions set. So we're down to see a lot more surprises coming forward in this day. And today we're gonna start it off with a interesting matchup, Leo. VLTH.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll run our good friends watching through the schedule so far, but for those of you who don't know, MSL Thailand is on its maiden voyage. It's the very first major league MLBB Esports League in Thailand since the inception of MLBB Esports. Thailand has always just been clumped up with the Mekong region when it comes to major MLBB events, but for the first time in forever, Thailand gets his own league. So that's what the MSL here is bound to do, and it's a shame because it took this long for the very first MSC champions to get a league. Come on! Speaking of which, here is the rundown of today's bouts. We got VLTH facing off against Solix Esports, followed by the top dog of the league, KOG, facing off against Hydra, who could definitely do better. And then later half, we got Buriram United facing off against Tenacity, both of which looking to take control of the upper parts of the standings, maybe only second to KOG. And then we'll close off with Bacon Time versus E-Arena.
And the first 2 teams that we're gonna see is VLTH and also Solix Esports. And Leo, so far these 2 teams, they're right around the playoff spot, the last playoff spot here. VLTH Esports currently 3-3 in the regular season. They're equal in their match win and lose. So we're gonna take a look at the standings here. And Solix Esports, they're just there, almost getting into that playoff zone, that green zone that they're desperately trying to get into. That game win is still -1 for Solix Esports. So this is, or like this should be, one of the most important matches that they're gonna play in this league so far.
Yeah, no, the weird thing about Solix is it's a start-stop season for them. They figure out something, and then they stumble, and then they have to find that out again. All this time, while VLTH, they started off strong. They are a qualifier team, so they have that kind of momentum going into the season. It's weird that they're literally smack dab in the middle of the standings. They are literally number 6, 3-3. Today they can change that. Today they can go 4-3 to all the more secure that playoff spot.
Yeah, and they have the momentum here after winning that last match, and I believe in day one, number one, against Full Sense. That's currently almost literally in the bottom of the standings. Actually, the worst in their match win and lose streak here so far this season. And we're gonna see, man, because this region offers a lot of differences, I guess, in the meta that they're playing. I think what I noticed the most so far, or at least the one that I really noticed last week when I casted with Renmar, is how Prio Harith is currently in this region. Yes, it got buffed by quite a lot in the last patch, but still, does it really warrant that much attention or Prio in this region? And so far, the answer has been yes, Leo. It's been getting the wins.
Yep. Harith has been first picked or even prio banned, or I guess you're opening up a relationship that it has with another hero here in MSL Thailand. It's that Phoveus. When there's a Harith, there's a Phoveus. You have to have the foil to the major threat. And you'll also see, you mentioned this to me prior, I was not aware, that Phoveus is also such a big threat. He's a priority ban, a priority pick, and it makes sense. When there's a little boy that likes to dash back and forth, you want to have the guy to shut that down. So we're seeing here gameplay clips of Solix, and of course, their would-be opponents today, VLTH, following through, because it's a battle of control mages. Who's gonna take control of that major artery in the map? Is it Lynxy or Me Marks?
Yeah, it's such an important battle, especially in the mid lane. In this patch that's currently, or in this meta overall, that currently favors the one that controls what's happening in the mid lane. It's pretty much how it is, and not just esports, in other sports as well, right? Even in chess, you have mid control. In boxing, you have mid control as well. And it's no different in MLBB currently, and that's why we've seen the rising, or like most of the picks that's currently in the mid lane are going to be the Eve, the Jushin, the one that can poke around and deal damage at the same time. And be safe. That's probably the best thing that you can offer as a mid laner. So what we're going to see here for VLTH and also Solix Esports, because they really desperately need that win currently. And maybe they want to prio towards that Phoveus again, because it really secures the neutral objective, especially the first one, man. Once you get level 4, it's almost guaranteed for you to zone out everyone that's going to come. You deny Assassin's pick, you deny a lot of incoming aggressive movements, as we are going to see the main lineup here that's going to be fielded for both teams, Leo.
That's right. First up, let's reintroduce ourselves to VLTH, a qualifier team that joined MSL Thailand on its pioneer run. You got Nicholas Katnaru, Kyo, Shajame, and the aforementioned Lynxy. They'll be facing off against the Unks of the league, who jokingly, but also quite literally, maybe be the average eldest team in MSL Thailand. You got Solix, Sherry, Me Marks, Shao, Moss, and I wasn't so sure. Did we see Sixy or Danny Carter? Who's in the jungle today?
I think it was Danny Carter, I believe, earlier when I see the lineup. Yeah, but even though they are the oldies of the league, Leo, it doesn't really necessarily guarantee them to be that last. As you can see here, they are still racking up the wins, man, and it gets you that veterancy and also that composure, right? Because that's what veteran offers. Yes, you can get the cool mechanical plays from the young guns, but in this case, you might want to prefer towards the veterancy, because this is a new league, so the one that already has the most experience surely is the one going to be favored. And going sidetrack a little bit, Donkey, I believe, in M1 World Championship was 30 by the time.
ประทะทีมประสบการณ์เกมสำคัญที่สะท้อนประสบการณ์ประทะฟอร์มระดับแนวหน้าโซลิกทีมระดับตำนานที่เต็มไปด้วยประสบการณ์และรูปแบบการเล่นที่ไม่ธรรมดาแม้เส้นทางในฤดูกาลนี้จะต้องพิสูจน์อีกมากเพราะหลังจากคว้าชัยชนะครั้งสำคัญมาได้ความมั่นใจกำลังกลับมาขณะที่VLTHทีมสุดแกร่งจากรอบควอลิฟายที่สร้างผลงานได้อย่างโดดเด่นจนถูกยกให้เป็นหนึ่งในทีมระดับแนวหน้าของลีกยังคงต้องรักษามาตรฐานของตัวเองเพราะทุกคะแนนมีผลต่อการยืนอยู่ในจุดนี้นี่คือการเจอกันของ2เส้นทางระหว่างทีมที่เคยยืนอยู่บนจุดสูงสุดกับทีมที่กำลังเดินไปถึงจุดนั้นและเกมนี้จะมีเพียงทีมเดียวที่ได้ในสิ่งที่ต้องการ
Chef, you were saying 30 is when Donkey really hit his peak as an esports athlete. That's not too shabby.
Definitely not too shabby. Speaking of not too shabby, look at the KDAs from both gold laners here. KO with a staggering 5.89 KDA compared to 4.68, but obviously it needs a lot of context, right? The pure number doesn't really necessarily guarantee who is the better player. Maybe the opposing gold laner or maybe Sao 2 here is a bit more conservative in the gold lane early and not really joining into the team fight. But in the late game, that's where he pops off, and it shows the team fight participation 69%. Nice. As we're gonna see, who's gonna be securing the Harith, the sole prio hero currently in MSL Thailand.
I agree with you. You can't say clearly that KO, the Laotian gold laner, is better than Xiao, because we've seen Xiao actually do a lot. We saw him last week upset the new Bacon time, because if for y'all who don't know, this Solix lineup was prior Bacon. So moving forward, again, you got to keep tabs on them. Their experience ain't just for show. Here's the top 5 banned heroes in MSL Thailand as of this match. Of course, Zushin up there. But you're talking about picks. Of course, that's 2 little magical baby boys in the lead, Harley and Harith. And then the aforementioned Fovis in the back over there, number 4. But look at this, Halid. As what Coach Aldo would call him, Halid is 3rd.
Yeah, it is 3rd, but it doesn't really boast the greatest of win rate here. 44.44% win rate currently. I guess it's probably because of the fact that the Phoveus might be the opponent, man. Like, usually when you're up against those kind of tanky heroes, it's hard for you to make a play as a Khalid. And Khalid doesn't operate on his own. Usually you need a solid mid laner to back you up and to poke enemies down, and it can elevate your early game potential as a poker. Those the swings from the first skill is gonna be so handy if you really know how to use it correctly, as we are going to jump into the draft. But before that, random map draw. Who's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Okay, we're going to Broken Walls. A relatively easy feat to take advantage of Broken Walls. It really doesn't change much when it comes to your draft. Rotations are what change here, and of course, points of attack. Coach Kazin, the Burmese veteran, at the lead here for Solix. Coach Mikasa, a Dota 2 vet, coming here leading Valley Thai. There's a Harriet, there's a Phoveus. I think
yeah, we're pretty much right on the mark with the bans, man. Like, even the Uranus too, I think I've seen some, I guess, like, respect bans from a few teams last week when I casted for the Renmar, and it does bring you that tankiness in the EXP lane, that very independent presence in the EXP lane. You don't really have to, help the Uranus. As long as the Uranus stays alive, I think that's pretty much what it's building for, right? The first objective, just zoning everyone away. The Marcel's gonna be banned too, boasting a staggering 70% win rate currently in MSL Thailand. And you can see why, right? It's so annoying. Even though we thought that the Golden Hour would be something that really elevates the sets, or maybe like it's a set tool, it's more of a disengaged tool, a failsafe, some kind of like safety net for you to work with when situation goes wrong. And when the opposing teams are setting up something and you just pretty much throw it all away with the Golden Hour. As the Yujong here, Leo. That's an interesting ban. Maybe they just don't want to give up the first objective.
I think this is Solix drafting for Unk. I think they're setting up Sherry for a good lane, because already Valley Thai attacked his Uranus. Solix is one of the few teams in MSL Thailand that's happy to go first pick Uranus so that Unk has a good game. So here they're like, okay, you know what? We'll have to recalibrate. I just don't want no Yuzhong in my lineup. Plus, they're also protecting Xiao. They're also protecting me, Mark. Who knows what a Yuzhong will complicate. There goes the Harley. So what, Zushin? Do we Zushin?
Yeah, Jushin seems to be the most, I guess, the obvious pick here. But going back to the point earlier, you know what? Wait a minute. Freya is still open, so it's still a no-brainer that Freya is going to be picked. I can kind of relate with the Unks here. You know, Uranus is my favorite hero overall. It does the job. It tanks a lot of damage. And who cares about those Benedettas, those Arlots, man? Utter woke nonsense. I can deal with those. I cannot deal with those high mechanical heroes as an EXP lane. I just wanna chill, man. Just play with my what the what Mobile Legends gave me. I don't wanna play like push too much buttons. I just wanna roam around the map and be dominant.
People don't want to believe it, but Uranus is peak MLBB gameplay experience. Like, that is what Moonton has given us, and I agree with you. Here we go. VLTH picks up the aforementioned Zushin. I honestly was blindsided by the Freya. Did not expect to see it come through, but here we are. Alongside the Claude. So, Zushin, Claude, Solix, I think they... You know what? I don't know if Ankh can flex this. I don't know if I want to put it on Cherie or if Danny Carter wants to play that Freya, because you already have that gold lane matchup. You can't carry into the Claude anymore, but I think it's fine because Freya beats up Claude anyways.
Yeah, definitely. As we already see in M7, Oheb got it the worst. And I'm not sure what the idea on this Claude pick, man, here. I guess, like, it's more of a comfort pick, and it does gives you that diving potential, right? But oh my lord, that Cho and also Valir, they're just going on full honest front to back here for Solix Esport. Not really in line in what the Freya wants to do, which pretty much dive around, or maybe you can just elevate the potential of the Freya, because now you have to deal with the Valir, right? But we'll see if it's gonna work out at all. Now for VLTH Esports, there's a lot of heroes left on the table. Do you want to secure? Oh, never mind. I was gonna build I was gonna mention that the Leo Mord, or maybe like the jungler that's still pretty much wide open here, but the Khalid's gonna be the choice against a Valir and a Cho. This is not gonna be an easy matchup for Solix.
I think VLTH are making the right calls, despite on paper it being a challenge for the Khalid, given, you know, the easy knockups on the Cho, canceling quick sand guard, and the front to back nature canceling the forward momentum of that Khalid from the Valir. You know, torrents are still an annoying pick. It being a signature here for me, Marks. I think that the tempo is just too much. I think Zushin and Khalid together just do so much in mid that as long as the Claude KO does okay into the Freya, he can still double lane. I think it's fine.
So it's all about securing that mid prior and also making sure that Claude will be as safe as possible in the early game. Just pop off in the late game or mid game once you get those Trinity items. As the Suyo is gonna be banned here. I'm not sure if that is the right choice. I think you don't want to ban your own junglers that you haven't picked, but they are on the red side, so they're gonna be picking first. I guess they want to limit the option here for Solix Esports. As for Solix Esports themselves, once again, they're still going to that denying the picks from EXP lane. They can secure the first objective. Lapu Lapu will be banned, Leo.
Solix can start just attacking that. VLTH continues the pressure, taking out the Guinevere, so I think they really just do have their eyes on that Leomord. What is Solix thinking? Why are they attacking the XP lane like this?
I will choose my own path.
So there's another one, the Arlet. What do you want? Glue? Want to throw a glue on that XP lane?
I mean, the option to flex the Freya to the XP lane is still on the table, but I'm not sure if you ban those heroes for the Freya. But that is a good point to bring up, Leo. I'm not sure what's the direction here for the EXP of Solix Esports. Anything that's left on the table? Alice may be there. You know,
yeah. Alice is
them.
okay. Alice makes sense.
Yeah, especially in the early game, right? There's not much shred coming in from VLTH, and the DOT from Alice combined with the Freya plus the Valir, that is a lot to deal with. And as a Leo mode, you don't want to get near that at all. Now, the question for Solix Esports is, how do they want to close it out in the jungler? For this region, Joy has been picked. Wait, Fanny is still wide open too, but I'm not sure if the Onks want to pick the Fanny, Leo.
Yeah. I don't know if we want to see Fanny Carter here today. I would still...
Baxia?
That's There you go. It's weird that Baksha makes it this far in a draft in 2026.
Yeah.
Red, this
Yeah.
side could have picked it too, but okay. It's a Hayabusa, so Danny Carter making like a shinobi, and then there's the Alice. Okay, good read there. You know what? Looking at VLTH's damage profile, nothing. There's nobody who can actually take down the Alice alone.
Yeah, and I don't think you want to pick a shred here in the XP lane. I'm not even sure there is one. Unless you want to pick something like an Xborg that plays
Or a
in the
Dairoth.
late game, but I think that's a bit too... Wait, Dairoth? You know what? Never mind. I mean, I think it's a bit too deep with the Dairoth, but it's a different kind of shred with the CC here. But again, it doesn't really dominate the lane against Alice, man. You can still play around it. This is not a winning
That's right.
lane.
Yep, CC is scaling. So if assuming that both heroes are scaling, they will both reach a point wherein, what do we do? And Alice is a much bigger threat in team fights. Throne of Ruin, literally, ruins formations. All CC does is kind of threaten burst on one hero. I think Solix won the draft, even with the Hayabusa. Weirdly enough, block out the Hayabusa, Sheffin. Block out the Hayabusa. I think they have a superior draft.
And I'm not even a hater of the Hayabusa either. There's really no one that can catch the Hayabusa. That's why I shouted out the Fanny. But looking at the age profile of the from the team, I don't think that's gonna be the option. This is a less taxing hero, a less taxing assassin to play for Danny Carter, and hopefully can play well here as we're gonna jump into the first game in week 4, day number 2 of MSL Thailand League. We'll see what's gonna happen.
You know what? I think Danny Carter pulls that age average pretty low. So I don't think he counts as Unk. Everyone else, different situation, different discussion. Mirror purple start for both junglers here. And oh my god, look at mid. Me marks getting beat up. That Khalid damage.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm saying, man. The Khalid is definitely playable, but you gotta complement it with the Jushin, with all these heroes. As you can see here, both teams has a lot of kill pressure in the early game, but it looks like Danny Carter will just try to play it safe. Don't want to have nothing to do with those Jushin and Kalia, Jushin and also Khalid combo, because he already getting the brunt of the damage in the early game. Still has the flicker though, so he's still kind of safe for the time being.
Uh-oh. Loss. All right. So, as if it's not clear just yet, Solix is losing mid. But that's fine. As long as side lanes are okay, which it looks like they are, Solix can still play for major objectives. So this is a sound plan. See, look, even the audience is split in half. 51 to 49.
Oh.
I think this is just... There's more fans for Solix because they've known them for longer. The past years.
Yeah. Looks like Leo is going to be the lone. Oh, Danny Carter might be looking for a first blood and he gets it. Might be 2 here, but it looks like the Khalid Chajame was able to get away. How do you pronounce it, by the way? Chajame? Chajame?
Shajame.
Shajame.
There you go. You got to say it with some swag. You got to put swag in there. Shajame.
Oh, man. But look at the top lane, though, Leo. Like, oh, wow. That's actually a really major winning lane for the CC. Nicholas here pretty much dominating Cherry on the lane. But it looks like Katinaru will reset the total for no reason at all. Maybe just waiting for a better time for him to use this. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Sao2 does not have the level 4 just yet. Ogi Shadow Kill did not get anyone just yet. Oh, he actually gets Nicholas to 0 HP. And that's the second kill secured for Solix Esports. They do lose out on the objective though, but they make it up with a kill.
Okay, so early on, there's some damage on Nicholas. But Nicholas got picked off, so that kind of makes that lane neutral. Down bot, again, range diff, but Xiao Xiao is bullying the Claude as we expected. So all in all, taken as a package, as a whole, that one turtle for VLTH is a silver lining because Solix is winning. This is an early game birth for Solix. They're leading by about 400 gold. This is okay. It's good for the Unks.
Definitely is good, and I think the mid game will be the time where Solix Esports
Wow!
pop off. Meanwhile, popping off as we speak is gonna be the Cho here. Shah James still gonna be chased down by Sao2 with that ultimate from the Freya. Still getting damage towards the front line, but did not get anyone just yet. But it gets baited into the inside of the jungle. Meanwhile, Blazing Duet is going to be cancelled by the Jit Kundo. A kill. Actually, a trade for 2. Might be a double, might be a triple here. Cannon now are super low. And it's going to be a kill for Sherry. Rotating from up top to mid lane.
Gleaming right into action, spending the flicker too. Why not? Amazing acquisition for Solix here. Danny Carter, what a revelation. 4-0-1 already. Chefin, if this is a definition of a snowball, I don't know what is. His Hayabusa, a thing of beauty.
Really is a thing of beauty with the ninja just roaming around the map, being everywhere pretty much. Mostly the mid lane, he's getting the kills to the jungles. As we're gonna take a look at the in-game equipment here, I like the prioritization towards the Dreadnought armor for Sherry, considering that mostly it's gonna be that skill-based physical damage, right? From whether it's Kadinaru or Nicholas, so it is a really good item to secure. But mid lane though, it might be a kill here. Ogi Shadow kill towards the Jushin. Ling X still able to get away with that Crimson Beacon. Still has a lot of HP to work with as Mark secured the power spike in the glowing one.
You know what? Something else we failed to mention. I don't think this is a fight. VLTH should take. Oh. Yep. All right. Never mind. Good call. VLTH, don't fight. Something we didn't mention in the draft. Their lineup, their damage profile is literally all physical. Lynx, he doesn't even deal that much magic damage. So Solix would be right to just all build antique Karases or all Pauldrons, and they'll be good. They'll be great.
Yeah, it is definitely something that you want to watch out for. I think Jushin deals more damage than you think, but in pro play, it's harder to than it seems to execute this one. Usually, when you're using a composition like this, the only exception that I can, I guess, like, you know, the only exceptions are Harith and also Natan. If you have those two, or like at least one of those in a full magic lineup, you're A-okay. Meanwhile, Nicholas was able to get away from the Ogi Shadow kill. As the gold leaders here, not really a surprise, the Hayabusa came out on top.
That's okay. He has a full minute before the turtle spawns down bottom. He doesn't mind actually using the shadow kill. If he gets it, then okay. If not, that's pressure on Nicholas. Down bottom though, I feel like Solix are spending a little too much time for a lot of nothing. Unless they find Shah James.
Yeah. They get some turret HP though, but looks like VLTH was able to shoo away some of the Solix member. So far, only 1k gold lead. Not really the greatest of a gold lead, but Nicholas here 1v1 against Danny Carter. Still has the current calls. It might be a solo kill, and it is a shutdown towards the ninja. Oh, fight's still going on though. Raging Sandstorm to the front. Memark's in trouble, getting tunneled down or pummeled down by the horsey. Yoo-hoo! That's not really how a horse sounds, but who cares?
That's more what the cowboy says. Down bottom, Shao actually trying to duel with KO. I don't think that's a fight you want to take because you're wasting time. It's first the Burmese jungler getting taken down solo by Nicholas, and then his teammates drop in mid. It's gone sideways for Solix. VLTH now has the lead. Shao is gonna go down. Shah James
Dead in the hands, or like in the scimitar of the Khalid. Danny Carter though, trying to do a Hail Mary play here with the Ogi Shadow kill, and Retribution was able to secure the neutral objective, and they are out of there with the Valir. But it looks like they want to still chase. Oh, it's one of Druid getting 4! Huge play from Sherry! Nicholas in the front line, getting the brunt of the damage, still somehow surviving, but Sherry will not let him go away without a fight. And that is 4 kills, baited by Solix Esports.
Oh my lord, banger after banger. If you thought VLTH's clapback in mid and top was enough, check out that steal by Danny Carter. Shadow kill into a Retribution, and then in comes the rest of Solix. Multi-ult crash from VLTH, answered by a massive Throne of Ruin. Oh my, I thought it was done for. I thought it was over. Oh no, another one!
It's not done. Danny Carter super low. He's gonna get chased down. A kill for the Claude. Keo, first kill of the game. And it's still swinging, Leo, even though the gold lead is definitely on Solix Esports currently, but that was a worth it trade. Danny Carter for Shajane.
Danny Carter, you might be overheating, man. What happened there? Early game snowball. That was a winning trade for VLTH. I will trade Shajane any day for Danny Carter. So if this continues, then Solix can say goodbye to that lead. Again, it was about 2,000 almost. And then when we got back into the game, it got crashed down a half once more. What caused that fight, man? I'm sure they should have reset. That was unnecessary.
I think that was definitely a tilt. Meanwhile, Caddy Naru might be in trouble here. Late Jin Kundo also the Guido Dragon, but it looks like Sao 2 will get bursted down in a second. Look at the damage coming in from the members of VLTH, and they want to chase Cherry brought back to the team fight Nicholas, and the whole team just pummeling him down. Meanwhile, though, Danny Carter going in with the Ogi Shadow kill and also the Quad Shadow. Didn't get the kill. Finally gets the kill with the Shuriken. 2 kills for a single Nicholas.
You know what, Nicholas? I have to apologize, sir. I did not know your game. He is a bigger threat than we ever expected. The CC comes online so much sooner than the Alice. And sure, Cherry had major moments here. 3-man, 4-man Throne of Ruins, but Nicholas, every time he's up, forces something from Solix, and that's a free Lord for VLTH.
Now, this is the question here. They don't really have the best of Siege here. They do have a Marksman and also the Jushin, but overall, not much range to work with. So they gotta dig deep, dive in deep into the inhibitor turret, or at least the second tier turret. We'll see how Solix Esports can manage that. They do have a Valir and a lot of things to work with. They can pretty much disengage from team fights. But so far, it's not working too well, as 8 kills has been secured by VLTH, but the gold lead, economy-wise, is still almost 50-50 though. Charging. Oh, no one saw that! A bad flicker there from Moss, and it looks like he's gonna get punished with the Raging Sandstorm. Throne of Wind getting 4 or 3, but not much follow-up damage at all from Solix Esports, as they get a bounce and reset again, knowing they already got a kill towards the Cho. Oh, hold on a second, they're still not over just yet. Ogi Shadow kill! And a kill to end it for the Hayabusa. Caddy now trying to chase down the ninja with the horsey. Not really an apple-to-apple team fight, or like a comparison, but looks like he's gonna be able to maneuver around with the Quad Shadow.
It's difficult for Solix to do both. Fight, fully collapse, and control the map. Because there's so much on Sherry, so much on Memarks, and they take that tier 2. Danny Carter looking for more. Solix can't take this pressure, man. Solix has to deal with one thing at a time or else get run over.
Yeah, they gotta somehow bait VLTH into the team fight once again, but I don't think VLTH will do that again, man. I think they've learned the lesson, even though there's a bit of mishaps here and there after that 4 kills that's secured by Solix Esports in the mid game. But we'll see, because I think that's the only saving grace. A big mistake from VLTH into a full-on baity kind of team fight with the Valir, with the Freya. You have a lot of punish maneuvers, punish tools that you can work with. Meanwhile, Moss still eyeing for a kick here. Charge aim, super aggressive, trying to deal some damage towards Memarks. I think that's gonna be it. Some pokes here and there, just flirting with each other.
I'm okay with this. I'm confident in Memarks' positioning and his contributions because I saw him pick up a Brute Force Breastplate. This is a full-on Battle Mage Valir. He doesn't mind fighting in the paint, man. He doesn't mind being a little closer than necessary as a Valir. So maybe after what? Maybe does he have a Divine Glaive already? Does he have a Holy Crystal? Once he does, I think that's when it tilts once more for Solix. VLTH should take advantage of this while he's soft.
I think Memarks is fully utility here with the Ice Queen 1, Glowing 1, and also Brute Force Breastplate. He does want to survive and just deal out some DOT and debuffs towards the opponent. He's not really the main damage dealer here. So kind of the same problem with VLTH's composition, right? The lack of magic damage. But meanwhile, though, look at that. The damage from Nicholas. Also pop the Vengeance here. Not much that Solix Esports can do about that. Oh, Raging Sandstorm connecting on towards 3. Throne of Ruin also. Connecting on towards 4. Nicholas actually burned down from the Glowing 1 of the Valir. Double kill from Memarks. It looks like that'll be a Solix Esports win. Ogi Shadow kill! Goes through everything from VLTH. Another ultimate The Blazing Duet was able to be executed by Keo, but it looks like it's gonna be a wipeout for Solix Esports. It happened again, Leo. Despite everything that I said, they got baited into a team fight.
That's it. Ring the bell. Solix are in your base. If they can end, that's a whole nother story, but that is a clear win. 2 men for a wipeout. Solix Esports, the Unks, with their new acquisition, Danny Carter, are able to turn it around after turning it around again and again. Maybe they should have gone for the Lord straight. They should have gone to the Lord faster. They still have time though. Katinaru is still a couple of seconds off. Shajame, can he stop him from doing this? It's a 3v3 situation.
It's a bit too early on the kicks there towards Shajame. And Danny Carter already used the quad shadow. I'm not sure. Solix Esports with the kind of a poor execution so far, and the Lord is about to be resetted. And don't forget, Leo, the economy is actually still leading towards VLTH. So in terms of items, they still have the advantage, even though not much. Long lane though, looks like it's building for Solix Esports, so Nico is going to take care of that. It's a 5v4 in the Lord Pit.
Whoop, Moss finds him. Pushes Shajame back.
Once again, the kick is not really that well executed. 5v4, Nicolas still trying to catch up to the team fight in the back line, though. Oki Shadow Kill not really dealing towards the optimal members. The damage is still spread out. Raging Sandstorm defensively there. Nicolas a bit late into the team fight, but it looks like he's late, but not really anything that he can offer in that team fight as he's gonna get bursted down. Once again, Solix Esports with the win. A Lord and 2 kills in the process.
Sheffin, I mean this in the sweetest of ways. And I do love my Unks of MSL Thailand, but it looks like they put a lot of their points in team fights and very little in macro. Because when the fight is in their face, they're really good at taking it. They can trade up. They can eliminate dudes one at a time with perfect target acquisition. But when it comes to timing things, that's why we've come to this point, they take a little while longer. And Shajame running away!
Going on towards one only, but the Lord is already crashing towards the base. All that's left is to hit the turret, but they're still fighting in front of the base. Oh, what's going on, VLTH? This is gonna be Avenue. They're still dealing with damage. Solix Esports still trying to find some angle to get the base, and finally, a single quad shadow to the base, and Solix Esports was able to put the nail in the coffin for VLTH. 1-0 so far.
The Unks are at match point. Yes, they did say goodbye to 007 X Inspector, but Danny Carter fits him like a glove. You know what? We've seen messier exchanges. We've seen bigger trades. Hey, you hail from the land of brawl, and you've seen more fights break out, but for Solix, all it took is what? 2 or 3 turnarounds, and then they took control of the game. This is a very good showing in the later half of the season.
There's still a lot of fixes that they need to do though, especially Moss. I don't think I've seen a single kick that's very optimal, but hey, a W is a W, and all that's left is to fix those mistakes in between the games. What's done is already done, and you actually came out on top of it, so who's there to actually complain? So we're gonna move on towards the second game after this. Oh my goodness, what a game! A lot of back and forths once again, Leo, and this is what I love about MSL Thailand.
They are mad entertaining, I'll tell you now. There's a lot of import game. Again, you can take a few from your nearby Mekong neighbors. Some Burmese players here, Laotians, a lot of Filipinos, that's for sure. But the heart and soul of Thai gameplay is there. I really like these team fights. I really love how Sherry is just always 2 or 3 seconds behind and then comes in with a massive Throne of Ruin. And then Mark coming in as our MVP, dealing a whole lot of damage. And okay, you're right, he was just going full utility. He didn't even go straight for what I was looking for, Divine Glaive or a Holy Crystal. Oh, he just went straight for just more defense. He ended that build with the Queen's Wings. Oh no, that's Blood Wings. The Blood Wings!
Yeah. Some shield and also some extra movement speed, so you are much more survivable, much more sustainable in the team fight. And I don't think this name is accurate, Leo. It should be Mark Me instead of Me Mark. What a performance, 7-1-13, and this is the reason why his Valier is still at a 100% win rate so far in MSL Thailand. It's still messy, the execution from Solix Esports, but when it gets messy, the one that secures you a team fight, the one that really gives you that safety net is this Valier, man. The knockback and also the stunts from the stack of the first skill really serves a lot of purpose for this team.
You know, Sheffin, I would like to argue because some people actually like it messy. And here in the fights, you'll see who actually enjoys the messy situations is Solix. Because maybe, you know what? Give benefit of the doubt. Maybe Moss and his weird kicks are actually what causes VLTH to worry and wonder. And then it just scrambles their formation. That might be key, especially since no one's rocking Purify. Maybe a Purify going into game 2 would make the difference.
Well, you know what? That's actually right. Maybe I can understand why Ling X didn't really go for the Purify. He wants to micro his way out of the potential choke kicks. But Kyo, I think Purify is almost non-negotiable, isn't it? It's a Freya with a knock-up, you know, me Marks with a knockback, and another knock-up in the Cho. So that's three things that you have to worry about. I think Purify should be the option here for the Claude. And I just want to ask the question again, why is the Claude even picked in the first phase in Red 2? To say, moreover, like, it doesn't really bring you a lot of value here. It's a losing lane in the early game, and in the late game too, they weren't able to utilize it properly.
Yep. Again, it's just dawning on me now why the Claude did not rock a Purify. Kyo is a veteran. He's been playing along the Mekong region, is a Laotian national champion. Well, close to it. He was runner-up last year. He should know that in this matchup, it's Purify that's necessary. So, again, even in the draft alone, we talked about how the damage profile really isn't there. It's a little too focused on physical. Linksy alone as the magic damage, hell, even as the sweeper. He's the one who's rocking the Sky Piercer. That was a little too all your eggs in one basket-y for VLTH. So, it's a fundamental mistake. This ending at 16 minutes, less than, was definitely on them.
Oh, I just want to look at the emblem here for me, Mark, man. We mentioned the really good KDA, but the Inspire, the Festival of Blood, so he is there in the team fight and sustaining a lot. Plus that basic common emblem, man. Usually as a Fleer, you have a few options here and there, but I like the basic common emblem. Now he doesn't really have to worry about the regen anymore. You get HP regen and also mana regen, so you don't really have to build that Enchanted Talisman. He can go full utility with the build too, and that's why he was also the carry for this team. Despite being more of a utility mage, he is topping the damage chart. Doesn't really make sense at all.
Yep, this was all Solix. And the rich man, that Burmese jungler, Danny Carter, his Hayabusa was actually interesting. Did you see? He was rocking Marksman emblem. I thought you could only slap that on a Leomord or Suyo, but apparently most physical damage assassin-ish type junglers can rock it. I'm a fan. I like that. I like Marksman emblem on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I like it. One of the things about the Marksman emblem is it gives you that attack speed too, right? So usually when as a jungler, you want to take the I believe it's called Swift in the emblem, so you farm a bit faster, right? But with the Marksman emblem, you can take Thrill, you can take Inspire, anything that you want to elevate your game in a team fight. You don't really have to worry about the farming potential, and that's why Marksman emblem is so meta currently for the jungler, you know. And that's why he was able to farm up a Storm and also be a pretty much the one that tipped the balance of the team fight. Usually comes a bit late, and also the Ogi Shadow Kill is not really that, you know, super clean as well. But once again, we like it messy here in MSL Thailand. Sometimes you want that comfort food, right? You don't want to have that Michelin star food. Just want to have some fast food and a cola on top of it. And that's usually what you go for when you're watching a movie or something.
If Solix can get a sweep, then this messy dish deserves a Michelin star. This will put them at what, 4-3 is it now? Yeah, no, this will put them at 3-3 and VLTH at 3-4. So if Solix can sweep VLTH, Then they switch places. It becomes Solix in 6th. They become, for now at least, playoff secure. Imagine that. And they're 1 game away.
Yeah, and you have to really focus on getting into the playoffs, right? Just don't focus too much on how to actually be the champion. Just get there, get to a point of contention in the postseason. But they're definitely gonna be up against some really huge teams out there. King of Gamers, we're gonna see them, I believe, this day too, fighting another team. But it's not over just yet. All that's left is the consistency. Is Game 2 gonna be as messy? Is Game 2 gonna be a bit more dominant for Solix or even for VLTH? We can't really rule it out either, because in that game earlier, it's not really necessarily a dominant Solix performance, right? VLTH had the game at some points, or maybe a lot of points, even in early game, like even in the XP lane, Leo. For a while, the Alice was down 2 levels, 4-2 in the lane.
Actually, the EXP lane might have been the only lane that VLTH had control over. Because Nicholas, what he was doing was criminal. It was gross. He solo killed Danny Carter. We'll talk more about that in just a bit. For now, here's a quick rundown of how the playoffs will happen. Today we play our games in Lido Connect Hall until next week. But once we go into the playoffs, starting May 22nd, we'll be playing from the BCC Hall, Central Ladprao. We'll be there for 3 days. Well, us in spirit. 3 days. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And at the end, we will be crowning the very first MSL Thailand Season 1 champion via best of 7.
Yeah, but you know what I like about that whole format? The play-ins is only best of 3. Now, you're a bit more desperate, right? So you're gonna be forced to reveal all your cards before you go in the actual playoffs in the best of 5. So there is a bit of a disadvantage for you if you are in the play-in, but that's just how it is, right? If you secure a lower seed, then you gotta fight your way through it, man. That's the beauty of the competition.
One might argue, and I am one, that best of 3 play-ins actually saves you. It protects you from putting too much out there. Because you can win via sweep. That's 2 games. What if your cheese doesn't come out in 2 games?
Oh, so it can go
right?
both
Imagine
ways
if that
here.
play-ins... Yeah, what if that play-ins was of best of 5 and you go all the way? And you're at game 5, it's like, oh man, look coach, looks like we have to bring out our Alucard jungle. Then so be it. Hopefully it never gets to that. Hopefully. For the sake of everyone. Yeah. But, you know, your stars included. Your ranked game stars. You don't want to lose them to jungle Alucards, no? So I'm glad that it's just the best of 3.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think Alucard is pretty an underrated jungler. At least in ranked games, right? Because a lot of Alucards in the ranked games are such a menace, man, that they build early Thunderbelt, even first item Thunderbelt, just to secure more sustainability in a team fight. And the damage is actually surprisingly huge. It's just the fact that it can get Loxy Seed way too easily. I think that's the main problem of this hero. But hopefully, you know, I'm always an advocate for weird picks. Hopefully you can see Alucard jungle even in this league or other leagues, maybe. As we're gonna jump in towards the second game draft here.
Be careful what you ask for, Stefan. Alucard is a poison, all right? Alucard, wherever he's played, is a cancer that needs to be cut out. And I'm hoping that here, neither team, for their sakes, pick it. VLTH on the play this time. We're going again in Broken Walls. They take away Sherry's specialty, Uranus. And Solix does well to ban the Baksha. This was not banned nor picked at all in game 1, right? So this is weird. And it's good. Coach Kazin, you're doing good.
It looks like VLTH wants to secure, maybe try to secure that Freya for themselves. I don't know if Coach Kazin will let them, but going by the looks of it, the Harith is gonna be the ban here. So there is a real possibility of the Freya getting left wide open. It's not doing so hot so far in the series, but I don't think that's really the hero's fault, man. You know, they get the game, but the start of the show was not the Freya. It was the Falir. Oh, it's definitely something that I didn't really expect, man. Usually when you are drafting a Freya, you want to build around it, and they did with the Cho, with the Valir. It warrants a lot of attention to those 2 heroes, and shifts the attention away from the Freya, but it didn't really pop off at all, surprisingly.
You know what? Freya is such a good hero in the current metagame that even when she's a supporting actor, she still is a main character. So yeah, no, it's not an MVP performance by Xiao by any means, but it was key. You know, it made Kyo's awkward entrance with the Blazing Duet. It was very difficult, and they still respect it. This is good. Good start. Do you open with a what? With a Phoveus, with a Suyo,
Yeah.
with a Eve? Lindsay's great with Eve.
I think Phoveus should be the option here. It's just a really good matchup against any jungler on the opposing side. But it looks like, oh, Harley is still wide open. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But now for Solix Esports, you have to secure the Phoveus, no? Like, unless you want to lose out in both on the team fight and also the early game objectives. But we'll see, though.
Yeah.
Solix is definitely, they have a lot of surprises in their mind. But now the Valir pick is not really... Do you think the Harley kind of denies the Valir, or on the other way, it kind of makes the Valir even more valuable?
I wouldn't say it denies the Valir, it just makes the Valir less favorable. Very little interaction between both of them. Sure, the Harley can kill the Valir, but the rest of the lineup might still be able to define what Mimark plays. There's a Phoveus, and of course the
Whoa.
carry. So Solix just do not acknowledge at all what VLTH is doing in the first phase.
I gotta be honest with you, man. Like, I don't really like the early carry here, and it's most likely gonna be a Harley jungler, right? You usually want to pick a carry jungler to kind of sustain in a team fight when you get doved on by a Leomord or a Suyo, but this is a Harley. You can just go in and back out quite easily, and this carry is gonna be lacking in range, so I'm not sure what's the angle here. Maybe they want to set up towards a Kalia combo in Red 3 for Solix Esports. That could be the angle, and it does fare well against the Harriet, right? You have that healing and also that lockdown potential towards the Harley.
Let's see if Mosh is ready to play a Kalia in Red 3. VLTH invests in a couple of frontliners. There's the Yuzhong going into the hands of Nicholas, and Shah-Jaim gets that Hilda. And as mentioned, again, Mimark is on fire.
God.
Literally
Okay.
and figuratively, he picks up the Valir once more, which is good into the two other picks in the first phase.
Yeah, normally I would say utter woke nonsense if it happens in MPL Indonesia, but this is they are this is disgusting, man. If it works out, then I don't think there's anything you can do in a losing situation against this composition. It's pretty much protect Mr. President for a carry, and you have these two peels that is super annoying. You can't really dive, you can't really get close against a Phoveus and also Valir. So now for VLTH, I think you need to double down on your dives.
They already have one major diver in that Yuzhong. Where else can they find one? Harley kind of counts, sure. Claude? Claude is another dive? Maybe?
Maybe a Farsa. It doesn't really necessarily have to be a dive, right? Long range artillery works well. Oh, Farsa is banned. Yeah, it should be the ban here for Solix Esports.
Coach Kazin knows. Coach Kazin knows.
Yeah.
We can't have them compromising our carry and Valir. VLTH, one more ban. It's a jungler. There's the Guinevere. So they're saying we would rather use Suyo or Leomord than these two.
And right now, Solix Esports, I can see them picking something like a Fredrin here, despite it not really a good matchup against the Yuzhong, especially in the neutral objective. As long as you win the team fights, right? Because their approach is very much honest, as I mentioned earlier. It's to protect Xiao Xiao as a carry in the later part of the team fight. So utility jungler works wonders here for Solix Esports. Not really too far off. It's still a peel, and in a way a setup as well. Now for VLTH, I think there's no other option besides maybe the Eve. What's there to be left in the mid lane here for VLTH? Wait, Gort is playable here, no?
I wouldn't say for sure. I think I would rather get range in Eve. Eve is not banned.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I would say Eve.
Among the planes exists the
There she is. But also the Irithel at 100% win rate. This is a shorter ranged marksman. At best, maybe mid-range. There's so much to go through. Solix still has one more to close up. What's in the jungle?
Now, with the Badang showing up, utility is still possible, but I think it's just gonna be a good old Leo Mort here, man. I don't think...
Yeah, no. Danny Carter's a gifted, mechanically inclined player. So I think it's got to be something that likes to fight.
I mean, the fan is still left wide open, so I don't see why you would not pick... I mean, the Hilda is there, but it's just Hilda, quote-unquote? Maybe you can work your way through it, especially with you having Badang and Valir. I think your jungle is going to be safe. I mean, that's also another mechanically taxing hero for Danny Carter. And it does offer you that dive, right? For the Eve. But there's a lot of damage that you have to go through as a Joy here.
Yeah, mobility to match. Like, you want to be able to chase down the Harley, find that Irithel, take her down before she deals too much damage. And again, like any other assassin, Joy is vulnerable to Hilda's, invasions early on. So I'm not as confident in this lineup as I was in their draft in game 1. But we'll see. Mimarx has his signature Valir. High pick rate on Phoveus. I think there's just too many foils back and forth. Like, they did very well the draft and kind of fixed game 1's problems.
Yeah, despite me leaning over towards Solix's draft in the late game, but I think in terms of neutral objective and early game, I'm still inclining towards VLTH's composition. But we'll see though if it's gonna work out for both teams. A lot of interesting picks here in game number 2, week 4, day 2 of MSL Thailand between Solix Esports and also VLTH.
Valley Thai have to win this to take it all the way. Or else, that's it. They drop down to the danger zone of not qualifying for the playoffs after week 4. No early invasions just yet here, crossing over to the red side of the map. So Solix can be thankful for that. 3v3, both teams jockeying for position, and Danny Carter actually scores the litho.
Yeah, bit of an error there from Catinaro, despite him having more of a range advantage as a Harley. Good early win from Solix Esports, as we're gonna see here if Cha James will be a bit more invasive going forward. It looks like he opted to go for that Litho Wonder that's been cleaned up route. But so far, nothing too crazy happening. Both teams still securing that mid-prio, or trying to secure that mid-prio. And VLTH, as expected, with the Hilda, should be having the advantage in the mid lane.
Chef, and I'm curious, what is Nicholas doing? What is this young man up to? Whoa, a flicker!
Oh, aggressive maneuver here from Moss, forcing a flicker from Ling X, and that's gonna be a huge thing that you lose before the first objective game. But your question was, what was Nicholas doing? I think he's trying to secure a first blood, but I don't think Solix Esports was that naive for them to open up the bushes, because they know very well that Solix Esports, they have that disadvantage in terms of map pressure and also map control. Danny Carter though was just trying to secure or scout out the situation, see if he can actually take the turtle or not. He's gonna opt to go for the purple buff first before the team fight begins.
Okay, Linksy hitting level 4. Nicholas also at level 4. Onk Sherry just clearing the waves, now ready to fight. This is about to break out any moment now. Danny Carter does have a level advantage. Well, small EXP bar advantage over Catinaro. What a dance. Oh, we started up here. Shojim!
Yeah, still fine. He's a Hilda, but already getting poked down to half HP. That's not really good. You need those HP bars as a frontliner before the team fight begins, and that should be a good way to start. But Nicholas here, Black, you can form. Oh, turtle secured by the Yojong. Ling X with a beautiful RWM. Also 2 kills for Nicholas. The dragon is going crazy in the first 3 minutes, Leo.
Shades of game 1, wherein Nicholas is the standout player for VLTH early on. You gotta respect what the Zhuzhong brings to the table. Again, I'm wondering, why is VLTH taking so long? It's just they were waiting for Nicholas. Nicholas said, it's go time. And he got 2 free kills, scored the turtle. He took everything. He took everything for his squad. Now it's up to Solix to recover. That bottom half of the map, lost. That turtle, gone over. Oh no, another one!
Oh, gotta watch out, man. The damage is starting to amp up here, going to the early to mid game. Danny Carter is still trying to just secure the jungle, and so far, there's not much action happening in the gold lane. Shao too actually losing in terms of HP or XP. Sherry though still trying to stay alive for dear life. Nicholas and also Naru is enough to bring him down to 0 HP. Another kill secured. This time for Naru instead of Nicholas.
Okay. The only real damage profile missing from that engagement, that 2v1, was true damage.
Uh-oh.
And Cherry cannot survive that. Daddy!
Nicholas pummeled down by the fist crack. And me marks first kill for Solix Esports. Danny Carter, I don't know if you wanna... Okay. Oh, what? Top lane? Solo kill? Keo, what is you doing?
Outplayed. We didn't see it. It happened so fast. Keo overextended himself, and if I read the situation correctly, he had to sprint in. And Shao used that shield from the tier 1 turret to reduce the damage output. So Shao just outplayed Keo.
Uh-oh. But at least now, in terms of total, like a neutral objective, we're still kind of equal. Shao 2 actually losing more HP currently, so I'm not sure if he's gonna be more impactful than Keo in the total fight. Same as Moss as well, already half HP, he still has the healing. So he's gonna get cancelled by Cha Jame, but he's gonna get chain CC'd. RWM towards 3, still trying to run away is Moss, and he was able to run away. Danny Carter, electrifying bits did not connect towards anyone, but it looks like another kill was secured towards Keo. 0-2-0 for this Irithal. The front line though, Nicholas trying to get the shot residue toward me marks, and he gets the kill towards the Valir. But bodies are falling all over the place for VLTH. 1 for 3. Solix Esports got the better of the trade.
Solix Esports dares you to question Shao again, Sheffin. He did not go home after that initial outplay, and he was just going off a singular regen. And then he just, I guess, spell vamped for some way or reason. There's no real heal coming from Solix. He did all of that off a single HP bar. He did all of that off of his own mechanics. So, through that, Solix scores a second turtle, takes a few wins, and have spread out VLTH again. It's game 1 once again. Is it just me, or does it feel like Solix has forced VLTH to play messy? And when it's messy, Solix wins.
Man, I think VLTH, especially for Keo, he's just giving the kills for the carry, man. Like, look at the items, look at the build. I don't see any way for you to win out the 1v1 as an Irithal when you have a tough boots compared to a carry which has a warrior boots. That's already a big advantage gap. But top lane, though, it looks like a jump on towards the Volvius. Sherry is still trying to hold on for deal life, somehow still jumping around. But it's a 1-to-1 trade, but invested a lot of resources there. VLTH, a lot of ultimates was used to get Sherry down.
Kyo for Sherry is worth it. Again, Sherry is a Phobius. He's literally just a brick wall. Kyo, though, is mainly the main scaling option for VLTH, and he hasn't really taken off just yet. And he's died 3 times already before the 3rd turtle. So Solix can keep this up.
Oh no. No respect, man. I think you should have pressed the button a bit more faster than that. I guess he is willing to take the CC, not knowing the follow-up is gonna be that much, but it looks like the top lane, Danny Carter 1v1 against Cha Jame. He's gonna be A-okay. Meanwhile, Flicker used by Ling C. So already a lot of resources burn to VLTH.
Solix are so good at the death ball. They literally just have to kill you first, and then they convert. They're an honest team. They may be messy, but you know what they're after. You know what they want to do. And it's up to you to stop them. They're committing Grand Theft Purple, shaking you down for your lunch money, right in your face, and VLTH can't do anything about it. Solix are in a winning position right now. It's their game to lose. They're moments away from sealing the series.
I agree 100%. This is definitely their game to lose. Like I don't see an angle for VLTH in this later part of the game, and with the amount of peel and also disengage mechanic from Solix Esports for Sao that hasn't died just yet, by the way, already securing 3 kills as a marksman in the mid game, so that's already a lot of lead to build on. How do you break through this stronghold that Solix Esports has been building from early on the team fight? I think the answer should be just pure on dive to Sao. But then again, Danny Carter is still a problem that you need to solve once the carry is dead too.
Okay, I don't have an answer to the question, who do you target first? But I have an answer to who should be doing that. And I hate to say it, but once again, it falls on the shoulders of the young Nicholas. Nicholas is their key. He can get there. He now has a War Axe. And he's the one who can pull his team out from there. Danny Carter, 2v1!
Oh, Danny Carter, that's a costly kill. It's not really a shutdown though, but it's definitely a kill for Keo. Already using the sprint, and he's trying to just clear the lane, the top lane, and just back away with a recall. Should be fine here as in-game equipment. Nicholas actually going full on glass cannon on a Yujong. What do you think, Leo? Oh, might hold on for a second. Shajim getting bursted down. Nicholas a bit too late on the Black Chicken form and also RWM. But it was a way for them to shoo away Solix Esports' member. 2.6k gold lead currently for the Yonks.
I think it's the right call. Because again, he's the only one who can turn this around for VLTH. Unless Solix makes a mistake, it's only Nicholas who can be proactive. And him building full damage, Glass Cannon, Black Dragon is the right thing to do. So until they find that, they can't change their fate. Free Lord for Solix. Sherry here, threading the needle, goes down to about 10% of his health. He should be fine. As long as Solix don't commit those same mistakes that Danny Carter did, then this is their game.
100%. Sherry though, like that was a full-on 2 ultimates from the main damage dealers of VLTH, and he was able to come out alive scot-free. Danny Carter securing that costly or like expensive Holy Crystal, so that power spike is gonna be there. I'm curious to see what build is going for. Is it the good old Starlium site with a Genius one on a Joy? We'll see. But for Moss, that Thunderbelt and also that Rapid Boots, and is eyeing for a set here, but Shajin will be an option. Wayne Marks though, almost getting bursted down with the Deadly Magic, but is still alive, still very much A-okay. Regens up to half HP. Now they reset.
Here we go. Lord up top, bottom lane taken care of. VLTH are doing their best to use the next 40 seconds to protect their holy shields. And oh, they find Shao!
Oh my goodness, out of nowhere, a kill towards the most important member. That's a good 2 knockup. But the Winter Crown is there. Mimark still trying to hold on for deal life, but the Shao residue gets him down. 2 kills for Nicholas. That glass cannon build paying off, Leo.
Sometimes I hate it when I'm right, but the Unks have to find their footing once again. They're just up 1,000 gold, barely. And again, this was their game to lose. They overheated. Here comes Daddy!
Speaking of overheated, that is definitely a tilt or overheat from Danny Carter. I don't know what the hell he was doing. Just going in 1v4 is a joy.
You talk about disrespect, that's disrespect. He did not acknowledge the damage output of VLTH, and because of that, they lost their lead. Fully, completely. They gave 4 kills over to KO. KO literally had half his leg in the grave at the 10-minute mark, and then now he's, I guess, doing okay. This is a respectable KDA line for an Airtel that got bullied in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely more than okay. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the in-game equipment. So not too far off for both marksmen, only about 1k. Emphasis on the only, because it was so miserable for Keo in the early game as an Airtel. It was losing the 1v1s against a carry, getting solo killed 2 times in the process. But so far, nothing too crazy with the builds. Danny Carter going for that Genius one towards the Holy Crystal. I think he's going for that Blood Wings to further his sustainability. And that is a big item, Leo, that Malefic Gun is gonna make not only Kyo a bit more dangerous towards the frontliner because of the penetration, but also the sustainability because he's gonna be a bit more far than Solix Esports can reach.
Whoa, Moss finds one!
Chaje bursts it down, that's the carry power. Meanwhile, though, in the front line, Kyo somehow stays alive after the dive, but Chao is gonna flicker forward, shutting down the Earthel. A kill for the carry, 5-1-2 so far, and this should be... Never mind, there is no retribution from Danny Carter, so they cannot go for the Lord.
At least they have the wisdom and the presence of mind to acknowledge that. Because a lesser team would have said, oh no, we're up one! Let's go for the Lord! And then they get that Lord yanked out, a kill! Oh!
Nico somehow was able to get away from the fist crack combo, and that is the power of the tough boots, man. Like when you're in the front line, you almost certainly need that boost to be able to stay alive, especially against a Badang.
That you do. As I was saying, the lesser team would have forced that, but since they have the green light to say that VLTH is half-cocked right now. Oh, here comes the Black Dragon! Daddy!
Lord is reset. Nicholas not get anyone with that, but meanwhile in the front line though, Sherry popped the Winter Crown. Memark's a bit too in front as he's gonna get bursted down by the Deadly Magic. RWM only connecting onto his Sherry, but it gets killed, I believe, by the Lord. The Lord is a bait actor. Just one swing from the Lord to Sherry. You hate to see that, and now VLTH is beelining towards the Lord.
Solix's lineup isn't built to fight near the Lord like this. They don't have the same kind of mobility they had in game number 1, and Xiao's positioning got compromised. They couldn't take advantage of VLTH's willingness to stay up front. So with that, they have to find their footing once again. They have to re-establish dominance because VLTH are in the lead. VLTH are turning the map blue. They got a Lord in mid. Top lane needs to get cleaned up here by Xiao. Bottom lane, Katinaru threatening a takedown on that tier 2. I don't know, Solix have to play it a little safer. Solix have to, again, I like the pickoffs, but find a way to find permanent solutions, not just little trades.
Danny Carter, that the magic connecting on towards the Joy, but it looks like it's gonna beat out Chaji, man. He's forced to use the flicker. So far, A-okay. Good defense by Solix Esports. And both teams still have that all of their inhibitor turrets intact, so the far lane pressure is almost equal for both teams.
2 to 3 times now, Danny Carter died too often. I would respect like 1 or 2 deaths on the Joy, especially when you were in such an early lead prior to the 10-minute mark. But now, I don't know what his teammates need to tell him. Solix, they have to find a way to reel Danny Carter in and then make safer plays. Because their impatience the past 5 minutes have really cost them. It literally cost them the lead.
Very much so. I think both teams, I think they're trying to operate under the same, I guess, like, procedure. It's all about protecting your damage dealer, right? Kyo is obviously, I think it's gonna be a bit more safe than Sao 2. Sao 2 does have a bit more spell fam plus lifesteal going on with that built-in carry spell fam. But for Kyo, like, I don't think Danny Carter can go just fully 1v1 against this Irithal unless Kyo does not have the sprint. So we'll see what's gonna happen. They have to manage their resources properly to be able to win these team fights as Solix Esports. They want to manage the far lane here, trying to build up a lane or a far lane pressure for themselves to build towards the first Lord. They're just gonna hold the lane here and maybe baiting VLTH to a team fight in the process.
Yeah, they got 30 seconds to dance, so it's fine. They have to use all the resources that they have to make sure that this next Lord actually gets to them, because they're a Lord of Peace, and they really didn't get to take advantage of that last one they got. They finally clear it, and Moss here says there's 2 here. It's Linksy and Shah James. They're taking it easy.
Okay, I was gonna say, Danny Carter, I thought he was gonna open the bush on his own, and looks like Gonna be a concealed play. Keo might be the target here. Still has the flicker. Is Moss going for the aerial, but it looks like the follow-up damage is not gonna be there just yet as Keo gets away scot-free. But meanwhile, Osao 2 is going crazy against this Hilda. The shred is there. Nicholas trying to get the knock-up, the perfect knock-up for himself, but not much going on for VLTH. But top lane though, look at that. Kerry now trying to just whittle down the turret, and he gets the inhibitor turret in the top lane. I don't know if that's gonna be a worth it trade if VLTH can get the Lord here. It looks like Sherry's gonna go in with the ultimate, also wins a crown. That should be a kill for VLTH. Let's see what's gonna happen. 4v4, but the inhibitor turret in the top lane was able to be secured by Kadinaru.
Solix just undid all the work they put into down bottom. And is it just me, or is it a little too greedy for Moss to have said, yo, let's pick off Keo, and they got overextended? Because they definitely could have just gone for Shah James to begin with and called that the kill and then moved on. Because of that, they... Oh, no, Moss! They're fine.
No. That is costly though. So now no fist crack for the next, I don't know, 20 seconds or so. VLTH, they don't really have a jungler to leash the Lord, but they do have Keo to quote-unquote hold it. What we'll see here. Moss already full HP after going back to its own base. Marks though getting that deadly magic, and he should be still fine and just heal up in the process. Two teams still trying to find their luck. Keo wants to go for Danny Carter here. We'll see. Heavy crossbow for Keo. Gotta watch out. The damage trade, it's not really paying off the Airthel. Now Moss going in. Nicholas backing out too. Two teams are really scared to pull the trigger, Leo.
Okay, fortunately it's just ults. And ult come off cooldown quick. So VLTH nor Solix are actually overcommitting. Boost!
Speaking of overcommitment, and now they just back out again. Another not so impactful fist crack from Moss. But even then, if he does get this set, right? The fist crack, I don't think there's gonna be any follow-up at all. Moss so far is only thinking on his own, man. He wants to get the set, but he forgot to pretty much check where all of his teammates are.
Uh-oh.
Now RWM though, look at that, the damage coming in towards me, Marks. Danny Carter will try to rotate towards the Lord. Keo already half HP, and both teams is just gonna back up again. It's a reset, it's a stalemate.
Okay, on paper, I think VLTH still got the winning end of that trade because they took away Moss's flicker. And that's still a minute and more off. And they find one crack!
Oh no, that is a flicker from Shao for Shah James. That is not a good trade. And now Keo and the whole team of VLTH knows that information. They want, like, they can go pretty much full-on dive towards Sao from now on. Just gotta watch out for the peels from Mars, from Moss, from Cherry, which is pretty much everyone now that I think about it.
This is unfortunate because VLTH are actually weaponizing the map. They're using that long lane down bottom to disincentivize Solix from actually full-on dancing. And it's so frustrating watching this. It's because the fight is not breaking out, not because VLTH ain't ready. It's because they're actually waiting for Solix to commit more. And look at this, the conceal!
Conceal, now Nicholas getting the brunt of the damage, look at that! The CC immune, or the invincibility frame from the Yujang cannot get him out from the death, but now Solix Esports, they don't want to go for the Lord, they're still trying to play it a bit more safe. Keo going for the Hail Mary play, he wants to go for the base, having crossbow towards the base, Moss trying to get Keo down, the flickers are being used, Keo cannot get the base, and now VLTH loses all of their momentum. Solix Esports, what do they do now?
Veteran wisdom, Moss finds one! Kadinaru!
Moss, deadly magic, still has the immortality. Same with Kadinaru, already building the immortality, but now he's getting whittled down by the damage from Marks. But now in the front line though, that's a kill secured by a lot of members. Danny Carter was able to get the backliner in Ling C. And it's a 4v1 now, only Shah James in the base. Kadinaru trying to get back to his own base. Nicholas is up. All the items are getting built. The Rose Gold Meteors. Moss procs the Rose Gold Meteor. Immortality and the Winter Crown already been popped. Nicholas with the Black Chicken form, but it looks like you want to go for the base immediately. Sao 2 getting the brunt of damage, getting the turn aggro, but now the Petrify, the knock-up, no medium just yet from Solix Esports, but now they do have it. Zio or Keo with the heavy crossbow and also the spin. Oh my god! What the hell happened? It's not over, or it is over for Solix Esports.
We're going to
They
game
threw the
3.
advantage out of the window.
We're going to game 3! They were literally short a basic attack! Oh my lord! VLTH have forced Solix to overextend in one of the 2 qualifier teams in MSL Thailand. Take the Ox all the way!
What did I just see? what the hell did I just see? Dude, I mean, like, I would cry if I'm VLTH fans as well, man. That was dramatic. Holy moly. They were this close, man. Oh my god, even this play, the Hail Mary play, the knockback from me marks. Oh lord, that was huge. Oh man, it's building up to a really good game 3 here, Leo.
All they needed to do was not overheat. They had this under control. Here's what hurts more. They got lost in the moment. They were buying and selling like there was no tomorrow. All the winter crowns, all the immortalities. But that could have been solved by just literally saying, we will not fight and we will just wait for the waves. But oh my lord, because of that, there's one more game in the series.
Yeah. Oh man. Both teams, like, I think right now momentum is definitely on VLTH. Like, it gotta suck losing like this because all you have to do is play a bit more disciplinedly. Even some maybe micro adjustment when they're trying to just go for the kill in the base should be able to secure them the game. But oh, what a clencher! What a clencher!
That could have been it. That could have been it. Oh man, again, you fight, you play a messy game, and you fight all the good fights. But that builds a habit in you. That puts a false sense of security in you. And Katinaru, alongside who was left in that defense? Was it him and Shajame, or him and Kyo? It was him and Kyo. Yeah, it was him and Kyo. But Katinaru played a cleaner game, so he's our MVP.
In a messy game like this, you want to search for the best KDA, right? This means that this player is playing the cleanest out of literally everyone. Only 1 death in that messy of a game. 800 GPM, 60% kill participation. So he was not there for a lot of times in a team fight, but he was there enough. As we're going to take a look at the highlight here. Man, a lot of micro errors, a lot of macro errors as well from both teams. And yeah, this is just what we're talking about. This is the comfort food, man. It might not be the cleanest, but it was fun. It really was. Both teams got their moment in the early game. You know, towards the late game, VLTH fought back. Solix got the advantage back, and somehow VLTH fought back because of a mistake from Solix Esports. I cannot wait for game 3.
You know what? The defense by Solix, I thought that was a sign that they had their goals set right. That they had a sound head on their shoulders. But even in the moment, again, we'll see it in just a bit, sometimes you get lost in the sauce. And it could have ended either way, man. It could have ended right in Solix's base immediately or through this punish, but I gotta give it to them. This moment here, this was a winner. When they picked off Nicholas, that was key. And when they punished KO and cleaned up the base, that was great. But man, that all of that, what was that? 2 minutes of glory erased by a second of overcommitment.
Dude, they could have just back off. The wave was there. They tunneled down on the base. Did not see that there's a single wave. Wait, like Danny Carter could have just basic attack in front of the base. He waited until He got to the side of the base. I just realized that could have turned the game over. Well, man, there's a lot of
if he
ifs
just
and
went,
maybes in this series.
if he
But,
just
like,
went the straight line, you're right. If he went the straight line, he would have gotten like maybe 2 basic attacks in.
yeah. Oh my god.
I don't know, dude. This is Danny Carr you're talking about. This is the guy who went 2v1, 3v1 several times in this game. Who knows what's going on? Who
This
knows
is
what he's
like-
thinking sometimes?
Yeah, this is a bit jarring, especially once you see the Hayabusa in the first game. Now you thought that, oh, Danny Carter is actually pretty good assassin or assassin user here, so he knows when to back in or back out. The KDA was pretty good as a Hayabusa, even though he got 1v1 in the top lane against a CC, but it's just a whole different game currently for this Joy, man. Maybe just don't give him a hero that stays in the front line, you know? Just keep the Hayabusa for him. As we're gonna take a look at his stats here. 100k gold, or like 100k damage dealt for Lingxi. And Sha James, as expected, as a Hilda, taking the most of the damage as the sandbag. I just want to talk about the errors of Solix Esports, especially Moss, man. I feel like he really dropped the ball here for Solix Esports, for the most part. Yeah, yes, he is ambitious. Yes, he's not gun shy at all. But like, you gotta see where your teammates are first, man. The flickers and all that. The calculation was super messy on both parts. And either way, it's a pretty good MLBB if you like chaotic kind of team fight.
Yeah, it's plenty fun, but again, there has to be sound fundamentals. There has to be a reason why you do things, and that whole chase down on Kyo down bottom was a clear sign of what's this guy doing? Why go that far? So I think it was the right hero this time. The Cho in game 1 was more of like a diversion. Game 2, it's clear that he knows how to target people with that badang and find great setups with the fist crack, but here's another chance, all right? It's not an L, it's a lesson. One more, and if they win here, then okay, you switch up the standings. If they lose, then something's got to change.
Speaking of change, Leo, one thing changed for sure for Solix Esports. The 100% win rate on me marks on Valir is gone now. Oh man, you hate to see it. Like,
That's a long conversation they're gonna have.
And it kind of puts you in a weird situation, right? In the draft especially, because when you picked the Valir for your team, now you kind of think that, oh, it's almost guaranteed 100% win before this. But now you started to doubt yourself. Should we pick the Valir? I mean, it's working for the most time, but it looks like it is beatable at the end of the day.
I don't want to hold out for a KDA. That's not what you want to protect, or nor win rate, but you want to at least get good stats, right? You want to be able to qualify for playoffs, and that's what we're counting here. I believe we have an interview coming up in just a bit to buy us some time to prepare for that final game, the rubber match here in this best of 3. We will be throwing over to the Lido Connect Hall in any time now. So when that does happen, let's listen.
แล้วในทีมที่เราเชียร์เนี่ยมีแบบใครคนไหนที่เราเชียร์เป็นพิเศษไหมคะทั้งหมดเลยค่ะทุกคนเลยไม่เลือกเชียร์ทั้งหมดให้กำลังใจทุกคนอ่ะตัวเล็กครับ
ก็ทั้งหมดครับแต่ชอบพี่เชอรี่ครับ
อ๋อชอบพี่เชอรี่โอ้ตอนนี้พี่เชอรี่มีกำลังใจแล้วตาต่อไปพี่เชอรี่มีกำลังใจแล้วแล้วอันนี้ปกติเล่นเกมนี้อยู่แล้วไหมคะ
ไม่เคยครับไม่เล่น
ไม่เล่นเชียร์อย่างเดียวหนูครับเล่นไหมครับ
เล่นปกติเลยครับ
กี่ดาวแล้ว
แรงอีพิกครับ
อุ้ยมีใครอยากแข่งกับน้องเขาไหมคะเนี่ยเอ้ยเราอยากแข่งไหม
อยากครับ
เอ้ยอันนี้เขาเป็นโซลิกจิ๋วใช่ไหม
ก็ใช่ครับ
เป็นโซลิกจิ๋วอันนี้มาดูที่ลีโดกี่ครั้งแล้วคะ
ก็แทบจะทุกสัปดาห์เลยค่ะใช่ค่ะ
แฟนตัวจริงแฟนตัวยงนะคะหนูมาดูกี่ครั้งแล้วครับ
ประมาณ 4-5 ครั้งครับ
โอ้ย 4-5 ครั้งโอ้โหอันนี้ทีมงานเลือกถูกคนมากนะคะเป็นแฟนตัวยงของทั้งวลีไทยแล้วก็โซลิกเลยโอ้โหตัวจี๊ดทั้งนั้นเลยไม่ใช่แค่นักแข่งนะคะแฟนคลับเราก็ตัวจี๊ดด้วยโอ้โหมีอะไรอยากจะบอกไหมคะตอนนี้เนี่ยคือเกมมันกำลังเดือดมากเลยให้กำลังใจนักแข่งของเราสักหน่อย
ค่ะก็อยากบอกทีมมอลลี่ไทยมากๆเลยค่ะว่าสู้ให้เต็มที่ไม่ว่าอะไรจะเกิดขึ้นก็ขอให้ทำให้เต็มที่ค่ะ
โอ้โห น่ารักมากเลยอ่ะมีอะไรจะบอกพี่ๆเขาไหมคะ
ให้โซลิกสู้ๆครับ
โซลิกสู้ๆ30 บวก 30 บวกดีวะ เรากับน้องอาจจะยัง อาจจะยังพี่อาจจะปีลึกเกิน แล้วสถานการณ์ตอนนี้เนี่ย1-1 คิดว่าทีมเราเนี่ยจะเอาแต้มมาได้ไหมในแมตช์ถัดไป
ต้องได้ค่ะได้เท่านั้น
ต้องได้ค่ะ ได้เท่านั้นอ้าวเราสู้ไหม
ได้อยู่แล้วครับ
โอ้ยได้อยู่แล้ว ตอนนี้ไม่ได้มีแค่นักแข่งนะคะ ที่แข่งกันตอนนี้แฟนคลับก็แข่งกันเองแล้ว ไม่ใช่รักกันนะโอเคค่ะ ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตค่ะ ส่งต่อให้กับพี่ๆแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Nice to meet the fans of VLTH and Solix Esports. Welcome back. We're prepping for game number 3. Again, we're just opening up the show. This is the very first match of the day. We got 4 coming your way, and what else is left in the tank? I think for Solix it's clear. Just clean up your game, sir.
Yeah. Man, in a way, I want to caster jinx myself. There is no way it can get messier than this, right? There is no way. Come on, man. I'm secretly hoping for a messier game here. But that was probably one of the most chaotic game I've ever seen live, period. Not even in the big 3 league. I've never seen something like that.
Are you testing fate? Because I personally have seen messier games. I've seen messier, crazier sequences. So this is up there, but it's not the craziest.
Okay.
We've seen crazier stuff.
Okay, so we can go up, right? That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Take
here
a
we
look
go.
at the stage here. I mean, I would sleep too if I played a game like that. Holy, that was tiring, taxing, mentally exhausting. Even if you
I
won.
don't think he's sleeping. I think he's just saving his energy. Because they gotta play the tightest game of of their season.
I'm gonna.
I wish I could read
Google
Thai.
Lens.
All right.
Wait, where's my Google Lens? Wait a second. Gonna take a photo of it and translate.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is accurate, Leo. The translation that I got is literally just please, comma, please, ... What?
I think that's right. Because VLTH wants to win. Maybe they're just asking, nicely. We need this. If we win this, we're going 4-3. That just makes our playoffs hopes a little more plausible. So yeah, saying please. I'm with it.
I mean, the last time I used maybe my phone is bugging or the app is bugging. The last time I used this with Redmar, one of the players said, "I am a good girl," and he was a grown man. So I'm not sure if that's an accurate translation. Maybe he wants to be, but who knows? I can't really judge.
You're allowed to identify however you please. This is a safe space. Let's get into game number 3. We're going to Flying Clouds. So this has, again, more propensity to be messy, to be bloody, to be violent. Because, again, you spawn in, you fly to the fight, you die. You spawn in, you fly to the fight, you die. VLTH takes out the Uranus, and Solix answers back with the Harith.
I don't see them shifting away from their respective procedure or drafting so far. Because, in a way, it really is, as cliche as it sounds, it really just a matter of execution, right? For both games, in the first 2 games. But now the respect has been given towards the Valier. What it was a pocket pick is upgraded to signature pick. Now it is upgraded to you got a bandit pick.
Okay, this makes sense. If you're down to one final game and you just want to lock it down, I think taking away Marx's signature Valir is a good start. What else do you take out? Game 2 had a...
Expose the same truth.
Yeah, no, I think you can take advantage of Danny Carter's propensity to play assassins. So just leave those open.
Maybe not the Hayabusa though, but I'm wondering why VLTH VLTH is just banning Marcel again and again on the blue side nonetheless. Especially with the way Marcel is respected, you know, in this league. Still boasts about 70% win rate. I don't know why you would not play that, but maybe we'll see the answer in the third game as the Harley gets banned for Coach Kazin. And the first thing, oh, it's not gonna be the Freya, it is gonna be the Jushin. Knowing that the Freya hasn't been too hot in terms of KDA and performance so far.
I think Solix should still Zushin. Allow it. Do it now. If your MO is fighting and messy conversions, I would say do it.
Oh
they,
my God.
Wow. Are they going to go again? Or are they just going to try to do a better job at game 2? Looks like.
Now, I can't see the idea because now you don't have that Eve, right? That long-range mage that's pretty much gonna gun you down with the RWM and stun you down is no longer there. But now the Valier is not there either for Solix Esports. So what do they do to pretty much protect Sao on the goal lane here or in the team fight? I don't think there's any mid lane that works exactly the same way as a Valier. Or maybe something like a Faramis if they want to be disgustingly honest.
Or a Eve. I think I'm okay with the Eve. It's the same.
That is definitely the conservative choice, but looks like VLTH will not let the Eve have a comfortable game here because 2 dives already.
Okay. Again, Danny Carter. Not exactly uncomfortable with these assassins despite them dropping to like what? B tier, C tier in the current metagame. Locks in that Hayabusa. So we're lacking roamers. Mid laner for Solix. And then, what? The jungle for VLTH, which is, I think, where Solix will attack.
I think Kalea is going to be hot commodity here for both teams. Both teams can use a Kalea so bad. For Solix Esports, they have the combo already, right? Kalea carry, you know, and it's also extra peel as well for the carry if, in case he gets dove on. For VLTH, anyway, if you're picking the Kalea, it forces the carry to use a Purify. And that is just free real estate for the Claude, it's free real estate for the Yuzhong. You don't have to worry about the Flicker to for him to be able to get away from potential danger.
You know what? We've been talking about Purify since game 1. So maybe if that's what's going to take for them to, you know, respect crowd control and to play a little safer, do it. No, like just, no, like Purify, like just rock a Purify. Because a lot of these fights would have unfolded differently if the cleanse was made more a priority. You know, like if protecting yourself was more important than killing your opponent. So I think VLTH maybe just should pick a crowd control roamer. So Shao has the Purify.
Whoa!
There's the Kaja ban. What are they?
I'm sorry. That doesn't really make sense, no? Like the Kalea is up there and you're banning a Kaja. What?
Because they don't think Solix will Kaja or Kalea, and they were right. There's a Khalid instead. It's a different Ka.
Well, now for VLTH, I swear to God, there's no reason for you to not go Kalea here. I mean, maybe there are other heroes that I forgot. Something like a Grok maybe can work well. Carry doesn't really have a lot of range to work with, so you can definitely punish the carry with a Grok. Well, we'll see. But Dang is still left wide open too. Oh, that hero is still wide open too. This is one of the most banned heroes in MPL Indonesia, and I assume it's also a hot commodity in MPL PH. So I'm rocking with it.
It's an acquired taste. It's an acquired taste in PH now. It's no longer triple S tier, not even A+, but it's good utility. It's a great team fighting hero as well. They close up with a Hylos. Ooh, I don't know how to feel about that since there's a carry on the other side.
This has to be an if. You know,
Yep, that's
I don't
what we
think you
mentioned.
can
That was a prime pick.
yeah. Despite Zetian, I mean, it could work. You know, it's also a peel mechanic for the carry,
By heaven's mandate.
and it's gonna be the
Yes.
Zetian.
Shall endure.
Good read. It's just, interestingly enough, not a big MSLTH hero. What's the lowdown like on Zetian and ID?
It's not as prio as before. People starting to realize that you can't really start a fight, or it's hard to start a fight with the Zetian. You just have to be very precise at your execution. Every resource has to be micromanaged, so it is hard to execute. But overall, you're picking a Zetian to go up against engage heavy composition, right? And this is engage heavy composition for VLTH. So
For
the
sure.
idea is there definitely for Solix.
For sure, she protects herself from the Yuzhong when the Glorious Pathway is used offensively. I think maybe as again, secondary pick to an Eve, not so shabby for Solix. I like this. I like what they're doing. I think the Onks might actually take this home.
That could be a result that we're gonna see in about 10 or 20 minutes. We'll see though. Last game of this series, of this match between VLTH and also Solix Esports, which they are respectively on 6th and 7th. 6-7 in the standings.
My good sir, why would you say this will take 20 minutes? What makes you think this will go the distance?
You know, it's a possibility based on what happened in the second game. It is definitely a real possibility. But top lane, though, it's an early gank towards the Yuzhong. And Nicholas was thankfully able to get away. But now for Sherry, he actually clears the lane instead of just holding it near the turrets. Interesting.
Maybe they want to go for faster rotations here in mid.
Maybe they want to go for the kill, but Moss was able to get away with the flicker. Still has the healing as well. Karinaru eyeing for a knockup, but he's not going to be able to get it just yet. Both teams still holding on to their lives in the mid lane. But once again, early rotation to top lane. They want to gank Nicholas so bad.
That's what I'm saying. They learned their lesson from game 1 and 2. Nicholas is definitely an impact player for VLTH, and a lot of Solix's problems are solved if Nicholas doesn't even begin to take off. So, looking at the rest of the map, bottom lane, gold lane, I think the carry just wins. Claude really is just there. Kyo is just trying to survive their laning phase. So, not much. Cool. That's a jump from Katinado, forcing a flicker from Marks.
Huge resource taken away, and now before the first objective, Nicholas though is gonna get killed by the shurikens of Danny Coder.
That's what I'm saying. So I guess mission accomplished for Solix, especially since Turtle spawns right now, and Nicholas can actually make it. Flying Clouds.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to join the team fight though. It looks like VLTH is happily just go away from the first neutral objective, knowing they have almost zero advantage in that regard. Bottom lane though, it looks like Xiao is happy to take down this 1v1 or take this 1v1 against Kyo, as you said earlier, Leo.
We've seen this so many times. I've played the matchup several times. I'm not even a gold laner, and I know how much that's difficult. Oh no, Chojame!
Oh, they won the horsey so bad now. All the frontliners of VLTH is taken away one by one, 2 kills to the dragon and the horse.
And that XP lane matchup continues. The fact that
Oh my god.
Sherry and Solix have beaten down Nicholas so often makes it a bearable matchup. Because usually, Phoveus into Yuzhong, that's pretty miserable for the Phoveus. But given that 2-level gap, I think, you know, Sherry can maybe ask for one more gank just for good measure.
Yeah, that is ridiculous though. Like level 3 before 3 minutes? You can't really work with that, as hopefully he can be more of a difference maker in the second neutral objective, because he's already level 4 by this point. Gold leaders though, as expected, the members of Solix Esports are definitely there in the top 4, as they secure an almost 2k gold lead before the second objective begins.
And it kind of sucks that it's the gold lane where the next turtle is, because Kyo is nowhere near ready, and Xiao can just kind of get free hits here, you know, light wheel there, light wheel here, and that'll hurt. But for Kyo, he could barely Blazing Duet in. Like, he might even get punished hard by a crowd control skill. And he doesn't have Purify again. Oh, dear Lord.
That goes for Sao too as well, though, because on a carry, yes, I can understand, man. Like, it's more of a, I guess, personal choice at this point for this carry, because like it or not, you're gonna get jumped on. It's just a matter of how you can micro away from the potential engage, potential CC if you have a flicker. It looks like VLTH, despite them having that high loss plus Jushin in the mid prio, still was able to take, or like, wasn't able to take any advantage at all in the mid. They're getting dominated by this Khalid.
No early game agency. They're literally here for the ride. Solix is taking them to places that they aren't ready to go. And they're doing it with a Zetian. You know what? I don't think this would have been possible with Eve now, thinking about it. Because the Zetian has global presence. Mimarks has been part of the bully Nicholas protocol. He's been bullying Nicholas too as an accessory.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Have we seen a single Fury of the Phoenix at all in this game?
There's gotta be at least one. I'm sure they've casted one. There's no way Mimarks has been holding on.
Oh, he's not gonna hold on here though. If he wants to take this one, Kyo though with the Blazing Duet trying to just secure the wave, and it looks like he is able to do that. Glorious pathway, perfectly placed actually, but Cherry wants to go for more. I'm not sure what is going for that. He's gonna get dragged back to the team fight, but there's still not much damage from Kyo. He's not activated just yet without items. Oh, top lane, look at that 1v1. Nicholas getting dove on. Pops the Black Dragon form. Was not able to get the Furious type knockup combo, but in the bottom lane, action still going on. It's not over. Oh man, the cameraman is busy.
Mr. Carter juked Nicholas. Nicholas can only really go so many spots as the Black Dragon, and Danny Carter just sent him everywhere here in this top corner of the map. And they're up 3,000 now. There's no way VLTH should even think of contesting. They have to regain composure and find their footing. Be thankful that KO hasn't died. So that's at least a start. The KO hasn't died.
Oh, Lengxi super aggressive, but didn't get punished. Oh, he goes back Fury of the Phoenix, but almost it was a kill to. It's not a kill actually. Katinaru still got away scot-free, or at least taking a lot of damage, but still, that was definitely unexpected.
The way Solix is playing reminds me of an MPLPH normal day. Like, this is how MPLPH plays out. Big rotations. If you don't kill him, don't force it. Take objectives, move on. Very macro-centric approach from Solix. I am not comfortable. This is unfamiliar territory. Casting Solix games. Game 1 and Game 2, they felt very apt for what we've been watching from MSL Thailand. But this one, 2 kills in 7 minutes? What the hell?
What the hell indeed, but now Mimarks getting stunned. But I think he's still just fine. Moss just stealing a bit of poke with the first kill. And to your point, Leo, I think you're gonna be fine. There's still a lot of game time coming on. It's only, quote-unquote, only 4K gold lead for Solix Esports. So it could still go that route. You know, that messy team fight, it's gonna happen again.
I do hope so. Sooner than later. Because Solix, we're starting to see some cracks in the armor, some weaknesses. I don't know if you agree with me, but they seem to be short-ranged. Maybe that's why these kills aren't coming through, is because they're very mid-range. If they want to get some kills, oh my god, Moss!
Yeah, not much damage though. But it's fine if you can only deal damage or be more of a difference maker in the mid-range, as long as you execute it properly, right? So that as long as you use it properly. I mean, Michael Jordan is the GOAT through mid-range only, you know? You don't got a 3-point shot. Any Carter though, and Cherry setting up a bush here. Katinaru. Oh, does he spot it? Does he realize? Does he know? Does he know? He doesn't! Katinaru still holding on to that second phase of the spatial migration. Danny Carter does not want to go for it.
Okay. I'm pretty sure the GOAT conversation is something you don't want to open the can of worms with. So let's keep it in our circle here. 4,000 gold is a solid lead for Solix. They're just taking objectives, letting waves do their job. 1v1, Karinaru! Winter Crown's
Winter
up!
Crown at the
and
perfect time! Oh man, did not get the punish, but he still wants to go for it. Nicholas though, getting the knockout with the Furious Dive. Danny Carter is super low! Literally 1 HP! The ninja is as elusive as it sounds.
they're still going.
It is still going. Looks like Solix Esports just want to cut the perimeter here and try to get the Lord down. Even without Danny Carter, he's just going to be there with the retry and he's just back off. And now Solix Esports will try to play the discipline game. The question is, can they actually do it? Because history tells us it's not going to be that way.
Okay. So far, the game is going the way we expected to. At least I've made peace with that. I made peace with the fact that Solix are putting VLTH in such a weird position, and I think it's less of a Solix thing. It's more of VLTH just keeping themselves safe, because as long as the game continues this way, KO gets farm, and they get more of a chance to come back.
And now Memarks is starting to hit like a truck, man. Zutian's damage is surprisingly pretty high once you get the item, especially that Lightning Truncheon. Let's see if Memarks actually builds towards that route. Taking a look at the items, it looks like Danny Carter will try to go for the Endless Battle. Just try to be more micro-based here with the basic attacks after you use your Quad Shadow. As the Lord is about to crash down to the bottom lane. What's gonna happen?
Solix now up by 6,500 gold. A more palpable lead for sure. All of their resources are online, save for Moss's Flicker. Lord crashing in will proc that shield. VLTH are able to actually save their resources. They get to keep the integrity of their base.
This really is an unfamiliar territory, as you mentioned, Leo. Solix, they're not forcing anything. Like I'm starting to get uncomfortable as well.
You know what? Something tells me Coach Kazin lectured them after game 2 and said, "This is our series. Should have been a sweep. What is going on?" And now they dunk on Shah James without any plans of actually engaging. See? It's all good.
Okay. I was about to say Sherry was almost overextending there, but he's still okay. Still has a lot of tankiness to work with. You know, even though this is not really his time frame to be a difference maker, it's already long gone. The window for him to be the most important member of Solix Esports is gone. But it's still okay. Look at the KDAs, man, from each players. Karinaru 0-0-0, Lingxi 0-0-0, Kyo still 0-2. Both gold players hasn't secured a kill or an assist.
Nothing. Again, the next step here is go for the Lord. So there will be no unnecessary movements, no overextensions. Solix have learned their lesson twice over, and all they gotta do is set up Danny Carter for the take. Anyone comes too close, that's when they open that kind of whoop ass. And look, the rest of them are rotating in. That's the plan.
It's gonna go the same way for Solix Esports now. Just gonna guard the perimeter. I don't know if VLTH, I was about to say if they want to go for a Hail Mary play, but looks like Solix Esports didn't even give them a chance. The burst down from Sao is already very much visible. Now Cherry dunking on Karinaru. Look at the damage. This is a tank, Leo.
Here we go. Looking at the items again, how ready is Solix for the siege? They're up 8,000 now. 2,000 more than they were the last Lord take. Across the board, again, it's not even actively choking out VLTH. It's just Solix is farming out of their minds. And in comes Mo!
Raging Sandstorm and the Fury of the Phoenix. The Hylos, the Horse is getting taken down. And that's 3 kills in this game. Make it 4 for Solix Esports. The turrets are starting to fall left and right in the mid lane. They want to focus down towards the mid lane. Inhibitor turret does not have the wave, but they just force it out. Sao already has enough damage to do that. Only 3 members of VLTH left to defend. Keo with an early Blazing Duet wants to go for a clear. Lingxi goes forward with the Crimson Beacon, also trying to clear the lane. See, Solix Esports still wants to go for it. Special migration also found. Requiem did not get anyone knocked up in the air. And that's the 5th kill for Solix Esports in a span of 14 minutes. As once again, they played systematically, going down in the bottom lane, trying to get all the turret down one by one. The question is, do they want to go for more? Not much HP bars to work with. Fear of the Phoenix again. The damage from Sao2 is still coming on. The horse is going to be left on the table for Solix Esports. They're just pummeling down VLTH's member one by one as they kind of close out the series in a very convincing way. What a game from Solix Esports from the first second all the way until the end.
If you didn't watch the first 2 games, boo-hoo, you missed out on a lot of fun. But this 3rd game is something that maybe even Solix shouldn't have seen coming. Because this was an uncomfortable game for VLTH that they didn't even get to play. Kyo can't believe it. He's filled with emotions. Like, this is not a game that he got to play. None of VLTH's players got to play. There was 0 on the board. Literally 1 turret, man. That's all they got.
Yeah, and once again, just like in game number 2, it really gotta stop losing this way, right? With you securing a hard-fought game in the game number 2, VLTH, you thought the momentum is in your favor going to the 3rd game, and it literally was. You know? Somehow, some way, Solix Esports was able to reset and came back way better than game number 1 and game number 2. This is just a PH-ified gameplay from Solix. They are doing everything way too cleanly for the standard that they set in the first game or second game. Oh wow.
สวัสดีค่ะ โอเคค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับพี่ๆผู้ชนะทั้ง2คนนะคะจากทีม30 บวกดีวะ คุณพิธีกรชอบใจมากจริงๆคำนี้ ก่อนอื่นเลยขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะที่ได้แต้มมาในวันนี้โอ้โหก่อนอื่นเลยขออนุญาตนะคะถามความรู้สึกที่เราชนะและได้มาอีก1 แต้มในวันนี้หน่อยค่ะ
ก็แต้มนี้จริงๆสำคัญมากครับก็ดีใจมากๆครับ
ดีใจมากๆเลยโอเคค่ะดีใจมากๆ
ครับผมดีใจมากๆเหมือนกันครับ
เป็นแต้มที่สำคัญเนาะ
ใช่
เป็นแก้มแบบ
ใช่
เป็นแต้มแบบตัดสินว่าแบบเอ้ยเราจะได้ลุ้นไหมอะไรอย่างงี้
ใช่ผมว่าเส้นทางเราจะจบหรือว่าไปต่อคือแต้มนี้เลย
บอกแล้วว่าไม่ได้เก่าแค่อายุช่วงนี้กำลังเก่าเกมเลยใช่ไหม เพราะว่า ก็คือช่วงนี้เนี่ยฟอร์มดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยคือเราทีมเราเนี่ยได้มีการปรับแผนการเล่นอะไรไหมคะแบบปรับวิธีการซ้อมยังไงไหมคะ
ก็ซ้อมจาก10 ชั่วโมงเป็น12 ชั่วโมงครับ
แล้วหลังจากวันนี้ก็คือเป็น24 ชั่วโมงเลย
โหไม่นอนกันเลยมั้ง
เอาเราต้องเอาแต้ม
จะ
ไง
ซ้อมเหมือนเดิมครับผมเพราะว่ามันหนทางยังอีกยาวไกล
ยังอีกยาวไกลพี่มอสล่ะคะ พี่มอสล่ะคะ
อะไรนะครับเมื่อกี้
เราได้มีการปรับแผนอะไรยังไงไหมเพราะว่าช่วงนี้เนี่ยฟอร์มดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยเกี่ยวกับว่าเรามีคนมาเพิ่มในทีมเราด้วยไหม
ก็จริงๆตอนนี้ก็ไลน์อัพลงตัวแล้วครับก็เลยสามารถแบบฝึกเรื่องแผนเรื่องอะไรได้แบบ100%แล้วครับตอนนี้ก็เลยเข้าข้อช่วงนี้
รู้มือ
ใช่
เริ่มรู้มือกันแล้วแล้วด้วยประสบการณ์ที่แบบว่าอาจจะเยอะกว่าทีมอื่นๆในการเล่นเกมนี้มานะคะแบบว่าคิดว่าเราเนี่ยนำมาปรับใช้ยังไงได้บ้างเพราะว่าเราเล่นเกมนี้มานานกว่าทีมอื่นๆหรือเปล่า
เรียกว่าเกมแนวนี้ดีกว่าครับเพราะว่า
เกมแนวนี้
ถ้าเป็นเกมนี้จริงๆก็ยังเป็นมือใหม่อันนี้น่าจะเข้าประมาณเดือนที่ 6 ได้มั้งครับสำหรับMLBB ครับผมมันมาใช้ได้ไหมได้บ้างไม่ได้บ้าง
ได้บ้าง
นำมาใช้ได้ครับแบบว่าอะไรไม่รู้ว่า
ก็ตามเชอรี่เลยครับผมก็ประสบการณ์ที่เก็บมาก็ใช้ไม่ได้เลยเกมใหม่ มันเกมใหม่
เป็นเกมใหม่แล้วก็เป็นทีมที่เราจะต้องเจอใหม่ๆแล้วก็ต้องปรับแผนไปเรื่อย
ๆใช่ครับ
ใช่ค่ะโอเคค่ะจริงๆแล้วหนูก็เป็นผู้เล่นคนหนึ่งไม่จริงผู้เล่น ในทีมเราเนี่ยคือปกติเราตอนซ้อมหรือว่าตอนที่เราแข่งกันนะคะใครเสียงดังสุดแบบใครหรือว่าใครเงียบสุดหรือเงียบไม่มีใครคุยกันเลยตอนเล่นเกม
เงียบครับ
เงียบไม่มีใครคุยกันเลย
คือด้วยความที่เล่นกันมาประมาณ ไม่พวกผมอายุน้อยอยู่ผมเพิ่งเล่นมาด้วยกันแป๊บเดียว
อายุ
ใช่
น้อย
แต่คือ
อยู่
มันรู้ใจไงมันก็เลยแบบไม่ต้องพูดเยอะ ใช่ครับผม
แล้วใครคอเกมบ่อยที่สุดคะ
ไม่มีครับ
ไม่มี
สื่อใจ
อ๋อ คือมองตากันอย่างเดียว ไม่พูดอะไรกันเลย
ไม่มองตาด้วย
ไม่มองตากันด้วย เฮ้ย เล่นยังไง 12 ชั่วโมงนะคะ เล่นกันยังไง ก่อนที่เราจะให้พี่ๆไปพักนะคะ มีอะไรอยากจะบอกกับแฟนๆ ที่แบบว่ามาเชียร์ทั้งออนไซต์แล้วก็ทางออนไลน์คอยให้กำลังใจเราตลอดเลยเนี่ย พิธีกรนั่งอ่านคอมเมนต์โซลิกจิเอาดีวะ เอาดีวะ โอ้โห
เห็นคอมเมนต์ไม่ค่อยดี
ดีช่วงนี้ดีช่วงนี้ดีค่ะ
ล่าสุด
ว่าอาจจะยัง อันนี้อาจจะยังไม่ได้ใช้กับทีมนี้
โล้นยูเลย
วัยรุ่น 20 บวกอาจจะยังไม่ได้ใช้กับทีมนี้
ก็ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณทั้งที่มาเชียร์แล้วก็ออฟไลน์และออนไลน์ครับผมก็จะพยายามทำให้ดีมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับ
ก็คือจะชนะเรื่อยๆ ในแมตช์ต่อๆไป
น่าจะไม่แพ้ผม
น่าจะไม่แพ้ น่าจะไม่แพ้ พี่มอสล่ะคะ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับผมก็ทุกคนก็คือเป็นกำลังใจที่แบบบิ๊กเบิ้มอ่ะก็คือ
บิ๊กเบิ้มเลย
ใช่คือถ้าไม่มีทุกคน
บิ๊กเบิ้มเลย
ผมจะเข้ามุกพุ่งด้วย ก็คือถ้าไม่มีทุกคนก็คงไม่แบบว่าแบบโหดกันขนาดนี้ใช่ครับผม
โอเคค่ะ ก็ขอบคุณพี่ๆ มากเลยนะคะ เดี๋ยวให้พี่ๆ 2 คนไปพักผ่อนนะคะ แล้วเดี๋ยวเราขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Mini Mint with a post-match interview featuring players from Solix Esports taking the series 2-1. That game may have been the single most dominant and macro-centric game I've seen in all of MSL Thailand.
I think I've seen a more dominant game, even more dominant series. It was like 12k gold lead in the first game, 16k gold lead in the second game. But in terms of macro, there's nothing better than this. Like, there is literally no avenues at all from VLTH from the first minute all the way until the end. Like, every trade, like, even lack thereof from VLTH, there's no trade at all. When you're not getting anything on the board, you're not getting any kills, you're not getting any neutral objectives, not even a chance to contest for neutral objectives. That's probably the most impressive thing out of that game earlier. And I'm curious to see, like, was there any turrets at all that was secured by VLTH?
One.
But we'll see that.
One turret.
Oh, one. Okay, so it's
There
not
was
really
one turret.
a quote-unquote perfect game, you know, but it is perfect in terms of KDA, especially for this guy right here, MVP of the match, Mark. This time around, a different flavor of appeal hero. Zetian, usually, you know, in a normal situation, a lot of the Fury of the Phoenix will be used as a pill mechanic as a way to disengage from a team fight, but this time around, the Fury of the Phoenix is indeed furious. He only used it to get turrets, to get advantage in the team fight, and it was beautiful to see. Even in the early game, Zetian is not really the usual poke mage that is super dominant, but it was really dominant in a weird way in that game earlier.
Yep. Marks is a utility mage specialist. And you'll see that he uses this to great efficiency in game number 3. I've gotten some insider info on how that interview went. Again, shout outs to Facepalm, who is doing real-time translation. Minimint actually asked Sherry and Moss about adjustments they made going into week number 4 here, and they didn't change much of their game. All they did was really intensify their training. So I guess that's what showed here in game number 3. And when asked about their prior experience in esports, because again, these are unks, they've been playing for quite a while, Sherry said, we have a lot to learn from MLBB. We have to adapt more. So I guess there's plenty more to learn. There's a lot of growing these unks can do. More tricks to learn for these old dogs.
But they already nailed the macro down to the ground, right? Especially in game number 3. Obviously, you can see the mishaps, a lot of mistakes from Engage, in terms of Engage for Moss most of the part. But this time around, man, you give him a hero like a Khalid that doesn't necessarily have a high mechanical ceiling. It just works so well. All you do is just poke, go back, heal up, poke, go back, heal up. Once in a while, you get that Raging Sandstorm combo and also Engage, but you don't really have to do that most of the part if you are already dominating the mid prio, and they were incredibly dominant in terms of that. They only have one turret in their hand for VLTH. That's the only thing that you can criticize from Solix Esports' victory, but it's a kind of a nitpicky kind of criticism. And it was 13 gate gold lead in 14 minutes, Leo. That speaks dominance.
That's peak. That is peak, as the kids would say. And you know what? This is something that surprised me. That VLTH actually got some of their buffs. 5 takes across purple and orange. This is what made me say, maybe VLTH can come back. But Solix, despite actually opening up a little bit of the jungle, still kept their eyes on the prize and cleaned up the lanes. That's what matters. That's what made this 14-minute victory so sure and so dominant, is the fact that they didn't waste any movements. So kudos to Solix. They kept their eyes fixated on what really mattered, was not as messy and gung-ho to fight as they were in game 1 and 2, and that led them to victory. I think when we see the updated standings, we will see them actually skyrocket up to where VLTH is, and then VLTH will switch with them, going down to 3-4.
Oh my god, that was probably the most impressive stat that I've seen on this league. I'm gonna go back for it on my PC in my VOD here. In terms of damage dealt for VLTH, the highest was less than 20k. It was 19.6k for Kyo. And this is ridiculous. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that, ever. Out of all 5 members, they don't really have a chance to deal damage at all. Like, barely any chance. So you can see, there's barely any trades at all. They cannot do anything about what Solix doing. Overall, they just take it like a good boy, as Mirko would say. Holy.
We are going on to our next match, but for now, we're going to prep up. Coming up next, when we come back, it's KOG, top dogs of MSL Thailand, going up against Hydra, who has plenty of work to do. They've only won once all season long. His name is Chef and my name is Leo. We are going to go on a break. When we come back, one more best of 3 coming your way. It's a long day here with us for week 4, day number 2. We'll be right back.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
กลับมามันกันต่อนะคะในคู่ที่ 2 ของวันนี้แล้วค่ะสำหรับการแข่งขันเมื่อคู่เมื่อกี้นี้นะคะ ก็คือเป็นการแข่งขันที่ดุเดือดมากจริงๆนะคะจากทั้งทีมโซลิกนะคะแล้วก็ทีมวลีไทยนะคะสำหรับใครนะคะที่เห็นผ่านทางออนไลน์เนี่ยว่าเกมของเราเนี่ยมันดุเดือดมากแค่ไหนแล้วอยากจะมาดูหน้างานนะคะ สามารถมาได้เลยนะคะมาตอนนี้ก็ยังทันนะคะที่ Lido Connect นะคะชั้น2 ฮ3 ค่ะเดินทางสะดวกมากๆเลยนะคะและวันนี้เรายังเหลืออีกถึง3 คู่กันเลยทีเดียวนะคะค่ะตอนนี้นะคะคู่ที่ 2 ของเราเนี่ยต้องบอกเลยว่าใครก็ได้นะคะช่วยมาหยุดทีมนี้ทีค่ะทีมอินซีดำไร้พ่ายอย่าง KOG นะคะทีมอันดับ1ของตารางที่ยังไม่มีใครสามารถโค่นเขาลงมาได้เลยนะคะวันนี้เขาจะต้องเจอกับมังกรน้ำเงินนะคะไฮด้า e-sport ค่ะหรือว่าวันนี้นะไฮด้าเนี่ยอาจจะมีแผนอะไรนะคะแบบแผนลับนะคะที่จะเอามารับมือกับผ้าเย็นนะคะของทีม KOG นั่นเองอาจจะเป็นไฮด้าก็ได้นะคะที่สามารถมาหยุดความร้อนแรงความไร้พ่ายของ KOG ไว้ได้นะคะถ้าทุกคนอยากดูกันแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะทีมงานพร้อมแล้วแฟนคลับพร้อมแล้วนักแข่งของเราก็พร้อมแล้วค่ะมินนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Sawadee Krab and Kapkun Krab to Mini Mint opening up the show once again. Welcome to MSL Thailand Season 1. It's week 4, day 2, and we just finished a series that went all the way. It was Solix Esports who took it to Valley Thai in a 3-game series. Now we're going into our second series of the day. We're talking about KOG, King of Gamers Club, facing off against Hydra Esports. My name is Leo. This here is Sheffin. And Sheffin, I got to ask you, are you ready?
Well, in one way, I'm ready for more action, but in another way, I'm not ready to see Hydra Esports. I mean, hopefully they're not gonna lose that bad. I'm not sure if I should say that, but King of Gamers from the track record, Leo, they are doing really, really well, contrary to the other King teams that's in MPL Indonesia. Hydra Esports, though, that's where a lot of adjustments needs to be made. 1-5 and -1 in game rate. That's, oh man.
Well, to be fair, this is as David and Goliath as it gets, right? Last week, Hydra won their very first match. Their very first game even. That was worth celebrating. At the hands of Full Sense, but the Full Sense story is something else entirely. But King of Gamers, even after facing Bacon Time, who at the time was looking like, a solid contender, beat them too. Swept them even. So now, if Hydra were to get a second win, imagine how crazy it would be. Imagine Lido Connect Hall turning upside down, being shaken twice till Sunday if they beat KOG.
If is the big word here, right? Because yeah, it would be a great story, but chances of that happening is hopefully is way higher than I thought. Because King of Gamers, not even just the way they are pretty much sweeping all the match 5-0, but in game rate too, they are 10-1. That is ridiculous. Against Bacon Time, I actually cast that game with Renmar. I thought it was not close. King of Gamers showed a different class than Bacon Time. It was a battle of two teams that was undefeated at that point in time, but it really was not. It doesn't feel like those two teams belong in the same tier, at least currently from what we're seeing right now. Hopefully Bacon Time can adjust and be better when the playoff comes. But King of Gamers currently is clear, head of the competition here in MSL Thailand.
And Hydra is in a whole nother world. If it looked like KOG were in a different league when they were facing off against Bacon Time, Hydra looks like it's a different world and different problems they're solving. Let's put it at that, because I don't want to dog on Hydra too much. They're already having a very tough season as it is. I think what we can do is just be optimistic about it. Glass half full. And that's even then being very positive about it, because the glass is nowhere half full. I don't think it's even at an eighth, to be honest with you, if you're Hydra facing off against KOG. So, just a quick reintroduction. KOG is made up of 33, Kaizen, Zed, Payen, and of course, how could we forget the man, the myth, Nile.
You could say the face of the current league right now, as we're going to take a look at the team lineup of Hydra Esports here, Leo.
BLC, Clover K, Bell B, Watson, and Nongyo. I'd say the more than generous transfer windows for MSL Thailand might be a boon for Hydra, because as it is, I think they've changed so much. They moved a lot so much between their players, and it's safe to say, at least when it comes to coaches, they are sticking to their guns. It's Coach Aumzin for Hydra, and of course the Filipino import coach Justin for King of Gamers.
Both teams gonna face bump here, and I believe we prepared a video for you guys here. They want you to watch regarding or relating to this match after this. We'll see it in a second.
King of Gamers Club only lost one game all season long. And it's a majority Pinoy lineup. Let's check out the head-to-head here. The bars can't even begin to show you how much of a deficit Hydra is facing off against KOG. 12.86 to 1.84. Payen can half his KDA and share with Watson and still be on top. Team fighting, Payen is just part of Fights More, and he just farms way better. So it's a mystery to me how this young man hasn't seen pro play in the Philippines.
Yeah, it really feels like he just came out of nowhere. Like, kind of like, I would say maybe not as, exactly the same as Kin in MPL Indonesia, but he never tasted the second tier even in MPL PH, and right here in Indonesia he's dominating the XP lane. This is the Golden Ghost of King of Gamers, an insane 12 KDA compared to 1 point something from Watson. Maybe Watson needs his homes to be able to operate here, especially against King of Gamers. A lot of, incredible statistics here. Average death also the lowest out of pretty much anyone in the whole entire league. And that speaks volume, Leo, about how dominant this team, not just Payen, individually, just the whole team dominates MSL Thailand.
I'd assume they call him the Golden Ghost because he's a ghost in the gold lane. You can't kill him, doesn't die. Not much. So we see here a quote from Nile. I could only imagine what the young man is saying. Nile here.
I'm on it.
Oh, you're gonna try it? Okay, try it.
Yeah. I heard they have the most stars in Thailand. And in the competition, the scoring doesn't count the stars. Did you know? Again, like, maybe this is not really the most accurate translation out there. I'm just using my lens, but I think we get the gist of what he's trying to say. Maybe. Emphasis
okay,
on
what did it say?
So I heard they have the most stars in Thailand, and in the competition, the scoring doesn't count the stars. Did you know?
Okay. Fair. Fair. So it shows you the gap between what ranked games might be like and, of course, competitive play. Which I agree are completely different aspects of the game we all play and love, MLBB.
Yeah. a completely different class here from King of Gamers. And it shows not just in the way they execute, right? Even in the drafts, Coach Justine has been head up above the competition compared to his competitor. Hopefully we get some more fighting or more, I guess, like competition from the rest of the league in regards to the domination of King of Gamers, as we're going to take a look at the talent prediction. 2-0 all across the board for the Thailand casters. Shout out to them. You know, I know Wawa. He's a pretty good dude. Audience prediction, 89% compared to 11%. So you can see Hydra Esports is pretty much the clear underdog here.
Which, to me, is very generous because that's still a double-digit prediction. There were still 11% of people who believed they could win. Why couldn't it have been 5%, 4% even? We've seen that amongst different leagues. I gotta ask you, Chef, and where is this coming from? Why would you say 2-0 Hydra?
Hey, sometimes, you know, I don't predict. I want to see that happening. You said it earlier, it would be a really good story if Hydra Esports managed to pull this off, and I'm rooting for that story to happen, man. Chances are it's not going to happen, but, you know, there's a universe out there. There's a timeline out there that is the outcome of this match, as we're going to take a look at the drafting phase here. Before that, random map draw. What do we got? Ding, ding, ding. Dangerous. Oh, broken walls.
We've played through so many broken walls. Is this the third in a row? Well, the third today, but not third in a row. We played in Clouds. We played Clouds once. So that's a lot of walls broken, sir.
Different perspectives expose the same truth.
Definitely. Drafting phase though. That's an interesting first ban there from King of Gamers. I assume this is more of a respect ban to one of the power heroes of Hydra Esports. The glue has been banned. I want to ask you something, Leo. Like, how's the glue been in MPLPH? Is it not really that hot anymore currently?
Glue is often a phase 2 ban. So 4 and 5. Often because I guess you could say it's fallen off, because in the first couple of weeks, or at least the middle of the first half, teams were like, oh, glue is so broken, especially in Rome. But now you're right. It's become more of a complete the lineup type of hero and mess up my opponent's lineup type decision that it's fallen off to that regard. So they open up with the Zushin after the Freya and Khalid get banned out. 33 happy with the way this draft is going so far. By the way, that man on screen is a part of the OG lineup of the original MSC champions that won in your backyard. Chef, and remember that? Do you know where you were on that September 2017 when IDNS did win the first international championship?
I was at my home. I actually watched that. I didn't expect them to be the champion. The good old days, man. Impunity, SG, you know. They brought out the Gatot and Alice combo back then when those two heroes were not meta too. You know, even the content creators from US, from EU coming to the competition. Blue Panda, shout out to Blue Panda, Gemic, Assassin Dave, you know, the good old days. Goes to General as well was there, I think.
Oh yeah.
Is the beginning of another.
So you know where 33 has been. He was formerly known as Framesy. But here we go. KOG closing up the first half. Kaizen gets his hands on the Suyo. And of course, the Esmeralda. The all-in-one answer to the double pick Phoveus and Harith. And now Leomord closes up the draft for Hydra. Again, the Harley out. Leomord becomes your automatic, you know, third down the line.
Yeah, I've been advocating for more Esmeralda picks in MPL Indonesia, and I feel like this is just the perfect pick. It's not really a hero that you usually see in the first phase of picks for most teams, but in this case specifically against a Harith, against the Phoveus, it wins you the lane. And, you know, if you do need that flex potential in the gold lane, you can use it, but I don't think it's gonna be used here against the Harith. They still want to have that winning lane, the XP lane. And now it's a matter of how to actually win out on the gold lane. if you want to prioritize a winning matchup for Payen. But I think he's fine playing the weak lane, Leo. Like, he's all dandy, all okay. You know, he's very flexible in the way he plays, and the whole team operates in the same way too.
I think that's the test now. I think it's a matter of not if we can win, but how can we win? What other slew of tricks do we have up our sleeves? There goes the Hylos, so very clean approach, zone-based combat for Hydra. Whenever the Zaman Force and the Glorious Pathway converge, they can definitely win, but against KOG, that's a whole nother thing to consider. Payen gets his hands on the carry, so good against the Hylos, good against even the Phoveus. Now, what do we play for Nile? Badang, wow, Badang has been coming up. Badang has been on the rise. I think MPLIDC is plenty Badang, no?
Not really. I guess you can see one pick here and there, but most of the part, they want to secure the mid prior, right? And Badang is not really the greatest in terms of that. I do think he's underrated, has disengaged potential, and in this case specifically, King of Gamers do need that for the safety of Payen. He does have the winning lane against a carry, and also fares well against pretty much any heroes that Hydra Esports been picking so far. The Hylos, the Leomort, he can 1v1 if he needs to. If you get Doves on, doesn't really matter. You have a lot of spell fam, plus the lifesteal as well working out for you. And it looks like Hydra Esports will close this one out with a very standard Eve here. Overall, I think this is not the worst draft coming in from Hydra Esports, even though I still do lean for KOG.
And that's what I'm saying. KOG may or may not have, on purpose, opened up a draft for Hydra that is more than decent. Because if I look at this draft, I close my eyes to the matchup, I don't even look at the players' names. And dare I say, even amongst their emblem and battle spell choices, it looks very formidable for Hydra. I have high expectations. I really like this. They're making the right decisions leading up to possibly their biggest match in the regular season.
And you can even argue that in the first maybe 2 objective game, it should favor Hydra Esports' composition in this case because they have a lot of heroes for that occasion. But we're going to jump into the Land of Dawn for the first game here between the last placer in the MSL Thailand so far. 9th place, Hydra Esports against the #1 seed in KOG as Nile getting super aggressive in the buffs.
Here we go. David versus Goliath. As difficult as it could be for a team in last place. Starting off, it's surprising. Oh wait, Nongyo. Oh, Nongyo's fine.
Yeah, good way to use the early kill pressure here for King of Gamers. They know that they had the advantage with the Badang. You can trap people with the second skill, and also that early Soul Sever combo from Kaizen is gonna be super useful for early pressure. As KOG, they want to just pressure Lover K from their own jungle. It looks like he's gonna be able to get the orange buff, even though Nile might get down here, might get killed, but never mind. Zed providing that very necessary peel as the level difference, Leo, 3-2 in this early of a game.
That's it. KOG have thrown the first punch, and it landed straight on Hydra's chin, figuratively speaking. Because Grand Theft Orange right in your face, plus a full bar of XP's worth of an advantage, means Clover K has no business contesting. Hydra cannot, even with, you know, this very powerful lineup. Let's say Belby gets level 4 by the time Turtle spawns. It's gone sideways. Like, fundamentally speaking, KOG walked away with so much.
So much. Clover K, I don't think he's even gonna hit level 4 here. You can see that Nile is just doing a really good job pretty much denying a shorter route for jungling for Clover K. It's Kaizen already taking the turtle. Meanwhile, though, he wants to go for the engage here. Nongyo is gonna be stuck in the RWM. No knockup just yet. BLC backing up into the team fight. It looks like KOG is happy with the turtle take, and also that camp in the bottom lane will be taken by Kaizen, and Payen Just showing off that laning prowess, Leo.
Deliberate. The decisions that KOG are making. Nongyo trapped in the wrong side of the map here. Gets taken down.
Yeah, the Horsey though gets brought back by the knockup, by the Lantern Flare. 2 kills already in this early of a game for Kaizen, and Suyo snowballing. You don't want to see that at all.
Kaizen could not buy a Sky Piercer soon enough. I think he wanted it a minute ago, given how this game is going. Commits Grand Theft Orange once again. That's it. Clover K and his horse are starved right now. That whole side of the map is a lost cause. Now, possibly their only option is to win through the... Oh my god!
Were you about to say win through the gold lane or something?
No, because that's done too. That's done too. I was gonna say maybe the EXP lane, but then again, that's only because 33 is actually moving around. 33 is letting BLC get some space. Because you look, BLC at least has some farm on him, has some EXP, but I think even that is a deliberate part of the plan.
As crazy as it is, we might see a more dominant game than what Solix Esports shown in game number 3 earlier just now. Because so far, HD Esports, Hydra Esports, they don't have anything going out, like working out for them. As we're going to take a look at the in-game equipment so far. Again, nothing too crazy. An early Sky Piercer buy after this for Kaizen should come out in a second. After that, the little penetration item. But right now, Hydra Esports wants to go for the turtle. Let's see if they actually can do this though. Half HP across the board from the frontliners of Hydra Esports. As BLC is gonna go to the death here on his own grave. Now Zed, look at that. A lot of Lantern Flares on us. Crimson Beacon, 33rd, though. Super aggressive in the front line. And that is another turtle plus the kill secured for the Suyo. And he is continuing to snowball, Leo.
That's another orange buff denied from Clover K.
Oh my god.
Truth be told, Chefin, it's a miracle that Clover K even tastes his purple. And he did, the last one, and possibly that might be the last one, because KOG are shrinking the map. Hydra now have to gather scraps to get farm on Watson. Oh my god, 4-on-1!
That caster jinx, Leo. Immediately Watson gets taken down. It's not a fair fight. Now he's just controlling the jungle. Not even their own jungle, their opposing jungler, 33rd. Could have gotten a kill if that second skill connected, but it didn't. But he still has this turret to take. It looks like Kaizen wants to go for the kill here. Sasuke! With that, Susano getting another kill for himself. 5 kills out of 6 for the Suyo.
The recalls come out. KOG haven't won the championship yet, but I think with the way that they're playing and the way they're performing in the regular season, they might as well say, this is my house. MSL Thailand, as per the standings, belongs to the King of Gamers club. Kaizen picks up the Hunter Strike, so best believe he can weave in and out, get in through penetration and movement speed after he gets stacks on his Sky Piercer, which I think now is sitting at 3. So he's got 30 stacks on this Piercer, and the map just continues to shrink more for Hydra.
Economy's not looking too hot to either. Now no fish crack combo from Nile, but the first kill is going to be on the board for Hydra Esports. Nongyoda will be the retaliation. Good RWM trapping everyone from KOG's team, but the damage is not enough. Clover K, another Sky Piercer stack for Kaizen. DLC getting taken down by the fadeaway kill from this carry. Payan getting a kill too, getting a double for himself. And now everyone is just eating from KOG with only Nile as the retaliation.
So it shows that even when you're in full control, at 5 or 6 Sky Piercer stacks, Kaizen is in control of the situation. He did not overheat. He allowed Payan to actually flicker in and then deal the damage through him. We'll see in the instant replay the genius of that orchestrated team fight. Even under the RWM, I think that's the most impressive for me. Even under the RWM, Kaizen decides to just stand around. Look, he's waiting, and then when Watson comes, that's his clear sign to get out of there. And then just wait, maybe I can get one more stack, and then they continue. Oh my god, another fight!
Might be looking at another stack here. Hongyo is stuck from the walls. of Nile, and Payan is just eating what's already on the table. Serve him up on a silver platter. Nile is just completely dominating the jungle of Hydra Esports. Look at that! Watson cannot even go for a long route here. He has to go for even a longer route. Still denies the defend. This is ridiculous.
I'm surprised that mid lane hasn't cracked yet. Because once that main artery goes, then all the more HD can't farm up. Zaman forced by Watson. Fight breaks out.
Flank from KZN, but it looks like Hydra Esports good decision. But it feels like they're just prolonging the inevitable, and in a span of and there you go. That's what you asked, Leo. Finally, just getting all the turrets down in the side lanes. Meanwhile, a flicker combo to Clover K, and KZN is almost fully stacked up with the War X2. That's a lot of sustainability in his and falling Star Moon just to poke. Also deal out some damage. Oh man, how do you recover from this?
There has to be some modicum of mistakes KOG makes. I'm not saying one mistake, I'm not saying two mistakes. I'm saying a grocery list of things going wrong. They popped that Holy Shield, 33rd, escorting a wave in mid, Lord spawns in 5. I'd say KOG have to lose themselves and let go of the pressure for like 3 minutes. I've seen oh my god, whoa, whoa, whoa!
They pulled the trigger. Good Crimson Bacon by Zed, but he ended up pulling Nongyo. Oh, fist crack combo to 3! And now the whole team of KOG just pouncing on Hydra Esports. Falling Starmon. Look at the shields coming from the Esmeralda. Another kill secured. 5 currently for Payan. And they are eyeing for that top inhibitor turret. 33rd is just gonna zone out everyone from Hydra Esports as Payan is just getting the turret down. They move on towards the mid turret. No wave just yet. So they gotta be a bit more patient from now on.
Shevin, that was a 4v5. KOG won that handily in a 4v5. Kaizen was busy taking care of the Lord. He had more important and pressing business to deal with on the map. So now I think KOG are looking to go for the throat here. Lord through mid, no Holy Shield, crashing in. They're inside the base through top already. 2 inhibitors fall.
Lord is still pretty much healthy, not much health bars. Has been poked down, falling Starman just to poke. Now tourist pathway, for what cause? Phantom Steed has been popped. Another turret down, Hongyo is gonna get taken down by Payan again. Payan still in the front line, taking a lot of damage, also dealing damage at the same time. Face crack again towards 2. And now Kaizen getting another Sky Piercer stack. He is fully stacked up. Clover K can only watch. Same goes for Belby as well. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, 16k gold lead to end the game for King of Gamers, living up to their name.
Shevin, I've seen ranked game stomps that were friendlier, that at least had a smaller gap between the winning and the losing team. But this one, I'd like to see the stats. I want to see how big that gold lead was in what, the 11-12 minute game that we just witnessed. Because again, despite the good draft, I'm gonna say it now, this was a good draft. They were playing with, you know, some solid firepower, at least before the game started. Hydra just folded under the pressure here.
And I feel like, I really hope that Nile is gonna get the MVP here, because he is the tip of the spearhead of this composition overall, you know? Just securing all the jungle pressure, the invades, you know, might not get the camps, but he delays everything on the map for Clover K, and that is why he was not able to get close to the team fight, was not able to get close to the turtle. Even for his own buffs as well, most of the part he is just taking the long route over and over again, just perfectly doing the housekeeping. Makes you wonder why Badang is not really getting picked that often in the top 3 leagues. It's more of a, I wouldn't say pocket pick by now. It's like, you know, once all the strong roamer that secures the mid trio goes away, you pick the Badang. Or maybe you need some kind of like disengage and set tool at the same time. As we're gonna see the MVP, it's gonna be the case. It's gonna be Kaizen as the jungler of King of Gamers. I mean, makes sense. He gets these stacks, he gets the damage, and the early game snowball. but I definitely prefer Nile on my screen right now.
Actually, I think this is very much a solid choice. I agree with you. Nile is a good MVP candidate, but I think Kaizen's just sheer pressure in the first minute, taking the orange buff away from K Clover, just led to the snowball that the rest of the team experienced. So yeah, there was very little pressure from the Leomord. I think this was key. The way Kaizen played this Suyo was key, and that's why he's our MVP. Again, he could have shared stacks. He could have lost some stacks and still dealt the same amount of damage and just was the lethal force that he was all game long. But no, he played clean. And I think this is the most respect a #1 team could give to a team that's at the bottom of the standings. You play the same game. I hate seeing teams throw away games just because they know they can win.
It was not close right from the start, man. Like, you can see the clear difference in quality, in macro play, even in micro play as well. I was wondering why, you know, in a way, it was good, the fact that this team was able to, or maybe like brave enough to contest for the neutral objective, I believe second, or was it the first neutral objective? But at the same time, you gotta realize what you were working with, what cards has been dealt to you, because at that time you have almost no business at all starting the total, and that is just the start of the demise for Hydra Esports. And multiple times, man, Nile with great sets, like he's not really hesitating to get his fist crack combo even to 1, but he got multiple members multiple times as well. This is also, I believe, the last set that ended the game, the flicker towards 2, and the whole team is just eating on what Chef Nile has cooked. And that was do you think this game is more dominant than the previous game earlier? In a way, I can see the gold lead. You know, it is, you know, economically more dominant, but in macro play too, you know what? This is more dominant, definitely. I changed my mind.
That's right. Yep. You asked your question and you got the answer all the same. 16,000 gold between KOG and Hydra in 10.
Oh my god.
I'd say 10 and a half minutes. In 11 minutes. Yes, it may seem more oppressive to stay at 0 and 2 for a long while and then win eventually and inevitably. But KOG were so proactive. KOG were always doing something on the map that made Hydra just wins a little bit more every time. So, no doubt, this is what you get when you pit #1 versus number 10. There's just no two ways about it. I wonder how Hydra is trying to resolve right now what happened. How they're trying to regroup.
I don't think... I'm sorry to be a pessimist here, but I don't think it's solvable at this point. There's too much problem that you need to solve for you to come back from this kind of situation, man. Like, they are losing in all fronts. And what I like about KOG is they know they already have the winning lane. They double down on it. Leo, the side laners, you know, carry taking a Master Assassin makes sense, you know. You want to win out the lane against a Harith. It's more of a, not really a 50-50 matchup, but it's still a skill matchup in the end against a Harith. You do win out with a slight advantage in the end. But in the EXP lane as well, this Esmeralda was rocking a Master Assassin. I've never seen that ever, I think. Usually you want to go for either Tenacity or Festival of Blood to stay alive in a team fight, but scratch that. You know? They can dominate the lane and build on what's happening in the EXP lane to the neutral objective. That was a pretty bold move coming in from King of Gamers, very much living up to their name. And one stat that I was impressed about the most, guess how many orange buff Hydra Esports secured in that game, Leo?
How many? 1.
It's
none.
1.
Okay,
It's
so he
1.
got the taste 1. So he got the taste 1 at least. Okay. That makes sense, because everything else from then on,
that's bullying.
Kaizen took. Yeah. Looking at their previous games, this is a unique draft, save for Nile. Nile has already played the Badang, but all the other picks are like picks that KOG don't really get their hands on as often. At least based on, you know, their previous matches or like the most recent match. So, fair enough. Even if it's not, you know, the first dibs heroes or their number one comfort, as always. Their pockets run deep. So Coach Justin really did the work here. I'm sure they put in blood, sweat, and tears to be able to get to number one this late into the season. The question is, what does Hydra have left in the tank? Because I think after this, we might actually have a confirmed elimination. As of yet, the standings do not show confirmed drop-offs, right? We have like 4 broadcast days left. So that means there's 4 days worth of matches that go on that may or may not pull Hydra Esports from down below. But mentally, morale-wise, where does Hydra pull from after that Game 1 loss?
I wish I could give a good answer, Leo, but I've mentioned it before, like there's too much problem that needs to be solved, and at this point, it might probably maybe if I were a coach, my best advice would be like go out there and have fun, but that don't give you the win for sure. It feels like MSL Thailand so far it's pretty competitive in terms of like the 7th placer to 6, just like MPL ID overall. We got I believe almost 2 confirmed elimination to the playoffs. It's just the 6th and 7th place. This is the real battle, like who's gonna be qualifying here, because so far E Arena, Full Sense, and Hydra Esports, they're only sitting at 1 wins respectively. So safe to say that, like, I'm sorry to say this, looks like they're gonna be the ones that almost confirmed not gonna make it to the playoffs.
Mathematically, 8, 9, 10 are kind of knocked out, mathematically speaking.
Yeah.
But again, that's just our calculations. League operations and of course MSL Thailand themselves will announce. But for now, it's a matter of recovery for Hydra Esports, because again, we still need to play 1 more game in this match. And as it is, after that 16k gold lead win in under 11 minutes, if Hydra Esports can even shave 1 game off of KOG, I'd say that'd be a darn miracle. 1 game. Do it. If you can make the current kings and gods of MSL Thailand bleed, that would be a statement.
Like at this point, maybe the only like strategic advice or like strategic planning that I have, if I were the coach, is pretty much pick all the comfort heroes for Hydra Esports, because usually when it all comes down to maybe game 7 of a 7-game series, you would just want to go back to comfort, right? Because that you want all the players to feel as at home as possible, get them as comfortable as possible, and that is one way to start if you want to go back or come back from this series. And I mean, look at that, from the expressions themselves, they're not really looking very good. And let's pull out my Google Lens again and see what the player quotes here is saying.
Yeah,
and
what is Coach
like,
saying? That's Coach Aumzin. What do you say?
That's enough, bro. Everyone's looking at me like I'm invincible. Invisible, I'm sorry. Invisible. I'm not sure what is this referring to, but yeah.
Context.
I require context.
Is the first part in the translation, that's enough? Is that part of the statement?
Yeah. Yes.
Huh.
But again, like, you can't really rely 100% on this translation. It's not fully confirmed if that's accurate, as we're gonna take a look at the drafting phase here. Another random map draw. We've been playing a lot on the broken walls, and hopefully we can change the scenery. And we do. Flying Cloud. We've played it before, though.
We've only played 2 maps today so far, Sheffin. 2 maps. How does KOG close up? And more importantly, will Hydra have a sudden clapback because of the map choice? KOG still on blue. Hydra answering back. The Glue, the Harley, the Zushin, the Bakshi get banned.
daughter of Northern Vale. Your team
At this point, is it disrespectful, Leo, to experiment? You know, because right now they have a lot of room for error, not just in this series, but in this league overall. They are still 5-0. They're 10-1, or actually 11-1 currently after the win in game number 1. So at this point, do you just want to quote-unquote practice, you know, in the league itself? Or is that too disrespectful?
Nah, I think you'd be fine.
Doesn't look like it.
KOG opens up, putting Phoveus in the hands of 33, coaxing Hydra to pick the Harith. Will they though? Watson didn't really exactly have fun in game 1.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the carry becomes a bit more valuable for Hydra Esports because the Harith pick is gonna be denied anyway, and potentially King of Gamers is setting up a Harith pick in Blue 2 and Blue 3. So you have a winning lane in that, but I don't think if you pick the carry here, they wanna go for the Harith. But I guess it is possible. But they wanna go for the Suyo plus the Khalid instead. Huh, interesting.
Neither. They know the Harith is nearby, because again, it's what you pair with the Phoveus. Kaizen, though, gets his Game 1 Suyo stolen away. That monster, that MVP winning pick. KOG, they still have the Leomord up. Guinevere, too. These are all solid picks. There's the Leomord. And is this the Harith?
Don't think so. I think... Oh, interesting. I was gonna say something like an Eve would be better for King of Gamers if you don't play a bit more conservatively, but looks like KOG wants kind of a failsafe with the Freer of the Phoenix. If things go south in a team fight, you can come back with that turnaround. But for Hydra Esports currently, I think it should just be an Eve, no? You have a good mid prio with the Khalid as well, just securing the map pressure for Hydra Esports. I think that should be something that they can build on in the early game compared to what happened in game number 1 when they got completely dominated, not just, you know, in the mid lane, but in their own jungle too. Never mind. Huh. So now at least you ban the carry, right? If you're Hydra Esports, there's no way.
Magic is my life. Your team.
You also ban the Harith because KOG skipped it. KOG brushed it over, instead chose the Leomord and the Zetian, so this makes sense. But you're right, carry should be here, red 5 ban. Or Moskov, since this is Payen's most used hero, still undefeated in MSL Thailand.
The average KDA is ridiculous, man. 16? Are you serious? Is that even the correct number? But it looks like it's gotta be more of a respect bin here for Payen. And like, I don't think that ban does anything to Payen, man. Like, I would argue that if you're not looking at the comfort picks from Payen, carry would be a better pick here. You know?
I'm sure quantity-wise, it wouldn't have been as high as the numbers on the Moskov. But you're right, I agree with you. Carry hurts. They saw that in game 1. His carry hurt. So, there's nowhere else to go here. I think that's the direction that KOG might go, especially since they invested in such utility mid. And it's not core, it's not a damage mid.
That baits a carry even more. This is a Kalea carry for sure. I don't think there is any reason to not go for that 2 picks in particular, unless you want to go for comfort and go for the Badang again. And now was playing probably one of the best Badang I've seen this season in any league. We'll see though. For Hydra Esports, I think this is the question. What's gonna be in the mid lane? It's most likely gonna be an Eve, no? I think King of Gamers definitely read that pick, and they're considering what's gonna be the most annoying roamer if you want to pick, if you're up against the Eve. I think it should be Kalea carry.
Experience the
Never mind.
Okay, they get a Granger and a Cho. Huh. You know what? Kalea don't seem to be such an MSL Thailand thing, at least based on the matches you and I have called so far.
I'm still pondering why Granger. First of all, it doesn't shred as much as a carry, and you don't have a shred for the Terizla just yet. And against a Claude, I guess in the early game, it's not really a winning matchup, you know, for the Claude just yet. Once you get the Blazing Duet, like, that's all over. It should be Watson's game. So, do they just purposely limit themselves here? But yeah, the Valir pick. But does that change anything, Leo?
Sheffin, I have one good guess to answer your question.
What is it?
They need a Skypiercer carrier. Look at that lineup.
Oh. You know what? You might not be wrong here. I mean, Granger early... Yeah.
Your partner last week, Renmar, he plays the Mean Zetian with a Skypiercer. That's his thing. He just slaps Skypiercer on that bad girl. Not bad boy. Bad girl. And calls it a day. But this is MSL Thailand we're talking about. This is not a ranked game. This is professional play. So they needed that. So that, you know, this is them, I think, wanting to play fast. So I get it.
All troops deployed.
I guess, you know, but we'll see what's gonna happen. Might be building to a 2-0 here for King of Gamers, the one that's dominating the league so far, currently sitting at 11-1 in game rate against Hydra Esports, who is still searching for the second match win, currently in MSL Thailand Season 1.
So in game 1, as early as what, the first minute and a half, KOG were already living in Hydra's jungle. Let's see if it's just as fast or just as bad here in game number 2.
But it looks like this is the idea for this Valir pick, right? They realize that the jungles get invaded by Nile no matter what hero he picks. And right now, you can argue that this Cho, even though it's not really as annoying as the Badang, it is more elusive. So they pick something that can secure jungles for Clover K. And so far, it's been pretty good. They've been getting their camps at least, but gotta watch out. Skazen does not have level 4 just yet, so no kills, I believe, to BLC. Still has the flicker, but he has to burn it down before the first objective. That is good resource to burn for KOG.
Not to mention, Hydra, one way or another, may have made the right call. I don't want to call it luck, but they counter-jungled. They denied the green camp invasion from KOG, so with that, they keep that lead tight. You know, it's barely 200 gold between these two teams.
Yeah. Watson and Payan, though, it looks like it's just going to be a non-lane until level 4 hits. Down bottom, BLC is taking a beating here, even though he is, as a Terizla supposedly as a built-in spell fam that should sustain you up until the first neutral objective. But Kzen with some good rotation, forcing him to go back to his turret. Thankfully, though, he's going to be there with the flying clouds. Now Kzen go for the turtle. Some dark wave towards Clover K. He's going to be shoot away from the turtle. 33 is just chasing him down to the ground still. In the front line, taking the damage, also dealing the damage at the same time. Fear of the Phoenix will not be able to get Hongyu just yet. Chit Kundo connecting on towards 2. Clover K will be killed, only at the price of Nile.
And throughout all that, Kzen still refuses the retribution. He took the turtle, committed Grand Theft Purple without using retribution. Kzen, for what other reason might you be keeping that retribution? This is very, very thrifty of KOG.
Hold on, Phantom Steed. Just to secure a camp, like, good move from Kzen. He's just getting everywhere, anything on the map. But at least for Hydra Esports, the lead, you know, even though it's bad, if you look at it, 3 minutes, 1k gold lead, it's definitely bad in every occasion, but it's not as bad as the first game. So that is something that, you know, you want to be happy about as Hydra Esports currently.
Hydra here in a much better spot in the same time frame than they were in game 1. They are making plays. Look at this. Left bush mid looks dangerous. Clover K not revealing himself yet. Oh, Zed and Nile just flushed them out. So far, KOG just keeping it close, and now it begins, the Hunger Games. Kzen taking that small camp down bot.
Yeah, Clover K. Like, he got nothing to do, literally nothing to do. No jungles to take, no gold crab to take. not even a kill pressure to use in the early game. KOG is playing super safe with this Zetian. And while all that is not really happening for Clover K, Kaizen is taking the camps and also, you know, killing his jungle at the same time. I'm curious to see what's the gold difference here is currently, where X has been secured for this Leo Mort, so that is a big power spike going to the second turtle here. 500, so not really that big. The rapid boots will help 33rd to rotate to the turtle area, and he's already there.
And he's the first one to the scene, actually. Pulling the turtle slightly. KOG engages. Nile gets a kick.
Urging Sancho defensively, but he's not going to be able to get away from the danger. As it looks like Clover K was able to steal that one, but at what cost? All the members of Hydra Esports are falling left and right, and Kaizen will get himself on another orange buff.
Deja vu, Chefin. Deja vu. Unfortunate that Payen did not get the stack since he has the Skypiercer already. But still, this is regular programming for KOG. All according to the grand design. As Clover K tries to salvage the situation, but he won't be able to save that tier 1 up top. The laning phase is over. We're done. The map will now be rotated on by KOG because I think more than one of them built the rapid boots. Payen actually has a rapid boots.
That's right. He wants to kite away with the rapid boots, also be safe at the same time. There is not much catch from... Oh, gotta watch out for a second here, Zed. Use the flicker. He was able to get away scot-free. Hongyo might be able to get taken down here, but Kaizen will not go for aggressive maneuver. Clover K secured that Skypiercer. Kaizen, gotta watch out. He's in a bit too deep here. Still gets the purple buff in the process. Never mind. He needs to be a bit more deep. Oh, never mind. Clover K actually got it. My bad.
Wow. I guess that is the difference that Sever makes. Even in a deep fight like that with a I think Kaizen used to a retribution there. He still got to secure his purple, so definitely a much better spot for Hydra here. But I wouldn't say ideal. They're still down about 3,000.
3,000 in 7 minutes is definitely not good at all, as once again, despite on a different hero, now and Zed will own the jungles, will own the bushes for King of Gamers, and Hongyo, despite him on a Khalid, he's gonna be forced to play super safely here. Can't even trade. He's losing out on all the trades against Nile. And once again, they're playing it systematically, Leo, just getting the turret down one by one, you know, starting from the outer turret in the bottom lane. And once again, the one that survives in the mid lane turret.
It's that main artery that Hydra are protecting, because massive rotations occur when mid falls. So the final turtle up for grabs, 1 for 1. Each team has secured one. Rather, Clover K stole the second one. 33rd, once again, first of the scene. But this is all 5 members of Hydra here.
Oh, Nile getting the kick on towards VLC, and the Skypiercer first one secured from Payat. Killing spree from Kaizen, making 3 kills for the Leo. Clover K going in deep, but gets taken down inside in the team fight. Belby and Watson will be the 2 members that is still surviving, as KOG once again looking to further their advantages through neutral objectives.
I can't believe Nile found that kick without having to use flicker. So one could only assume Hydra may have overextended and did not respect what KOG brings to the table. Kaizen, did he get it? I know, I heard a retribution. He has something on him. Wait, it went to Nongyo!
I guess, quote-unquote win for Hydra Esports. I don't know if you would call it a win. It looks like they want to get down the holy shield! But holy kill from Payan as he secures that Malefic War. That is the biggest item that he could secure right now. Now, pretty much everyone on the table will be... everyone on the opposing side will be on the table for Payan.
Yep, even with just 2 stacks. Nile finds another kick.
Another stack secured. Nongyo has to run away from the bullets of Payan. Currently, I believe 2 or 3 stacks for this Granger, and is building towards more as Clover K will be shooed away from his own jungler. It's looking like more and more of a deja vu from what happened in the first game.
I'll tell you now, it's a longer road, but it's the same destination. We are ending up in the same spot unless Hydra can do something about it, or unless KOG make a mistake. Take that back. Make about half a dozen mistakes. There are so many things that KOG have to let go of for them to actually lose this, because they are in such a dominant position.
Raging Sands on Payan will be the target, but no can do, baby. He gets away with the rapid boots. Nongyo is still stuck in the front line in no man's land. And once again, it's a double for Payan, making 5 kills. Kaizen still gets away. Jit Kundo perfectly placed. BLC gun down. It's a triple from Payan.
6 stacks on this Granger right now. Well worthy, forcing the use of their flickers. And Clover K, what a waste! Blinded by KOG's presence, shoots that charge queller over to them instead of the minion to stop it from popping. Now they don't have any holy shields anywhere.
I was wondering why BLC was the main target for Nile most of the part with the kicks, man. The itemization, I really do not like that. Rapid boots into a War Axe against this kind of composition, especially in this situation. You need those Dreadnought, man. Payan, 33rd, Kaizen, even Nile, you can argue, has a bit of damage with the Jit Kundo. You should be able to somehow, you know, sustain the kicks. War Axe will not do you any good. As Nile looking for a kick here towards Clover K, I don't think he's gonna get it. There you go. He's just gonna be back to his own base. And right now, it is an Iron Maiden for Hydra Esports. If they go away from their safe haven, they're gonna get punished instead.
They're trapped inside the base. What a waste of all that horsepower. Nongyo can rotate so fast, but all he can do is roam around the perimeter of his base. And look at Naya looking for more kicks. He doesn't need the flicker, man. He's been finding kicks without it for the past few minutes.
And now the pokes does not feel like pokes at all from both Payan and Zed. The range is also ridiculous. Kaizen though, still in the base, but somehow it's Payan again. Getting his Sky Piercer stack almost to full currently. Immortality secured for Nile. Now he can be much more aggressive setting up for his teammates. Look at that, that's Nadas coming around for Payan. Still trying to deal damage and also getting the turret at the same time. Both turrets will go down at the same time. And the Lord is still very much healthy. Half HP bar for the Lord. But KOG played that systematically. They want to get the bottom turret, inhibitor turret. Now still eyeing for a set here. Did not get the Jit Kundo. It looks like we're back out again and wait for another neutral objective to be secured. But the gold lead, Leo, is up to 1k per minute. They don't want to let up just yet. Nile flickers forward. Fear of the Phoenix. The combo is coming through. And now Payan is fully stacked up. Rose Gold Media secured. Only 3 members of Hydra Esports. This looks like the inevitable. Another Jit Kundo connect. And 33rd just dunking all over the place. Watson, valiant effort. But it is definitely inevitable. Payan wants to stat fight a little bit more, and KOG purely dominating Hydra Esports.
33 whispering into Kaizen's ears, "Kapkun Krab, brother." Our streak continues. With this win, they qualify straight for the playoffs. GG well played to Hydra. I don't know who expected something else here. I don't know who else could have seen a different output and outcome, but a show of sportsmanship from the top dogs of the league here. KOG, once again, a sweep.
Humble in victory to KOG. Even Coach Justine giving props to his opponent. And it was not close, unfortunately, for Hydra Esports. We were hyping up a miracle, you know, upset from Hydra Esports, but it's definitely still far off from that. Like, once again, I think the carry and the Kalea pick still would have been better in this kind of situation, but somehow, some way, with the advantage that they have, with, I'm sorry, better players that they have, it really does not matter at all. Payan, despite him being on a quote-unquote losing lane,
ค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะนะคะทั้ง2คนแล้วนะคะจากทีม KOG นะคะโอ้โห ตามคาดเลยก็คือไร้พ่ายจริงๆ คว้าแต้มมาได้อีก1 แต้มแล้วขอสอบถามความรู้สึกก่อนเลยวันนี้ค่ะ
ก็ดีใจเหมือนเมื่อวาน
ดีใจเหมือนเดิม
ดีใจครับพอเราช
หมื
นะ
ดิม
แล้วก็ดีใจอยู่แล้วครับใช่ครับแล้วก็ยังรักษาสถิติไว้ได้ครับ
พี่นายล่ะคะ
ดีใจครับ ก็จะรักษาสถิติไร้พ่ายจนแมตช์สุดท้ายครับ
โอเคค่ะโอ้โหก็ถือว่าเป็นไปตามที่ทีมและก็แฟนๆคาดหวังสำหรับชัยชนะในทุกๆรอบโอ้โหคือเกมในเกมเงินในเกมเนี่ยคือตามกันหลักหมื่นเลย KOG นี่คือเป็นสุลต่านหรือเปล่าคือมันเกิดขึ้นได้ยังไงคะ
ครับจริงๆก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องธรรมดาเป็นเกม snowball ครับผมเพราะว่าเหมือนเราได้ objective แรกแล้วเราก็ invade เขาต่อแล้วก็ทำอย่างต่อเนื่องครับผมฝั่งตรงข้ามก็เลยไม่มี resource หรือว่าไม่มีทรัพยากรเพื่อฟาร์มเพื่อเพิ่มเงินตัวเองก็เลยจะเห็นว่าสเกลของการเงินเลยฉีกมากๆเพราะเราเล่นเกม snowball แล้วก็เก็บ objective แล้วก็ resource ในป่าได้หมด
โอ้โหสับแพทย์มากค่ะตอนนี้ พี่นายล่ะคะมันเกิดขึ้นได้ยังไง
พี่โก้พูดไปหมดแล้วครับ
เห็นด้วยเป็นวิวเห็นด้วยโอเคค่ะก็คือตอนนี้เนี่ยเราอยู่ที่1ของตารางเลยมีความรู้สึกว่ากดดันไหม
ครับผมก็ถามรู้สึกกดดันไหมก็จริงไม่กดดันครับมันเหมือนขิงแต่มันชินแล้วครับ
มันชินแล้วเพราะ
ว่าเหมือนแบบรักษามาเรื่อยๆครับแรกๆก็อาจจะแบบรู้สึกตื่นเต้นนิดนึงว่าเราเป็นที่1แล้วนะแต่พอแบบรักษามาเรื่อยความรู้สึกมันเลยกลายเป็นว่าเราจะรักษาที่1ไว้ให้ได้ต่อเนื่องยังไงมากกว่า
แล้วเราเนี่ยปรับแผนการเล่นไหมเพราะว่าในเมื่อเราอยู่ที่1เนี่ยทุกคนเนี่ยเขาต้องมาศึกษาแผนการเล่นอยู่แล้วคือเราปรับเรื่อยๆไหมคะ
ครับตอนนี้เราเพิ่งใช้ไป3แผนนะครับเรามี 7,438 แผนครับ
โอ้โหใครอยากรู้ว่าทำเรื่อยๆค่ะดูเรื่อยๆอาจจะจับทางได้แล้วตอนนี้ในทีมก็คือเล่นได้แบบว่าเข้าขารู้ใจกันสุดๆเลยอยากรู้ว่านอกจากการเล่นเกมแล้วเนี่ยมีทำกิจกรรมอย่างอื่นด้วยกันไหมคะ
มีครับผมจริงๆก็เยอะแยะเลยเพราะว่าจริงๆเราอยู่กันแบบครอบครัวมากเราอยู่ด้วยกันเราเดินทุกวันเดินออกไปกินข้าวเดินออกไปวันหยุดแล้วก็มีออกไปแบบตีแบดด้วยกันอะไรอย่างนี้ครับผมมีวันเกิดก็ออกไปกินข้าววันเกิดร้องเพลงด้วยกันอะไรอย่างนี้คือเรียกได้ว่าอยู่ด้วยกันแต่แบบเราไม่ได้แบ่งแยกกันเราทำกิจกรรมร่วมกันหมดเลยแทบจะอยู่ด้วยกัน24 ชั่วโมงเลย7 วัน
โอเคค่ะพี่นายล่ะคะเป็นครอบครัวแบบกาสลอง2 ปีบหรือเปล่า
อะไรครับ
เป็นครอบครัวแบบกาสลอง2 ปีบหรือเปล่ารู้จักไหมกาสลอง2 ปีบอาจจะยังคือทำไมพิธีกรเล่นแต่มุกปีลึกไงนักแข่งอาจจะไม่เข้าใจเป็นยังไงคะแบบกิจกรรมที่เราทำนอกเหนือจากการเล่นเกมเนี่ยก็คือเราก็เอนจอยกันเหมือนกัน
ใช่ครับก็ไปด้วยกันหมด
ก็ไปด้วยกันหมดทำอะไรก็ทำด้วยกัน
ใช่ครับ
โอเคค่ะแล้วสำหรับแมตช์ต่อไปในวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยสำหรับเราถือว่ายากไหมเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยเราจะเจอกับบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ต
พรุ่งนี้ก็น่าจะยากเหมือนกันครับแต่ก็จะเต็มที่ครับ
น่าจะยากแต่เราก็น่าจะชนะไหม
สำหรับเราเหรอครับสำหรับผมก็
ชนะ
รู้กันแล้วกันกับทีม
รู้กันกับทีมโอเค
ถือว่ารู้กัน
แล้วคืนนี้เราจะเตรียมตัวอะไรเป็นพิเศษไหมถ้าพรุ่งนี้เราจะเจอกับบุรีรัมย์คือซ้อมแบบไม่ต้องกินไม่ต้องนอนเลยไหม
ไม่นะครับไม่ซ้อมแบบพอดีครับ
ซ้อมแบบพอดีนึกว่าจะซ้อมแบบ12 ชั่วโมงเหมือนโซลิกนี่หนูแนะนำให้เขาซ้อม24เลย
ทีมเราก็ซ้อมหนักเหมือนกันครับเพิ่งหยุดเองครับ
แต่เราก็มั่นใจใช่ไหมคะในการเจอกับบุรีรัมย์พรุ่งนี้
มั่นใจครับมั่นใจ
โอเคค่ะก่อนที่จะให้พี่ๆ2 คนไปพักนะคะคำถามสุดท้ายก็คือฝากบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆค่ะที่คอยเชียร์คอยซัพพอร์ตเราค่ะ
ฝากเชียร์ KOG ด้วยนะครับเจอกันแล้วในรอบเพลย์ออฟ
โอเคค่ะมีอะไรเพิ่มเติมไหมคะ
ก็จะรักษาสถิติไร้พ่ายต่อไปครับ
โอเคค่ะ
ของผมก็ฝากแฟนๆทุกคนนะครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ King Soft Gamer Club ต่อด้วยนะครับผมแล้วก็จะพยายามทำผลงานออกมาให้ดีที่สุดนะครับผมแล้วก็ในแมตช์ต่อไปด้วยแล้วก็บิ๊กแมตช์พรุ่งนี้ด้วยนะครับผมแล้วก็จะทำออกมาให้ดีที่สุดครับเพราะว่าฝั่งตรงข้ามก็เป็น1ในตัวเต็งของ MSL Thailand เลยเราจะไม่ประมาทแน่นอนครับผม
โอเคค่ะสำหรับแฟนๆนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นของทีมไหนนะคะสามารถมาเชียร์นักแข่งหน้างานได้เลยนะคะที่ Lido Connect นะคะยังไงก็อย่าลืมมาเชียร์กันนะคะ KOG พรุ่งนี้คู่ตัวเต็งคู่สุดท้ายของเราเลยเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวเราให้พี่ๆนักแข่ง2 คนนะคะไปพักกันก่อนขออนุญาตส่งให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
our lovely host, Mini Mint, having a few words with KOG. Let me take some time to digest what was actually said there, because I'm not a Thai native. So I think we'll have to run through some analysis before I can actually get the full gist of that. So it's running right now, Chef, and don't worry. I got the algorithm on it, aka our good friend Facepalm.
Okay, still waiting for the analysis. I wish I was Lafel, man, so I can translate all the things that been said here, because he is
all languages
fluent in all languages, especially Japanese. You know, and everything is Japanese for him.
I'm sure that someday that's not gonna fly, but okay. Questions. Explain that gold difference. They mentioned that it's a typical snowball. You just ride the wave. You just take objectives and dominate them in resources. All right. Minimit asked, KOG, do you feel any pressure? Not as much anymore. The more we win, the more we become relaxed about keeping our streak. So that's good. They roll with it. Even that has momentum involved. And then the last question. You guys are so in tune or so in sync. How does this team spend time with each other? We live like a family. We celebrate birthdays together. It's great. So it's just bonding outside of the game. That is the secret of KOG.
Yeah, that's a secret for most elite teams, man. Even I remember Onyx said something about they shower together in FPL Indonesia to bond. The MVP though, it's gonna be Payan with the Granger. Did not expect the Granger at all, but that GPM is nasty. 966 in this game, fully stacked up on the Sky Piercer. And it feels like for KOG here, the road to championship is almost inevitable with the way that things are going. I mean, you can see in their chests, I don't think that's a sponsor, man. Get rich easy, I believe. That's the way they play. That explains the gold lead, Leo. Almost 30k, I believe, combined.
966 is an anomaly in the current metagame. The way Moonton tuned gold and farming should not allow for you to touch 1,000. I can't remember the last time we touched even close to 1,000 gold. So the way Payan has been farming here, how quick he stacked up the G's is impressive. This young man, a native of Zamboanga, Sibugay, part of the southern islands of the Philippines, is definitely a massive pickup. KOG got a home run picking up this player who has not seen any tier 1 or tier 2 pro play. And now he is amongst the kings of MSL Thailand. Well, at least on the way to it. He's number 1 in the standings.
Number 1 in standings in almost every stat, man. KDA, least death per game, you know, probably most damage too with the current that we're going. And he was not really there in the earlier team fights, man. He was still farming the lanes and all that. But in the mid game, once the Malefic War especially was built, he was able to utilize that to the fullest. This is, I guess, an effort from Hydra Esports to get Payan down, but they were not able to pretty much get him. VLC, man, again, like I'm a bit disappointed with the way he itemized. I think it should be almost a non-negotiable that you want to pick that Dreadnought armor, at least the second item, you know? You might want to finish that War X first because you already invested to it. At the same time, it is a power spike, but after that, you don't want to go for the wings, man. It does not go well with an 80 Sky Piercer stack Granger. It's not gonna matter. You know, the damage reduction, you know, the spell fam increase too. You're not able to use that against a Cho, against a Granger. And once again, it is another 10k plus gold lead game. And I believe it is actually 30k gold lead in total, right? This is 14k, 14.5, 14.4.
Plus 16.
Earlier was like 16 point something.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Either game is what you would categorically define as a landslide win. So, King of Gamers proving that they deserve to be at number 1, qualified for the playoffs as it is, and are slowly inching their way towards touching the crown, taking home the trophy, but they gotta get there first. So every game, every series is a checklist on their quest. Looking at the items and looking at the emblems again, even the battle spells, you mentioned how they should have invested in a Dreadnought armor first, you know, or earlier. I agree, because fundamentally, there's still a lot that Hydra need to work on. Again, why is... Okay, to be fair, this is a Purify Claude. Already, that's a great start. But everywhere else, when you take this to the next level, the next question, KOG just keeps making the better decisions.
Yeah. Overall, it seems like that. Even you could also mention why Clover K was building Skypiercer despite down by a bajillion gold to his respective or like the opposing jungler. That's also questionable. And I also believe the 2 kills that Hydra Esports has secured is on Nile. So 4 other members of KOG are deathless in this series. They're all untouchables. And it also, the fact that the XP lane has not died a single time in a series, that's actually quite ridiculous, man. This is, I said it earlier, I saw the most dominating match series when I cast with Renmar. This tops it. But not even close.
For sure. And rightfully so, because again, this is number 1 versus number 8. Number 1 skyrockets and qualifies for the playoffs. Number 8 stays there for sure, despite the new pickups in Nongyo and Belby. So we wish Hydra the best. Season's not over. There's still some time to, fight the good fight. But as it is, KOG assert their dominance and prove that this is indeed their house. I think we got one more break.
2 more.
2 more breaks because there's 2 more matches. You're right. Once again, you're watching MSL Thailand Season 1. It's Week 4, Day 2. And coming up next is a bout between Buriram United and Tenacity. They're smack dab in the middle of the standings, maybe closer to the top. And then we got Bacon Time facing off against Arena when we come back after this break.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
มาถึงเกมที่ 3 กันแล้วนะคะกับการแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ วันนี้นะคะทีมไหนบ้างเนี่ยที่จะได้เข้าไปแข่งต่อนะคะในรอบ Playoff เนี่ยบอกเลยว่าต้องห้ามพลาดนะคะเพราะวันนี้เนี่ยเป็นวันตัดสินชะตาของหลายๆทีมมากๆเลยนะคะและ2ทีมที่กำลังจะแข่งนี้นะคะก็เป็น 2 ทีมที่กำลังมาแรงทั้งคู่เลยนะคะนั่นก็คือทีมนักรบแห่งปราสาทสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตค่ะนำโดยไอซี่นะคะซึ่งเป็น Player of the Week นะคะจากสัปดาห์ที่ 3 ด้วยโอ้โหในวันนี้เนี่ยเขาจะได้เจอกับทีมเจ้าแพะดื้ออย่างเทนาซิตี้นะคะที่มีไอ้น้ำหรือว่าวอเตอร์นะคะที่กำลังโชว์ฟอร์มโหดเลยคือตอนนี้เนี่ยวอเตอร์นะคะกำลังอยู่ในโหมดร่างทองสุดๆเลยนะคะมาดูกันว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเจ้าแพะดื้อนะคะจะดื้อแค่ไหนหรือว่าจะโดนพลังเบฟนะคะมาสยบความดื้อของเจ้าแพะตัวนี้ได้คู่นี้บอกได้เลยว่าสูสีนะคะแล้วก็ทุกคนจะได้เห็นความมันในคู่นี้กันแน่นอนคือบอกเลยว่าเดือดแน่ๆนะคะและตอนนี้นะคะสำหรับคนไหนนะคะที่อยากจะมาดูนักแข่งนะคะสามารถมาได้เลยนะคะตอนนี้ก็ยังทันนะคะที่ Lido Connect ชั้น2 ฮ3นะคะบอกได้เลยว่าเดินทางง่ายมากจริงๆนะคะแต่สำหรับใครที่ไม่สะดวกนะคะทุกช่องทางออนไลน์ยังสามารถดูได้เหมือนเดิมค่ะและมีโคดี้แจกด้วยนะคะตอนนี้นะคะสำหรับใครที่ไม่ได้อยู่หน้าจอนะคะรีบตามเพื่อนมาเลยนะคะเตรียมน้ำเตรียมขนมให้พร้อมค่ะเพราะว่าแมตช์เดือดอีก1แมตช์เนี่ยกำลังจะเกิดขึ้นแล้วนะคะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะมิ้นขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
If there was anything that non-Thai speakers picked up was that Minimint mentioned two athletes. Water and Agi, former teammates under Leon Esports, now facing off in a best of 3. It's Buriram United versus Tenacity as our third match of the day. This is Shevin, my name is Leo, and I think this might actually have the potential to go all the way. of all the series today, this is the one that I looked at and said, this might go 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the closer ones in terms of standings and also win rate so far in this league. And yeah, I agree with you. I want to see Agi in play because I've seen him in, I believe, M7 Wildcard had a honor to cast one of his games, and it was pretty good. You know, representing Laotian here, Agi in MSL Thailand. Hopefully, he can actually perform to his utmost potential.
And on the other side, it's Water, who was on that same squad. So you've also had the pleasure to cast for him. What's crazy is they've now split up. When MSL Thailand started, they ended up with different squads. One for Buriram United, a well-known organization in sports and esports amongst the Thai ecosystem. And of course, Tenacity, who is also a well-known figure. But just the same, it's Water who's now leading that squad. And on paper, I gotta say, on paper, Tenacity is the only team to make KOG bleed. Tenacity is the only team to take them all the way. And we saw what KOG does to their opponents. So, you know what? I'm going to be of 2 hearts here. I'm going to be of 2 minds, Sheffin. I think my prediction was a Buriram because I think that they figured things out better over the past couple of weeks. But I think Tenacity just has a better foundation. Tenacity just has more grit. And I don't know. Like if they were to fight now, well, they are. Look at how tight they are, right? Look at how close this is because Tenacity is just ahead by match schedule. That's why they're at 4-2.
Interesting. I just realized the ACT and Tenacity is literally both on the 2nd place. I'm not sure if we have a head-to-head just yet. You know, maybe that's gonna be the decider on who's actually securing the upper bracket spot in the playoffs. But right now we're gonna be seeing Buriram United versus Tenacity here. So yeah, Tenacity is pretty much another way to say grit. So I agree with you, and the fact that they managed to take 1 game off of King of Gamers kind of shows that they might have the higher highs than Buriram United. But obviously, it doesn't really play by that rule, right? We're gonna have to see both of these 2 teams matched up in this match, you know, to be able to actually gauge the potential of these 2 teams, which is based on the standing so far is almost equal.
Match schedule again is one of the key factors, but if you see in that previous clip, Buriram United's jungler Lois, weirdly enough, I'm not so sure if this is a call by Coach Trecartista or some other factors, but he's been playing a lot of utility. Our friend Facepalm also pointed this out, but Lois is known to play mean assassins. So where are his mechanically demanding heroes? Where are his, you know, rope-a-dope, juke him out, outplay them type of heroes? I think that'll be key here. If they can draft that way and enable Lois, then maybe the scales tip. Maybe it's a little more balanced, but as it is, I think Tenacity with the 4-2 record might go 5-2. That's just me. But my prediction was Buriram, so I'm correct either way.
Playing it safe. But maybe, you know, the old way to cope in regard to the picks that's been secured for the jungler is, you know, maybe they're just saving it for the playoffs, man. Once the playoffs come, you throw out a curveball and finally draft some assassins for a jungler itself, and that way you can secure the more important games in this season for themselves. And in a way, when you're playing utility, you kind of rely on your teammates more than you rely on yourself, right? And maybe they just trying to give out some quote-unquote like a harder playing time for the side laners and a mid laner maybe at Rome. Make them carry instead of the jungler. As we're gonna see Buriram United Esports, you mentioned earlier, a well-known name both in sports and esports, and they are here in MSL Thailand. And their opponent, Tenacity.
Again, that lineup made up of Song Jinwoo, Water, Lord Guys, Griffith, and Beast.
They are here
is
to
that
take down.
What is that animal? Is that a venison?
That animal.
What is that logo on Tenacity? Is that a deer?
Not sure. sure. I'm not sure if you want to put a deer as your... Maybe... Is it a goat? I think it's more of a goat more than anything else.
Oh, now you mention Coach Disda and Coach Recartista fisting bumps, and of course the rest of the squad. You're right. Yeah, maybe it is a goat. Because goats, despite their, minuscule size compared to the rest of the animal kingdom, they got a lot of fight in them. They got a lot of tenacity. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and obviously goat is
มาตรฐาน
also...
จะคุมได้
ดึงโมเมนตัมจะพาไปต่อ
ตรงนี้พยายามจะตีอยู่ครับดับเบิลคิวเลยครับจากรอยไม่ไหวแล้ววน
เกมที่เจอกับ Tenacity ผมคิดว่าน่าต้องเน้นจังเกิลหน่อยครับเพราะว่าจังเกิลเฉิดฉายมาก
แล้วอ๋อลุดเดินมาแล้วไอ้ดาบไล่สับไล่ทุบไล่เดียวไม่โดนเป็นด้านของไอ้ดาบกับทุบจนละลาย
บุรีรัมย์สำหรับผมคิดว่าเป็นทีมที่แบบเก่งครับก็สู้ยากครับแต่ว่าเอาชนะได้ครับ
ให้พูดถึงของน้ำนะครับถ้าเหนื่อยก็อยากกินน้ำแหละช่วงนี้คอแห้งพอดีเนาะ
ติดฟิล์มกันลอยแค่ถนอมจอครับแต่ถ้าผมชนะตานี้เดี๋ยวผมถนอมน้ำใจให้ครับ
And you were saying, if you think about it,
Yeah, that's...
what was the thought? What was the thought? If you think about it,
I mean, GOAT means the greatest of all time. That's what I want to say. But nice to see. It actually is the GOAT. They have brought out a GOAT plushie, but we're gonna see the player head-to-head here for both junglers, Lois against Water. In terms of statistics, it seems like Water is pretty much topping Lois all over the place. Because as you mentioned earlier, Leo, so far Lois has been playing a bit more utility junglers compared to Water. Maybe that's a bit more assassin or maybe like fighter base that can actually stat pad for the KDAs and all that stuff.
no, you're right. Completely right. Because again, as, weird Guinevere or Baksha or Fredrin here and there, your KDA is going to suffer. Like at best, you get a lot of assists, but you will also die a fair amount. GPM, you don't really farm up as much. Like you're happy giving the rest of your farm to your actual cores. Team fighting, though, that's where I think I would like to draw the line. I think there's no excuse for this being tipped over the other side because even as a utility jungler, you should have plenty of KP. So that's something that definitely Water has over Lois. We're prepping for the draft here. And again, this is just a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. So first to 2 wins. Random map will be chosen. Again, we've only seen walls and clouds today.
So is it actually random though? The Mobile Legends conspirationists are cooking right now. Is it rigged? Is it only is it that's why, only 2 maps has been played? Is it actually rigged?
I'm pretty sure it's a even 25% per map, especially if it's a random choice. Am I correct to assume that it's only in MPL Philippines that maps are chosen by teams now?
Yes. I wish we have that in maybe not just in MPL Indonesia, all across regions, man. Because that makes things a bit more interesting, right? And now you can play around what you're really good at and maybe you can elevate the potential of some of the heroes that you are strong at. For example, Geekfam, obviously Helkert, Beloyski, you want to pick out the dangerous grass most of the time, and Hilda gets a bit more value too in that kind of map. And once again, we are not going away from these 2 maps, Leo. We are stuck in the walls and in the clouds.
I don't mind. And I agree. You don't know what you have till it's gone or when someone points out that it's amazing. I love that we actually allow teams that are actually in the home seat or whoever's turn it is to pick their map because that makes it a more proactive choice. Here we're going to Flying Clouds. Again, team fighting is going to be key. Fast rotations, quick respawns, and then responses. So Buriram on the play, bans out the Fanny and the Glue, while Tenacity take out the Guinevere and the Marcel. There you go. See the Guinevere. That's a Lois thing.
Yeah, but maybe Fanny is not really a Lois thing either because usually when you are forced to ban a Fanny on the blue side, that means you're not really confident with your Fanny either to pick out on the first pick. So Tenacity got some free bans or like free ban slots out of it. Now for Tenacity, there's still a lot of heroes that's still on the table. Jushin comes into mind. The Harith has always been banned, I believe, throughout the whole day. You know, maybe we see a couple of Harith here and there. It looks like Jushin is gonna be the option. And usually when all of these are banned, you want to hover towards the Phoveus, and it is gonna be the Phoveus. Tenacity though, what is going to be the option? That's fast.
Wow.
Holy.
Holy is right. Because look at how bold Tenacity is. Coach, this die, why? There's a Phoveus on the other side. This little baby boy ain't gonna have a free time. Okay, you know what? Who are we to judge? Let me see their last draft here. They've actually won running a Harith into a Phoveus. They did this last week against VLTH. So, or yesterday, literally just yesterday, they did this against VLTH. So they're not strangers to this matchup.
Yeah, it's not like it's the Phoveus becomes unbeatable when it's up against the Harith, right? And even in early game, most of the part, the Harith will not even see the Phoveus in the team fight. So it is still manageable in a way. Now for Tenacity, they haven't picked any kind of mid lane / Vohm. So far, all the teams has been picking the jungler and the side laners. We kind of rarely see this in the big 3 leagues. Usually you want to pick out something that secures the mid prior, right? But they are just going all in on the side lanes, and that might be the case here for Tenacity because they already revealed the Phoveus on the other side. Do they want to pick something that wins out the lane against a Phoveus? Something like maybe Yu Zhong here might elevate the early potential of Tenacity's draft. Not only it wins you the lane, it also just shoos away the opposing jungler from the turtle of it. But that also works. It's kind of a winning lane with the DOT, and it also kind of, you know, shoos away the opposing jungler.
Yep. I would have said this or Uranus. But, you know what I say? Alice is just a sexier Uranus. So, either would have worked. Tenacity now on the bans. We have 2 Harith specialists on either side. Izzy, undefeated so far in his Harith, so I guess that was why this day said, hey, yo, Griffith, take it now before he walks away with it. They banned the Valentina. Why?
Sora? Man,
no,
there's no Sora
there's no
at
room
all.
for an XP lane anymore. Yeah, there's no room for an XP laner.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. My bad. Okay. But it's still weird, the fact that Sora is not banned at all throughout the whole day so far, as they nail down to the mid lane hero here, trying to limit the potential of the opposing mid laner. And they're on the red side, so they can pick out the mid laner first once they exhausted all the options here. Something like a Yif would do just fine.
Maybe that's why they banned the Farsa and the Valentina, because they're telegraphing an Eve. Would be good, except for against a Claude. I mean, the Claude can find you easily, burst you down, but I don't mind. Like, again, they've done the Harith into Phoveus. What more? A Claude into an Eve. I'm sure they're willing to play around that too.
Crowned by heaven's mandate.
Yeah. Oh, they're going towards a different direction here with the Zetian. So now a bit more, I guess, like peel for them. And to be fair, they already have more than enough damage in the Leomord and also Harith. Also, that's also a late game guarantee in Harith. So you want to make sure that the Harith is safe and sound if the team fight hits, when things go south. This too, they gotta dig deep here in the mid lane. The Lilia will be an option. It is decent against an Alice, but against a Leomord, I think it's a weird interaction. In a way, the Leomord can just force out the black shoes with the Phantom Steed and can just chase around the Lilia, but at the same time, it does still offer some kind of safety in the mid lane.
Rome is where I'm curious because Gatot Kacha is such a knockout pick here. Has really good re-engage. Has really good crowd control. I mean, it's the right amount of crowd control for the lineup that they have. What do they throw onto their roamer? What does...
when I give the word.
Oh, okay. Khalid is fine. Khalid is good.
It
it's fast enough.
Yeah. it offers a lot of early game pokes as well, right? With Zitian also, there's a lot of poke towards the Lilia. And I think the Lilia will be outrange and has to play a bit more conservatively, a bit more safe in the earlier part of the game. You know, if they get through the Gatot Kacha, maybe like you can just ignore the Gatot Kacha if you want to poke down the Lilia.
Yeah, massive shuffles, by the way. Lord Guy is in mid, Bees in Rome. So this is a new configuration for Tenacity. Between the two lineups, I'd say, yeah, Tenacity just has to take advantage of those early engages. They're very ult reliant, is what I'm trying to say. Like, perfect Throne of Ruin, hit him with a chain stun on that Fury the Phoenix. Zaman Force, Bob's your uncle. Buriram have a little bit more room to play around. Buriram can bait out these ults, they can rope a dope, they can tango. And then they still have this power spike they're waiting for from Izzy.
Yeah. Going into the line of dawn here for the first game for Tenacity against Buriram United. Who's gonna be coming out on top after this match unfold? And as you said earlier, Leo, they gotta play around the fact that they are more ultimately reliant. Beast though, getting poked down. That doesn't have to use the flicker just yet.
Bees holding out. What is but a quick sand guard here. Up after this wave comes through. Tenacity scores that Little Wanderer. No one's crossing the river just quite yet, so no real lead to be expected. And there you go. Bees is almost instantly just sustainable. Agi actually has to go home. But they are in flying clouds, so they're fine.
Yeah, this is the advantage if you have a Khalid. Just heal up with a quick sun guard and you're back into the team fight. Audience prediction though, it looks like Buriram United is winning by a landslide here. Maybe it's more of a popular team compared to Tenacity, but so far, the draft might be leaning just slightly over Tenacity. It's just a matter of execution.
No, you got that right. I think you're right, because they got me. I got the Buriram bug, man. I'm with them.
Hold on, Water. Super aggressive, revitalized early for MZ, so despite Water being half HP, he can just heal up with the camp there. Hopefully he will have that Phantom Steed ready by the time the turtle is up. And he gets it.
That's true.
A lot of value.
Yep. And actually, Water will still have a Phantom Steed come the Lord, or rather, come the turtle. And I think he can take his time here. He might even go for a small camp, because he knows that Lois needs to take the purple first. Unless... Oh, they're baiting it. They're forcing a response out of Buriram.
Water, there you go. Phantom Steed is ready. Very, very fast. Naracon will be the target. Dark Wave connecting on towards 3. And he's jumping around all over the place. Good Throne of Ruin, but the turtle will be taken by Lois. First blood though, and a double secured by Water. Flowing through the team fight. Does he want to go for more? No. Lois will just take down his purple buff after that turtle take. Still, surely a worth it trade for Tenacity.
Again, very ult reliant, and as long as they find their timings and their spots, should go well for Tenacity, and they get so much out of that exchange. Quick bit of trivia. A majority of y'all are not Thai language natives, but in that video package played before the match, Sheffin, Lois mentioned a little something saying, "I'm thirsty. I want to drink a little bit of water." Wink, wink.
Oh, he might be going for Water here. Already popping the Phantom Steed. Did not get trapped in the AOG. Good dodge from Water. And you can even argue that the fact that the Phantom Steed ran out was the saving grace of that Leo Mort.
And that denies Lois a drink of water. Thanks to Facepalm for the translation. 1,000 gold up about is Tenacity. Is the same spot for that turtle spawn, upper quarter. Bottom lane seems to be a deadlock. I don't think Griffith is forcing anything, nor is Izzy, because they can't do that, because they're both on Purify. So they're just here for the fights.
Oh, look at that. Connecting the stun, and that's the first kill from Lois. Not necessarily Water, but he's eating bees here, surprisingly, Leo.
I'm not sure that's healthy. You want the honey, but
yeah.
Bees did the right thing. Because if it wasn't him, Griffith would have died. That was a 4-man rotation. It was huge from Buriram. They want to take down this Harith.
Yeah, making a lot of gold plating too. Half, in fact, for both Easy and also Lois. And now the gold lead shifts just a little bit towards Buriram United. Only 300 so far for Tenacity. So good little kill there from Buriram United. It's almost equal before the next neutral objective fight. Both gold laners seems like they don't want to rotate just yet. Maybe both teams will delay this just a little for them to be able to catch up to the team fight. But now MZ and also Beast is getting poked down by each respective mid laner as they're trying to set it up for the next neutral objective.
Turtles up, gets reset. Again, the ultra online for Tenacity, that's what you gotta watch out for. Sung Jinwoo finding that perfect moment. No real big targets for the throne just yet. And just like that, Buriram are in control. Like the turtle pit is theirs. Tenacity has to reassert themselves.
Gotta watch out for Sung Jinwoo and Beast. They still both have that big AoE with a Throne of Ruin, also Raging Sandstorm. Tenacity will drag the turtle down to their advantage, but Buriram United just doing their housekeeping, trying to zone out everyone away from their own turtle. It looks like Tenacity will just let this one go. Interesting decision from Tenacity overall.
So this might be one of the main pitfalls of Tenacity. They slowed down. That first turtle and that first collapse was all them, but I think they just committed too much. Agi! Okay, black shoes.
Fear of the Phoenix. Now Throne of Ruin only connecting on towards one. Sung Jinwoo use the flicker to get away. That's good. That's a good resource to burn, but it's also a flicker burn from Agi as well. So both teams exhausting their flickers here.
As I was saying, Tenacity slowing down might be their own undoing, given how they've suddenly shifted gears and said, you know what, we want to take more sure fights. We want to protect Griffith, and we want to make sure that the map isn't as beat up. So that kind of alleviated some pressure from Buriram. That's why Buriram United were able to find that turtle and better rotations and a small lead. Again, 500 gold in the early game. Post-laning, especially after you were down 2 kills and a turtle, is a good thing. So Buriram United, they're playing for this final turtle. So far, Loy's already has a Sky Piercer. Water finds the Phantom Steed here.
Easy going super deep into the team fight and getting killed by the Leomord despite the Purify AOG to the backline defensively, and it's a double for Water on what looks like an overextension, an over-aggressive maneuver from Water, paid off by Tenacity.
Again, a false sense of security. Buriram thought, hey, Tenacity's slowing down. We can fight. Tenacity says, psych! We were always ready. We just wanted for you to come in. It was a matter of timing, not if we had it. And now they're having the map. Bottom lane, tier 1 goes down. Turtle spawning in 10 seconds. Top lane, Sung Jinwoo solo leveling it. Threatening the push, forcing a response from Izzy. And I think this final turtle is all but Buriram, all but Tenacity's, man. Buriram have to fight their way out of this.
Good thing Loy's on a Suyo though, so maybe he can steal this one out just with a single Soul Sever. Raging Sandstorm to the back line, just trying to be safe here. If the Phoenix not really connecting to the most important members, but now Water will just try to take down the turtle and he gets it. Meanwhile though, Sung Jinwoo still tanking up a Storm, Agi and MZ forced to go back. Sung Jinwoo did not want to take the orb. And now, a good lead or a good fight from Tenacity once again.
Interesting decision here. Water split across away from his team. He went down instead of up. Could have maybe secured more kills, but decided to add more lane pressure. Force Narakorn to actually defend. And I think that's the macro play in them. That's much better in my opinion, because at least top lane also did not have to suffer too much. That's the only lane I think they're losing. Oh no! Phantom Steed! MZ!
Yeah, that's not an equal trade. AOG has a lot more cooldown, a lot longer cooldown than the Phantom Steed. And Water could even use that Phantom Steed to further his farming potential here, going towards his own jungle and also his own orange buff, as he secures that Queen's Wings also. So a lot more spell fam, also survivability once the HP bars are dwindling down for this Leomord. And he can go again. You might want to go for another Phantom Steed here.
Well, all right. I think both teams understand how important this next Lord is, so neither are kind of putting themselves at a disadvantage. Neither want a free pick off out of nowhere. Interesting build on this Leomord. I'd like to see how else this goes. Another Phantom Steed come through.
Uh-oh, Fear of the Phoenix connecting up towards 4. Raging Sandstorm also connecting. And now the turret's gonna get taken down by Griffith. AOG will not be able to connect to anyone. As once again, Tenacity just plays it skillfully. Taking down the turret. No retaliation at all from Buriram United. They try to take the mid lane turret, but Tenacity was able to get there in time.
And again, this being Flying Clouds allows for you to reset at the base and then relocate, change lanes, top, middle, bottom, whatever you need to do. And this free clear up top for Griffith is important. That's the long lane. Tenacity needs to take care of that if they ever want to dance. If they're considering this big Lord cake, the first one, that'll snap into a lead whoever takes it.
Now Griffith is also already reaching his power spike with that Feather of Heaven. Now the spam is going to be a bit even more deadly. Expect a rush towards maybe something like a Chastised Cauldron, despite no like pure marksman that based on attack speed kind of deal hero for Tenacity, but it's going to deter some of the potential from the Harith to spam that Chrono Dash around the Zaman Force, as Tenacity will try to go and bait out some of the members of Buriram United in this Lord, or maybe even take it for themselves.
Right mid bush, held here by Tenacity, so that's no entrance from there. There it is, Lord Ruin!
With the Phoenix, oh, the Retribution was able to be executed by Lois, and now Water will try to chase down Easy, and he gets the kill. The front line though, Narcon is on his own. 4 down for Buriram United, only leaving Agi in the process, and he might get taken down here with the swings coming in from the Khalid. One more hit, no, there's still Black Shoes as they chase down the Lilia down to the ground, and that is gonna be a wipeout. They take down the objective, but at what cost, Leo?
Are you a fan of tennis? Because that looked like a fadeaway three-point shot out of water. He called in Barbiel to be able to take down Agi as he was moving away towards the top lane. Amazing work. Again, they may take the Lord, but everything else belongs to Tenacity. Buriram are now down 2,000. Sure, they have a Lord, but they lost so much in that pit.
Maybe a bit too much, and this might be ending up to a negative economy Lord after the clear from Tenacity. It really depends on how they will utilize these waves, and it looks like they won't be able to use that as well. In the bottom lane though, it looks like Buriram United is setting up a trap or a take towards the second tier turret, and MZ was able to get there in time. Good Unbreakable towards 2, and the knockout from the Dark Wave. Water might be in trouble. One already down for Tenacity, but Water still came out alive. Still has that wings to be able to be used. Double kill for this Leomon as he's gonna try to chase down towards the Claude. He goes back to the BMI to his own death. Naracon dunking on everyone, but not much he can do against 3 people. Legendary from what it was a good setup from MZ, but that Leomord powered ring with the wings, that is unfair.
MZ may have called it quits a little too soon. He had like 2 more teammates alive, and MZ said, peace out. I'm out of here. That was difficult to watch. I don't know what Narakorn was thinking, but I guess he was just in too deep already and there was no exit for him. And MZ, man, they gotta fix that comms issue. They gotta make sure that, okay, I'm a frontliner, I will commit. Because if that happens one more time, Tenacity Snowball will be unstoppable. Yes, there is no Sky Piercer from their lineup. I don't think anyone can realistically carry it. Maybe Lord Guys. But as it is, if that keeps happening, Buriram's peel is split up and their frontliners don't decide, all right, I'm staying, I'm committing to this, Tenacity's gonna have an easy win. Like, this next Lord could be it.
Really could be the case here for Tenacity, as that items are just getting secured left and right. Dominance Eyes for Beast, that's big. And the glaive from both Lord Guys and Griffith also. Now everyone in the front line will be on the table for Tenacity. Doesn't care if it's not, even if it's not a backliner, they can still burst down this Gadlakaja. They can still burst down this Fovius that's been so annoying despite the KDA. Anacon was usually the one that's surviving until the last minute. It took them 4 guys or 3 guys to be able to take him down. And now for Tenacity, only kills secured to Beast and also Lord Guys from Buriram United. So far it's looking mighty find for this grit and grind team.
The GOATs, literally. I mean, it's a young league. Oh my God, Songjin Woo!
Agi flickers forward, but to what cost? AOG to the back line, only leaving a single HP. Narcon trying to salvage the situation. Super low as well. He might get taken down. A valiant effort to secure MZ from the kill, but it ended up being a kill towards the Phobius. Water though, pure basic attack without even the Phantom Steed out damaging Lois. That's just how difference of a, you know, how there's a lot of difference in goals and items in these two junglers.
Okay, to be fair, Water has good spell vamp. Water's passive was proccing, so he had a full Oathkeeper stack, so that's automatic crits. I don't blame Lois from running away from that fight. That was a fight he was gonna lose eventually, since, as you saw, as he retreated, Phantom Steed came off cooldown. So this is the truth now of the reality. This is where we are. Tenacity got a Lord. They got kills for free. They're at 3 and 15. This has gone out of control, Sheffin. In my head, it was like more closer to like 6 and 10 or 7 and 12. No, we're at 3 and 15. Burirama's realistically only killed Bees and Lord guys. That mid duo, that's mostly utility.
Yeah. The fact that the frontliners like Songjin Woo is dropping dimes, like this is like prime Rajon Rondo stats here. 0-0-11. He doesn't care about scoring, he's only there to assist his teammates, and he's doing just that. As we're gonna take a look at the items here. A lot of them are fully topped up, especially Water. Now Phantom Steed just trying to shoot away the opposing team, and he definitely has a lot of cooldown to work with. Phantom Steed might be coming in about 15 seconds or so. The load crashes down to the top lane turret. It looks like Tenacity will not be able to use this to the fullest. Didn't take the TP, was Songjin Woo, and now Griffith with his Zaman Force was able to get away. And Tenacity is happy with all of that. Might secure the inhibitor tower. Throne of Ruin was the only gun to Kacha. MZ will be the prize here. Legendary for Water, but it looks like the fight's still going on. Narco is still jumping all over the place. Low is still healthy. Zaman Force popped up by Griffith. Look at the shield coming from this Harith. That's ridiculous. As Water with the item swaps, a bit unnecessary because he was already safe from that situation, but who cares? You're up by 5k gold lead and you take down the inhibitor target in the top lane. Tenacity is going full on trying to secure this game for themselves.
Impressive item juggling from Water. Imagine if he actually died there. Imagine the amount of gold that would be surrendered over to Easy or Agi maybe if they took down Water at 12 kills. I don't even know how to begin to calculate the gold streak ender bonus that you would get. So you might have cut that gold lead in half. So Water here definitely knows how big of a piñata he is. I think just so that they know that they're not forcing anything, they will play for this Lord in 30. But for now, they can keep pressuring mid, I think, because there's still a turret at tier 2 there at half health. Bottom lane, I don't know if they can force that because that's where the Lord is spawning. So maybe they can leave that open and then brute force it later when the Lord spawns.
Oh, very optimistic AOG. But it looks like the passive is there to save him. MZ is stuck in no man's land. Meanwhile, Water in the front line just taking on or dealing the damage towards Narcon. He is out of the fight in a second, but kill secured towards Lord, guys. But now Lois is running for the hills. Still has the wings, still has the spell fan, but he is gonna be taken down too by the scimitar of Beast. And now 2 for 1. Burirama not started it, but ended up losing more.
Sheffin, you can hold your breath, and the Phantom Seed will be back online. There it is. He has his ult once more, and they go straight for the Lord.
Agi pulled down to the team fight. MZ might be doing the same too. And another kills secured from Water. They don't care about the Lord. They want to secure this win as immediately as possible. Top lane Wave is still very much healthy. Only Easy left to defend. Can he actually do the defend? It looks like no can do. The Wave is still there, and Easy is gonna get taken down. And the first game goes for Tenacity in a convincing fashion.
Watching this team's trajectory, their match schedule, their performance, I knew that they had the grit in them. And slowly but surely, maybe only second to KOG, and maybe Bacon Time, they got the goat in them too. They're at match point now. Buriram United, they're thirsty. They didn't get to taste the drink of that water, man. Because water, I think, is the MVP. I'm going to say now.
I mean, it's almost certainly it's gonna be the MVP. I mean, look at the KDA. It is ridiculous, man. Usually with this kind of like frontline heroes, if you snowball, you do get killed up in the end. But water is just way too stacked up on the items, and there's literally no one that can get him down. Easy is just not there yet with the power spike also, and they were not able to get anything in the late game here. Water, look at that, the damage and also the combined with the sustainability is just ridiculous with this Leo mode, man. It's one of those heroes that's incredibly troubling if you give him the snowball. Leo is jumping towards the chair there. Clutch
That's my
moments
ult.
there. That's your ult? What do you call it?
That's my ult. I just jump into chairs. Like, it's just my ult. Regardless, you were speaking about the Leo mode. Again, I am 99% sure that it's gotta be water. Who else? Who else would you name our MVP?
I don't think anyone else, man. I mean, shout out to the whole team, but Water definitely did most of the part. Did everything most of the part. And he was not gun-shy at all. Sometimes a bit gambly in the way he played, a bit too over-aggressive with the Phantom Steed, but it ended up paying off because the lead is just way too much. Even when the gold lead is equal, he still knows the limits of his heroes. Not only that, he also knows the limits of his teammates, the one that's gonna follow him up. You know, he is both the damage dealer and also initiator at the same time with the Phantom Steed. And it feels like every time the Phantom Steed is available, he always pops it. Doesn't matter if it's for farming, if it's for gap closing, he's always there. And funnily enough, Leo, I don't know if you know this, Agi means fire in a certain language. So the water completely shuts down the fire.
Okay. Well, they were once teammates, but as it is, they're not in the same lane anyways. Confirmed!
Shocker.
The young man with the glorious afro is our MVP. Swata.
Yeah. If you, you know, don't look at the face here, it kind of looks like Miracle if you look at the afro only. But we're going to see the highlight here for both teams. As I mentioned earlier, Water is just super, super aggressive. That was unnecessary from Easy. You should have known better. The fact that he's Claude in early game, you should not be able to tank down both of the magic damage coming in from Griffith and also physical damage from Water that's already securing, I believe, 2 kills at that point of time. And they're just snowballing with the fact that, you know, with that neutral objective wins, man. Sometimes it does go to Buriram United, the objective, but most of the time, the trade is just not worth it at all. Even in this case, MZ actually think that was a pretty good try, a pretty good approach with the completely unexpected unbreakable from his part, but the damage or like the follow-up is just not fast enough, man. The Jock Wave is there, sure, that's a chain CC, but it's a Phobius and a Gatot Catch at the same time, so how do you even finish a fight with those two frontliners?
It's basically jumping into an MMA match with just a whole lot of cardio. Not much firepower, but you can last a long while. So, I guess that's why MZ called it quits. Which now in hindsight, seeing that clip again, seeing that sequence, I don't blame him. There really was no reason for him to stay. I think Natacorn just said, dude, go ahead. I can't beat them, but I can hold them out for you. At least we save them some gold. So, that is what I assume happened. Here we're close to the end. I feel for Lois, man, because many a time in my ranked games, I was that Suyo. Many a times, I was the Suyo running away from 3 or 4 enemies, and you just have no choice. You just die.
Yeah, you can see the emotions from Tenacity. Showing that grit, man. Like, well-deserved victory and celebration also. You gotta celebrate the little moments, even though, as the great Kobe Bryant would say, job's not done. Still, one more game to secure for Tenacity. And I think you mentioned it earlier, right? At 15-3, it really doesn't feel like a, you know, now that you see the kill difference, 20-4 game. Like, most of the part, Buriram United had some fight in them. But Tenacity was able to secure the kills. Oh, man. Look at that. Even in the totals as well, Buriram United was actually the one in lead. 2 totals compared to 1.
Exactly.
So they were able to, in a way, use that early Phobius damage, right?
I think it all just happened so fast, and they snowballed out of control, that we even didn't notice? Because it seemed like, you're right, it seemed like Buriram was getting a fair amount of fights in them. They scored the majority of the turtles. They got a fair share of their buffs. They got a lord apiece. They were pushing as well. It's just in fights. I guess that's what we were blind to, Chef, and we were blind to the fact that Buriram can't win fights.
It really can, man. You could argue as well that the composition that Tenacity brought definitely scales way better than Buriram United. The Harith, with the shields and all that. There is not much proper catch as well from Buriram United, right? That can pretty much stop the Harith. And that's why he was, I believe, deathless in that game. And very obvious, the carry plus the Wretchman is Water himself flowing through the team fight. Just very flexible in his approach as well. Doesn't matter if he does not get the neutral objective, still was able to be the main difference maker in the team fight. Wingman Beast, sometimes the job you do as a Khalid doesn't really get highlighted because it's mostly just pokes and there's not much set potential from a Khalid. Yes, you do have the Raging Sandstorm and the Flicker combo, but most of the part, it doesn't really deal that much damage, and the CC duration is really not much too. So you're only there as a distraction, and what a distraction it was for Water to completely dominate the team fight.
You know what deals a lot of damage? That's Scimitar. I think the Scimitar and the Sandwalker passive deals a criminal amount of damage in the early game. So the laning phase, the snowball would not be possible without Bees. So if Bees, as the best wingman, gets a commend, my hat's off to you, sir. I need to see Buriram bounce back. Buriram needs to get into a state of flow like Water did. And Lois needs to get out of his head. I hate to say it, but why is the player who talks smack losing like this? I want flair. I want showmanship. So losing after you talk smack does not incentivize that. So I feel bad. I feel bad for Lois, man. He said it for the show. He said it for the fun.
Man, I prefer that, man. Like, even if the odds are against you, just talk trash anyway. We don't have that in MPL Indonesia. A lot of our players are completely censored from their, from their own emotions. It's been like, even I believe, Liquid Danson also mentioned this. A lot of players are not really, allowed to show their, I guess, like emotions and creativity in the interviews. I'd rather have this when you still talk trash and cannot really back up your talk. It's kind of sad, but at least there's something there. There's something that can be talked about for us community.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It's like, it's part competition, part a show. You have to fulfill both. It can't just be all about the competition. If that was the case, then what are we even here for? You know what I mean? It's esports. The E in esports is entertainment, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess.
No, that's the clip. That's where people end the clip. And then they say, oh, this Leo guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So that's the clip, dude. That's how you get the clippers, dude. You say something out of pocket, and then they take that as it is.
I've been there. I've been there multiple times, in fact. And,
that's how you get the clippers, dude.
It's safe to say the clapback from the netizens was pretty fierce. It was actually a pretty interesting experience, Leo. Have you ever had that? Like, you are getting hated online for, not really doing anything that's morally wrong. That's an interesting experience, and like I'm not sure if I want to experience that again, but we're gonna see drafting phase here, getting a bit too sidetracked with that. Maybe you wanna go back to that point later, but what's gonna be?
Let's wait for the maps. We're just choosing maps, man, and we're not going anywhere new. We've talked about all of the possible routes you could take advantage of flying clouds, but to answer your question, Chefin, there's a reason why humans don't have side mirrors built in. You see any side mirrors on your shoulders?
I am not the only one bound by these.
No, see? So that's why you keep the haters behind you, and you don't have to care about them.
Yeah.
Don't bother, dude. Don't bother. All right, here we go. Coach this die, taking out, again, the key picks. No Phobius. We want to go first pick Harith. Griffith kick butt with it. Take out that Guinevere. No Fanny, no Freya.
Now for Tenacity and both Buriram United, they both have a very tough choice here on what to actually eliminate. I think Buriram United, surely by the history, by the track that we're going in this league, Harith ban is almost warranted. Maybe there's something that, you know, Trequartista wants to bring out to the table if the Harith does get picked first phase by Tenacity with the lack of Phoveus. It's not really that unbeatable of a hero, especially in the big 3 leagues. That's why it's not as prio compared to here.
But watching enough MSL, you know, being a part of the league from where we are, you can see why Harith is so strong. It's because this is a fighting league. And in big fights, Harith is really strong.
That is true. That is true.
Magic is my life.
But in lane, you can still
good
fight it out
read.
with the carry.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean,
they'd rather not risk it, man. They'd rather not bother. So because of Marcel opens up, not even a Suyo, man. It's about Marcel.
yeah, this is like probably one of the most flexible heroes in the game. And that buff in this patch, I think, is completely unnecessary on Munton's part. I don't know if I can say that or not, but yeah, it becomes Marcel becomes a bit more flexible with that buff. We'll see what's the combo gonna be. Looks like Buriram United wants to respond with their own golden hour.
You know what? You know what? Well, you know what I find the funniest in that adjustment?
What?
The fact that in the patch notes it's not labeled as a buff. It's labeled as an adjustment. As if there was some way you can lose by allowing your teammates to move inside golden hour. It's as if there's a downside to letting your teammates get out of there.
That is a good point.
That's the funny part. It's not labeled as a clear green. It's more of a squiggly line. There's a Suyo. There's the Uranus.
Ooh.
Okay. This is a clear challenge from Tenacity. They're saying, hey, you see my boy Sung Jin Woo over there? Who's going to try to kill him? Who's going to have to commit to a pick that shreds through a Uranus? What you got, Trequartista? That's what this guy's saying.
To lead the charge. Your team.
Yeah, I don't even think they want to go for a shred here in blue or red 3. So they want to go for a bit more aggressive approach in the early game, just trying to make both Marcel's and Suyo's life even harder in the early game with Hilda. But that's a good point to bring up. No one's gonna be able to shred this Uranus, especially with the fact that Valentina has already been secured here. It's more of a utility mid rather than damage dealing mid. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the Harley, by the way. Completely, you know, no one picked it, no one banned it in the series.
Now you can, though. Tenacity doesn't have their jungler just yet, if I'm not mistaken. They have a Marcel. They have a Uranus. Oh, you're right. Suyo is their second. All right, never mind. So I guess, yeah, no, it's just... No way. There's no way, sir. This is one of those games where Harley gets to sit down. This is one of those games where Harley gets to sit out.
Yeah, might be sitting up throughout the whole series and might be a 2-0 here by Tenacity with the rate that we're going. There's gotta be a reason why the Uranus is very prio in this, you know, this region, right? They're fighting base, and so far not much shred. Also, finally, Sora gets some love. I don't know if it's love or hate at this point because it's banned out.
I think it's the reason why Sora, when he comes out, is usually very lethal, is no one expects it. So, games on games on games today, no one picks Sora. No one cares, despite the Valentina not being picked nor banned. But now that the Valentina gets banned over there, I think Tenacity is just doing their due diligence. It's like, uh-oh, they might swerve us with the Sora, which could be really bad for our backline, which they don't have just yet. So they take it out. I think it's a smart move.
Ooh. Oh, I guess they're afraid with the potential Rhapsody. That's not a combo with the Golden Hour, you know? But Carry seems like the perfect pick here for Tenacity. Yes, there's not much setup from the Marcel. It's mostly going to be there independently, trying to survive. You do have a lot of spell from to work with also. But it does give you some security in terms of like when there's a dive from the Leo Mord, right? From the Hilda. You are one of the tankier heroes in terms of like spell fams in the game.
For sure.
But it's not
For sure.
necessarily always have to be carry. Moskov can still be the option here for Tenacity for Griffith.
That might be the best swerve for Tenacity, because after game 1, it's clear that Tenacity is a fighting lineup. But what if, you know, they out macro Bruram and leave their opponents in a sweep in disbelief? It's like, why? What happened? Why would this happen, you know? That's very possible. So Buriram now have a pick for red 4. No gold, no EXP just yet. What cracks first?
EXP? Oh, so it's gotta be the Moskov from Buriram United instead. So they kind of secure that late game far lane control with the Moskov, you know, with that Spear of Destruction. Now for Tenacity, for the option to go against the Moskov, I guess at this point you want to go for the Claude. There's not much left here for them. I think carry is a worse option by now because of the Moskov. You're getting outranged just a little bit, and that knockback is also pretty handful.
So Buriram denies that macro win out of Tenacity, so they have to revert to fighting. There's that carry you were mentioning, and of course, an MSL Thailand special. This is more than just Mimark's pick now, as Lord Guys will get his hands on a Valir.
Now, what do you do as Buriram United? There's not much option in the EXP, especially against carry plus Valir. I think most of the heroes are not really that good. Do you want to go for something that's Lapu maybe? I'm not sure if that's even a good option. You can still flex the Hilda too, by the way. But I'm not sure if you want to shift towards that, because Hilda is already a decent matchup against a Marcel.
You're looking at the future champion.
Oh, okay. By hook or by crook, they're going to find that Valir. They're going to find that carry. There is the Yu Zhong going into the hands of Narakorn. So far, I'm actually liking how these two drafts have elapsed, because there's a good fair amount of push out of Buriram United, but Tenacity, with that Marcel especially, that Marcel is just going to define so much of what Buriram can do. Bees has so much on his shoulders.
I would even argue that Song Jinwoo also has a lot of burden here. All he has to do is stay alive in the early game, and there's a lot of early game damage coming in from Buriram United. Gotta watch out for that potential Furious Dive plus Petrify combo, and if Lois decided to back up DXP later, that should be an early kill to this Uranus, and you never want to play Uranus from behind, man.
Uranus from behind is kind of boring. Already, even when you're winning, it's not very fun. I'll tell you now, as a Uranus main, I admit that. So, all the more. Song Jinwoo here has to play this mirror. Well, I call it a mirror because you just kind of both want to sustain off each other very carefully. Game number 2, match point for Tenacity. As if they win, they can finally prove that it wasn't just the match schedule. It's not just because we played more that we're ahead on you. It's just because we're better than you. And you might have 2 of the Leon Esports dudes, but, you know, water's enough.
Yeah. And with this win, Tenacity will secure a comfortable spot in the 2nd place here. They are currently tied with the ACT Esports in terms of match win and also game win at the same time. So this should boost them in terms of like their chances to get the upper bracket alongside King of Gamers that's currently leading the charge. Agi though,
oh my god,
getting fired down. First blood secured by water. It's true, the water shuts down the fire.
Dude, that's got to be all levels of confusing. You get blown away by the fires of the Valir. You get stopped in time by the Marcel, and then in comes water to just take you out. Oh my god, they're not done.
And then look at the damage, early game damage from the Uranus. MZ in trouble, but it looks like Lois is there to clean up the house. Phantom Steed, but Water with a quick maneuver around the turtle pit. Songjin Woo-do. Oh my goodness, what a jump!
No way!
Ankle breaker. Lois still gets the kill somehow. I think with the retribution also, but now Lord Guys wants to secure a kill here, but Agi is there to back them up. The shower still procs from Narakorn, but Water still gets the kill. Or not Water, it's actually Lord Guys who gets the kill to Narakorn. A chaotic early game, 2-2 already, Leo.
Water aimed that charge queller away from the escaping Lois. If only he knew, if only he saw that Lois was in that brush, I think there was a good chance he would have hit him. And that would have slowed down the momentum of Buriram United. But as it is, Tenacity are fighting out of the early game advantage that Buriram has, especially since Narakorn joined the fight. So in a team fight, confirmed, especially in the early game, the Yuzhong is so much better. The Uranus does very little. He's not as, chunky just yet, not as stanky. And that's why Buriram are first to the turtle. I don't think it's even worth contesting, man. This is all Lois right now.
Yeah, this is what Yuzhong gets you, right? That security in the objectives. You mentioned it earlier against the Uranus. Songjin Woo mentioned it earlier too. You don't want to play this hero when you're behind. So far, not much gold lead from Buriram United, only 200, so not much difference. It's still, all in all, an equal game for Tenacity, and they do have that failsafe, that late game insurance in Griffith. If worse comes to worse, you gotta play through that late game.
And I think the fact that the gold lane has been relatively quiet is still a good news for Ten. Tenacity can actually still survive off of that without much assistance from Lord Guys or Bees. So, thankful that Griffith is independent, but Buriram have to think about that. Buriram might have to reconsider more rotations towards the carry.
Just Phantom Steed once again to secure a camp. It's always worth it, man. Kind of feels like Leomord is a bit of a broken hero with the cooldown, or the lack of cooldown from the Phantom Steed. Super fast farming as well for this kind of a sustained hero.
Even as early as now, like 4 minutes in, Phantom Steed is like a 25, 26 second cooldown. It's ridiculous.
Thankfully, the Water still gets the gold crab here, and so far, not much happening ever since the chaotic early game, 2 minutes without a kill. Maybe it stops now with BS getting poked down to half HP. Gotta watch out for this early game pokes from both the Hilda and also the Valentina, man.
Okay. Buriram United, I think they're up and ready for this turtle take. Agi has the golden hour, and Narakorn is already in position. So that's just clearly how much they're winning the lane. Mid lane is on lock for Buriram. Bottom lane is on lock for them as well. That's why Narakorn is able to rotate first. And I think, if I'm reading the map correctly, Tenacity has just given up on turtle. Like, they know that they cannot contest.
Yeah, I was wondering why Lois didn't want to wait for the War Axe to be secured before he's going towards the turtle, but this is the answer. No one's gonna be able to secure that or contest that. Thankfully though for Water, always flexible, just securing that orange buff from the other side. Good, I guess, like, answer from the objective take.
It's all that they could do, and that's what's keeping this gold lead kind of close. 2-2, sure, you're down 2 turtles, but you're farming out of your mind. And now they chase him down!
Oh my god. It's not even chase. He's not even going for the Phantom Steed there. And half HP was taken just from the pokes. Griffith does not have the best time here in the gold lane to actually losing out in XP against Easy. And it's also easy for Easy to clear the lane, right? Compared to the carry. That passive from the Moskov should be able to get him the lane and rotate towards the team fight much, much easier. Easy, that's... I don't know about that flicker, dude. That seems unnecessary.
It was a little panicky. Back from where I'm from, that's what they call panicky. And now MZ has to suffer the next 2 minutes without a flicker. So I don't know if Tenacity is going to take advantage of that, if they're going to strike now, or if they'll just take it as a sign of less pressure out of that roamer.
Yeah, thankfully there's not much catch though from Tenacity's side, so even if he gets chain CC'd, it's mostly not gonna be super long unless Lord Geist is just on his back the whole time. Super annoying, this Marcel, man. Just going in, going out, trying to stack up on the Thunderbelt if he actually build it already. This is how you play Marcel.
Oh, he does. He already has it. Yeah, he does. He does right there.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, 10 seconds till the turtle spawns. And for some reason, Buriram slowing down seems to have given Tenacity a 500 gold lead. From out of nowhere, there's 500 gold up on Tenacity, and they might actually be able to contest. Because look at where Lois is, man. Lois is so far off.
This might just be Water doing Magic's work, man. Because his farming potential is definitely more than Lois currently. But in terms of objective take, I don't think he can compete, despite him having that Soul Sever combo with Retribution. The team fight is where the gold's at. That's where Buriram wants to farm all their economical advantage.
Okay, it looks like Water is baiting Lois to just commit to the turtle. Because I think Tenacity has had it with the turtle. They don't care about it anymore. And the slowdown is causing this comeback from Tenacity. Buriram fully commit. And look at the trade. It's a turret down bottom.
Our pup. Yeah. It's just how it is. And Tenacity is definitely happy with the trade, man. You can have all the turtles in the world. We have the map pressure in the far lane. So now, the next Lord fight, despite, once again, in terms of fighting potential, this composition for Buriram in that it's better. Still gonna be hard for the Makon though, getting baited out. And it's like he's gonna be killed by Song Jin-woo. Finally a kill after 6 minutes of Dead Silent.
Chefin, that's the most lethal Ionic Edge I've seen in a while. A flicker Ionic Edge to confirm the kill on Natakorn. That is devastating. That's horrifying.
It really is. And now the lead ballooned to 1k gold lead for Tenacity. As they're starting to show their teeth here. They have the items, they have the power spikes. You might want to see Griffith's item in a second. Let's see if he actually secured that Swift Trinity or some of the items that he needs. Lois though will be the target here. I'm not sure if Tenacity wants to go for this one. They're just gonna back off smartly.
Okay, some time for Tenacity to catch up. Black Dragon form.
Old guy still trying to peel for his teammates. It looks like Water will somehow escape from death. But the Spirit of Destruction, I don't think you want to take that one, my dude. Just trying to delay the recall from Water. Almost getting a kill there. Meanwhile, though, Song Jin-woo might be getting another Ionic Edge kill towards MZ. But he's still cracking that shield with the bushes.
Okay, Buriram United showing some teeth. Telling Tenacity that 1,000 gold lead ain't nothing. We still have it in us. Song Jin-woo have caught up to the farm. There's a small lead for Water. Across the map, the gold laners are at about the same spot here. No kills for either of them just yet. When Izzy starts to get a little bolder, then maybe that's when the differences come through. Whether it's a punish or a clean takedown. Because Tenacity haven't tasted an SOD that was actually committed for just yet.
Both gold laners has a lot in their hand in the late game here, as Tenacity wants to go for this Lord or maybe bait out a team fight here. Knowing that Easy is still in the bottom lane. Lord is super low though. Looks like they want to go for the 50-50. Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be Lois with the Retribution. Despite him on a Leo mode compared to the Soul Sever combo from Lois. And Easy was not even there.
That was a delayed proc on the Golden Hour. I think what Bees was planning was to Golden Hour the Leomord before it got into Retribution range. So maybe that was a second or a split second too short. And with that, Buriram are happy to take the lead. Small as it may be, it's still a Lord. They can still convert through the roof and take the map for themselves. Here comes Lois.
Once again. It's not going to be punished. There's not much punish mechanic too from Tenacity. The only thing that can get them kill is if Buriram United overstepping their bounds, man. This Valir is not built for chase. It's built to peel. It's built to punish the overextension. Same with Griffith also. Doesn't really have that much range to work with. No catch at all from Tenacity also. So they gotta play it super safely here. Just wait for the power spikes and finally the lead or the economic advantage is shifting towards Buriram United.
As small as it may be, if you look at the map, that's all you need to see. The fact that top lane has gotten their tier 2 taken down, bottom lane is halfway there. Lord in a minute and a half, this might be the Lord that actually breaks through inhibitors. MSL Thailand games are so fast-paced. Oh, Song Jin-woo!
Oh, early flicker. You hate to see that as a Uranus user. And looks like Tenacity will just group up. Not sure what's going to be the angle here. But they want to go for the kill here. Agi super low. Water, though, might get faded into a Golden Hour, and he is stuck. Golden Hour clapback as well. Now Water, can he actually survive from the Black Dragon form? Knockup is there. The Furious Dive combo connecting for Narakorn. But now, bodies are actually falling for Buriram United. Tenacity got the better trade out of it. 2 kills for 1.
Lord Guys cooked them all, man. Lord Guys, what is he building? We've seen plenty of Valiers today build more utility. I wonder what he put in. What is the secret ingredient that led to the damage being lethal to Narakorn and MZ? It's the same. I guess they just took too much damage, or wait, hold up. They do not have magic defense, my guy. They literally just have tough boots. That is the difference. No Radiant Armor, nor Athena Shield. Not even like an Oracle Dominus Ice to, 50-50 it. That's why it melted them.
Oh, MZ, a bit too aggressive there. A bit too optimistic as well. But that's big. The load is about to come out in 9 seconds. Do they have the time to use this? Without Marcel left out of the field?
That's why they're blitzing it. Buriram United are going straight for the Lord. MZ checking that right mid bush. And you get your answer, Sheffin. B's easy pickoff gets punished really hard. I don't know, man. Did he have to die there?
Definitely not. So, in a way, 2 straight quote-unquote mistakes from B's in both Turtle or Lord fights. Earlier, it was the late Golden Hour, which completely makes it 50-50 for Lois. But this time around, it was an overextension that was completely unnecessary on his part, man. Yes, you want to stack up the Thunderbelt, but your life is definitely much more important. But Narakorn, the hits from Griffith is starting to show here in the late game.
That's what I'm saying. I think you're right. He waited in his head. Thunderbelt stack are my life. And he forgot what was important. Bottom lane, man-to-man defense, Water versus Izzy. Lord up top. They collapse on the Lois, and the fight breaks out.
Yeah, nothing much happening here. Just want to take the purple buff potentially here for Lois. Does not have the retribution, but no one is there to contest him. First Destruction connects. Bees, though, taking the brunt of damage from Easy. Now Song Jin-woo in the front line. Narakorn still trying to find the combo here. Lord Guy is going to get knocked up. Not even. He died before he got knocked up. But now Easy will try to take down this mid-tier turret. Bees with a good immobilization. Golden Hour will be defeated by the Flicker. And now the Phantom Steed will be delayed for, I believe, the Valentina. But now we'll see Sung Jin-woo taking a lot of damage. Agi going for the Flicker, but looks like he's gonna be killed instead. Water though, super low. Oh, what an outplay! James Fangstell, but now Lois will be chased down by Water. Still has the damage. It's gonna be a triple for Water. 5 kills overall in this game.
If you're talking about more recent history, James Banks has been falling in love with the Leomord. But yes, you're right. As a Suyo, Water is performing at mutant level efficiency. That sequence single-handedly with Song Jin-woo is doing amazing work. That could have gone sideways. It could have been over, a wipeout even for Buriram, but dear God, look at this. The iframes, and then I think Lois's hesitation led to the map going back to Tenacity. They have a lead, 2,000, it's good, it's big.
But the far lane though, it definitely favors Buriram by a bit. But the fact that they still have the second tier turret, Song Jin-woo, it's gonna be a problem that needs to be addressed. No damage at all from the Hilda, very much makes sense. Who is going to be the executioner for this Uranus, man? I don't think it's gonna be easy, but at the same time, do you want to just pour all of your resources and time for this Uranus specifically is a Moskov. You are the main damage dealer for Buriram United. They are bigger fishes to fry for this Moskov.
I think the answer is neither hero nor fight. He might actually have to split. I think that would be my best advice for Izzy. Commit to that bottom lane, the long lane. Instead, why is he going here? What was the play? Tenacity is taking control of the pit.
Oh, Water still has the Soul Temper combo. It looks like Narcon wants to evade that. Golden Hour 2 times from both the Valentina and also the Marcel. Now Lois still trying to find the damage here. But looks like Easy or MZ will be the sacrifice for Buriram United. Water though somehow gets away with the immortality. This man is unkillable. And now Agi and Lois might be stuck here. Do they want to chase? But I don't think Beast will have enough time to delay the disengage from Agi and Lois. And now the recalls are coming in. Song Jin-woo just jumping in the base. No one can take him down. Lois secured the Malphite 4, but to what extent can he be a difference maker this time? Agi getting poked down to the ground. Looks like Narcon will be pummeled down, bursted down in no time. And Tenacity, against all odds, you can see the emotions. They came back in that game and secure a sweep 2-0 against this team.
That is a statement. Tenacity, by securing second in the standings, have also secured their tickets to the playoffs. What a match. They're going to Central Ladprao in late May, joining KOG, confirmed to be moving through. GG well played to Buriram United though. Fist bumps across.
Buriram United was not able to utilize the mistakes that Bees were making in that game earlier, and the two were costly mistake. It cost them the Lord 2 times, but they got a bit overzealous in the team fights. We mentioned the potential of the team fighting for Buriram United. Definitely outscales Tenacity, but in terms of just baiting out the team fight or like kiting from a team fight, Tenacity definitely has the advantage. And over again, Water being the difference maker here. Very elusive with this Suyo, and was able to item swap at the right time. And this is the final nail of the coffin. Not much they can do about that. Late game Yuzhong, just not enough to defend the base.
ค่ะตอนนี้นะคะมินก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะนะคะทั้ง2คนนะคะจากเทนาซิตี้ค่ะโอ้โหวันนี้แพะดื้อนี่เตรียมแผนมาดีมากเลยนะคะก่อนอื่นขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะที่วันนี้เก็บไปได้อีก1แต้มแล้วก่อนอื่นเลยเดี๋ยวให้แนะนำตัวก่อนนะคะกับทางบ้านเป็นชื่อและก็ตำแหน่งค่ะ Can you please introduce yourself, your name and your role?
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อกริฟเฟตครับผมมาจาก Tenacity ครับผมเล่นกูเลยครับ
Okay, thank you.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อวอเตอร์นะครับมาจาก Tenacity ครับเล่นจังเกิลครับ
ก็เป็นกิฟฟรินนะคะกับ Water นะคะที่จะมาสัมภาษณ์กับเราในวันนี้นะคะโอ้โหก่อนอื่นเลยขอถามว่าเป็นยังไงบ้างความรู้สึกที่เราเนี่ยได้แต้มมาในวันนี้ชัยชนะของเราในวันนี้ How do you feel about this feeling like you have the win you have the point today
feel of course very good because we guaranteed the playoff
yeah
so we did not expect to win to be honest but we did really a good job today especially Water
okay
รู้สึกดีใจครับผมที่ชนะได้ครับ
เราแบบไม่ตื่นเต้นเลยเหรอ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
นึกว่าคิดมาอยู่แล้วว่าจะชนะก็เลยแบบไม่ตื่นเต้นนะสำหรับกิฟฟินนะคะเขาก็รู้สึกว่าเขาเนี่ยดีใจมากเพราะว่าตอนแรกเนี่ยเขาไม่ได้คิดว่าจะชนะด้วยซ้ำแล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยทีมทำได้ดีมากๆโดยเฉพาะไอ้น้ำของเรานั่นเองอยากรู้ว่าการเจอกับบุรีรัมย์ในวันนี้มันยากไหมสำหรับเราแล้วเราเนี่ยเตรียมแผนพิเศษมารับมือกับบุรีรัมย์ team already or not
to be honest it was really easy
really easy
but
really easy
we did some good job
yeah
we did some good job not that easy but like we expected it to lose but like I said we did some good job
we did a good job okay
ก็อย่างที่กิฟฟินบอกนั่นแหละครับ
อย่างที่เพื่อนบอกเลยเราแบบว่าไม่มีแผนพิเศษเลยเหรอในทีมเราไม่ได้เตรียมอะไรมามีแค่ฝีมือเตรียมไม่ทันเตรียมไม่ทัน แต่ฝีมือเรามันดีอยู่แล้วก็คือกิฟฟินบอกว่าความจริงแล้วก็ไม่ได้ยากขนาดนั้นนะด้วยความที่ทีมเขาเนี่ยมีการฝึกซ้อมกันอยู่แล้วแล้วรู้สึกว่าฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเนี้ยคือเขารู้มือรู้ใจแล้วก็เล่นกันแบบซ้อมหนักกันอยู่แล้วใช่ไหมมันก็เลยแบบว่าเป็นการเล่นที่แบบเหมือนแค่ซ้อมกันเฉยๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยใช่ไหมแล้วตอนนี้คือฟอร์มของทั้งกิฟฟินแล้วก็วอเตอร์เนี่ยคือแบบโหดมากเลยคือเราแอบไปซุ่มซ้อมกันเองอีกหรือเปล่านอกจากซ้อมกับทีมอะไรอย่างเงี้ย like now your performance about the game is so like top form and like you do other time playing like without your team or not
No.
just playing with your team
Yes.
and did you do this good oh my god that's so nice what about แล้วน้ำล่ะคะ
ก็เหมือนกันครับเล่นแต่กับทีมครับ
เล่นแต่กับทีม
ใช่ครับ
ซ้อมมาแล้วกี่ชั่วโมง
ไม่รู้
ไม่รู้นึกว่าคือวันนี้พี่โซลิเขาพูดไว้ไงว่าเขาซ้อม 12 ชั่วโมงอยากรู้ว่าทีมอื่นเนี่ยซ้อมกันกี่ชั่วโมงอะ
เมื่อวานน่าจะประมาณ1เกมประมาณ4เกมเมื่อวานเพราะว่าซ้อมไม่ทันครับ
4 เกมเฮ้ยคืออันนี้พูดนิ่งๆแต่แบบมีความขิงเล็กๆนะซ้อมไม่ทันแต่ว่าก็ยังชนะมาได้สำหรับกิฟฟินก็คือเขาก็คือซ้อมแค่กับทีมเหมือนกันไม่ได้ซ้อมแบบว่าแยกเลยโอ้โหถือว่าแปลว่าเข้าขากันได้ดีมากๆเลยขนาดไม่ได้ซ้อมเยอะซ้อมแค่4 เกมเนี่ยก็คือแบบเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ดีมากเลยนะคะทีมนี้สุดท้ายเนี่ยมีอะไรนะคะอยากจะบอกกับแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์เรานะคะทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ออนไลน์ Do you have anything to tell about your fan that always support your team like on site and also online
ฝากเชียร์ธนาซิตี้นะครับแล้ว we do our best to be champion of MSL Season 1 so please support
Okay
ฝากเชียร์เทนนัสตี้ด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์ไอ้น้ำด้วยนะครับ
โอ้โหไอ้น้ำแบบไอ้น้ำเอาให้นะวันนี้สำหรับกิฟฟินนะคะเขาก็บอกว่าขอบคุณทุกคนนะคะที่เชียร์เทนาซิตี้นะคะแล้วก็ฝากทุกคนนะคะเชียร์ต่อไปด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวยังไงให้นักแข่งของเราทั้ง2คนไปพักก่อนนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Congratulations to Tenacity, and of course, the winner of that bout, former friends, now foes. Wait, that didn't work out the way I wanted to. Wait. Come on, water! Is it the afro, or the afro just doesn't pick up well on chroma? Anyways, congratulations, Mini Mint, sharing some words with our friends there. Okay. Impressive. I did predict on air that it would be Buriram. Maybe because I'm on the Buriram hype train. They're a very popular team. But let it be known that I also said Tenacity looks like they should win.
Sure, man. But I'm the only one who
Let me
predicted
have this.
Tenacity to win. You know?
Let me have this.
To be honest, I just want to be a contrarian, man. Like, if you voted 2-0 for A team, I'm gonna vote 2-0 for the B team. That's the only truth of the prediction. But what a game from Tenacity, man. It didn't look right in the early game, you know, but they came back despite all the odds are against them. Despite them just gotta wait for the mistakes coming in from Buriram United. But you know, at the end, they actually did a mistake and they fully capitalized on it, getting some lords, getting the objectives, getting some kills most of the part, you know, and that's why they were able to come back. And once again, it looks like the MVP is pretty obvious.
I think it's a back-to-back MVP, right? We just have to accept that fact. Long and short of it, Buriram United had better fights. Yes, no doubt. But mainly Tenacity and Water had better decisions. From the second to second, moment to moment, that's what stopped them from losing outright. And you'll see, even in the moments wherein they're winning, Water does so well to protect himself. Even when his team is like, all right, well, there's 5 of us, we can kill him. When Water's almost dead, he just gets out of there, juggles some items, then comes back. This young man is such a smart jungler. I want to be like him. When I grow up, I want to be like Water.
Everyone wants to be like Water, man, just flowing through the team fight. And I think the most intelligent thing that he did is just how he pretty much salvaged every situation, every bad situation that thrown to Tenacity. Despite them losing on objectives, he somehow finds an angle to get the turret, in the other side of the court, you know, getting some profs as well. And the retry in the late game was so pivotal. And that's why he was able to pretty much keep them in the game, man, in terms of economy. We've mentioned it earlier when things were going south for Tenacity. Hold on a second, why is the gold lead actually going for Tenacity just a little bit? That was all water with the farming, with the pathing, and also with the way he somehow was able to alleviate the situation. And this is some mistakes coming in from Bees. I think Bees was, like, the idea was there, especially in the first objective fight, you know? That was a good plan. I was wondering why they wanted to go for a 50-50 despite them having the advantage on the map. But they want to use that golden hour properly. Didn't end up doing it, so I think the idea was there. The execution is the problem for this guy. And there's still a lot of time for this team to use to be able to fix these problems.
Yeah, again, I think it comes down to smarter decisions from Tenacity. Going back to something you mentioned, why is the gold still going for Tenacity despite Buriram winning the fights? Is because Buriram keep looking for fights. That means they're rotating where there's no farm. They're rotating where there's no minions. And that means the map gets a little bit more easier to control for Tenacity, and that kept them within winning range. So, again, don't be a good player, don't be a great player, don't be a flashy player, be a smart player. That's what's going to get you the dubs. That's what definitely got Tenacity here, the sweep over Buriram United. Just under 18 minutes. They ended with a 6K gold lead, give or take. This game is as equal as it gets. Look, more oranges for Tenacity, but more purple for Buriram. All of the major objectives go to Buriram, but at the end of it all, Tenacity cleaned up house. So, again, they deserve to go to the playoffs. They deserve to be number 2, at least for now, for today. And now Bacon Time have a lot of catching up to do. Bacon Time has a match today. So if Bacon Time can go to 5-1, then, you know, I think that would also lock them in for the playoffs.
That should be the case, but looking at the stat right now, it's kind of a jarring game for the gold laner here. A combined 0 kills for both the carry and also the Moskov, which supposedly the main damage dealer from both sides. Interesting itemization or emblem take here from Griffith, going for more, I guess, sustainability for him in the early game. He knows that most likely he's not going to be able to just purely win the lane against Izzy, and he wants to go for more of a conservative route, just staying alive most of the part. And he was able to stay alive despite him not really getting the kills. Damage dealt though. Valentina actually topping the charts. So I didn't really expect that, despite this mid laner is more of a utility base. Same with the Valier. Both of them topping the damage chart in this game from their respective team.
Agi, I think, almost single-handedly could have won them the game. It's just, again, in comparison to most of Tenacity's players, specifically Water, I think he got killed by Water like more than once. He stood in the way of danger too often. And again, that's one of the main issues you have as a mid-range mage in a Valentina. In comparison to, you know, the mid-range care that Lord Guys was putting into his game, I think it's a stark difference. Also to note, I like Lord Guys' build. He built a little bit more damage. He knew that he needed more teeth in this fight to be able to close up, so kudos to that. I'm learning to love Valier. I might play a little bit more Valier in my rank games now. Thank you, MSL Thailand.
Yeah. I think it works in MSL Thailand most of the part because the approach is usually honest front to back, right? And that's why there's not much flanks, there's not much going around from the sides, and that's why this picks just bolster so much value in this region. But yeah, what's gonna be next here, Leo?
We are going on a break. When we come back, we got the last match of the night. We're going to watch Bacon Time face off against E-Arena. You're watching MSL Thailand. We'll be right back.
Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
กลับมาเจอกับมิ้นท์แบบนี้อีกแล้วนะคะ แปลว่าตอนนี้นะคะ ความมันในเกมที่ 4 ของเราเนี่ยกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้นแล้วนะคะ บอกได้เลยว่าตอนนี้นะคะ อุณหภูมิในห้องเนี่ยคือกำลังเพิ่มขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลย เพราะว่าความเดือดจากเกมที่แล้วเนี่ยยังคงอยู่และความเดือดกำลังจะเพิ่มขึ้นในเกมถัดไปค่ะ เพราะว่าคู่สุดท้ายของเราในวันนี้นะคะ เป็นการเจอกันของเต้าหมูน้อยนะคะเบคอนไทม์ค่ะที่สัปดาห์ที่แล้วเนี่ยเพิ่งจะเป็นการพ่ายแพ้ครั้งแรกของเขานะคะ แต่ว่าวันนี้นะคะเขาจะเจอกับทีมกระต่ายข้าง E Arena ค่ะหลายคนเนี่ยอาจจะมองว่าเบคอนไทม์นะคะเป็นทีมตัวเต็งแต่อย่าลืมนะคะทีม E Arena เนี่ยเขาพูดไว้ว่าดูกระต่ายต้องดูให้จบมาดูกันว่าวันนี้นะคะ E Arena เนี่ยจะพาจบเกมตอน 35 นาทีอีกหรือเปล่าหรือว่าทั้ง 2 ทีมนะคะจะมีแผนอะไรที่งัดหรือว่าเคล็ดลับอะไรต่างๆนะคะที่จะเอาออกมาสู้กันเพื่อให้ได้แต้มไปในวันนี้นะคะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวมิ้นขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Welcome to the last match of the night. Week 4, Day 2 is about to come to a close, but not before we find out who wins between Bacon Time and E Arena. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Chefin, and we're going to be calling this best of 3.
Yeah, and it seems like just like one of the previous match, this is kind of an underdog situation for EA Sports, definitely. Bacon Time has lost once, and that is only to King of Gamers. Deservingly so, because King of Gamers was really good in that match. I believe I casted that one with Renmar last week. But now EA Sports, or E Arena, I'm sorry. This is a tough challenge because they are just like Hydra Esports earlier, currently in the red zone, comfortably also, because Valley Thai Esports, they already secured 3 wins, I believe, currently. So it's gonna take a lot for them to catch up in the standings.
E Arena, their closest competition prior to the day starting was Solix, but Solix fixed up their act and are now ahead of Valley Thai at 3-3. So that being said, E Arena, I don't know if they're technically already eliminated given how tight it is to get up through the playoffs ladder, but just the same, they're facing off against Bacon Time, who is, prior to what happened in the previous days, number 2. They could have been the one to challenge KOG and maybe give the King of Gamers Club their first loss in MSL Thailand, but K-Sera, here they are. They got swept by KOG, who was in action earlier. So now they're looking to recover off of E Arena. So I'm scared for E Arena. E Arena is going to face the wrath of an angry Bacon Time.
And if Bacon Time actually wins this one, I'm not sure how the league is counted or the standings are counted, because Tenacity currently is 5-2 in match win and lose. Meanwhile, Bacon Time is currently 4-1. So if they win this one, it's gonna be 5-1. In terms of net game win, they're not gonna be able to catch up just yet, even though they might win 2-0 against E Arena. But maybe they can boost up to number 3, and hopefully once the season ends, Bacon Time can be maybe on a bit of a better form and taking Tenacity's spot at number 2 there, potentially. But obviously, it's not going to be as easy as it sounds. Despite E Arena currently 2-10 on the game win and lose, they're still here for a reason, Leo.
Yeah, again, this is a team that only second to King of Gamers Club showed the impressive results you get when Filipino imports are well integrated into your lineup. Not the same story for E Arena. So, safe to say, this is a good contrast of like really good imports working out and then not so good kind of products of the import program. So, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting game here, our second David versus Goliath scenario on broadcast for week 4, day 2.
E-Arena still definitely, they try to figure this one out because time is kind of running out for them. And we said it earlier in the day, it's almost certain that these 3 teams will be eliminated from the playoff contention. Especially we are inching closer to the end of the season. Almost all the teams already played that match, only leaving a single week, I believe, for this MSL Thailand season number 1. And what a season it has been. And with all of this, unfolding, we're gonna have one representation from this league to MSC wildcard in EWC in Riyadh. And hopefully they can actually perform there, because for the longest time, that MSC title has been the only major that this region has.
But they were the first. Let's get to meet Bacon Time once again. Kang, B-Boss, Exhort, Guns, and Spider Miles. The former is an MSC champion, Exhort. The latter, an M6 world champion. So Bacon Time is stacked.
Yeah, they're definitely stacked. The experience, whether it's locally or internationally, is all over the place. Spider Miles obviously spent some time in Minana EVOS too. One of the more iconic Estes players in VLTH. Definitely not the most iconic one, because we know who that is. But meanwhile, E-Arena so far, only 1 win in the season, looking to turn the season around. Or will they, quote-unquote, catch up in a bad way to all of their mates, which is Full Sense currently and Hydra Esports 1-6 in the standings. E-Arena currently 1-5, so 1 loss will equal the match win and lose ratio for this team to the other bottom teams.
We got to meet Coach Noel and Coach Dart for Bacon Time and E-Arena respectively. And of course, the Thai Chop Master, Cobb, calling the match, making sure it's equal, down the middle, clean, good fun. Here's a head-to-head between the junglers, B-Boss and Mijizi. B-Boss being a Thai player, and of course Mijizi, an import. You see here that stats-wise, they're pretty close. You know what I mean? Like 4 to 3, about 100 between them, maybe just 50 for GPM. And then straight down the middle, equal team fighting participation.
I don't know if it's close for the KDA ratio. It's definitely more than you think. 1.7 differential from these 2 junglers. But again, we gotta put it to context for the picks that they've secured so far this season. But I'm not sure that applies in the match earlier, but I'm not sure if it applies here. Because E-Arena, they're currently 1-6 or 1-5 for a reason. But we're gonna take a look at the most assists so far this season for the mid laners. Zosnap comfortably on top. Meanwhile, we see X-Sword on 4th here. Definitely not, definitely catching up to that number 1 spot. But we'll see after these 2 games, how will it fare to the other mid laners that's currently playing. Because in terms of experience, he's definitely not lacking of it at all, Leo. Oh, wait a second.
Whip it out, translate.
Yeah. Hold on.
What is B-Boss saying?
Watch out in the forest. I'm waiting to hunt rabbits. So E-Arena's logo is a rabbit. So yeah, just like the water situation earlier, I guess.
Okay, and it's not even like just a specific kind of rabbit. It's not a Mijizi rabbit. It's not a Wraith rabbit. It's not a Hanagus rabbit. Not a Peachy rabbit. It's just all of y'all. All of y'all.
Yeah.
B-Boss is hunting.
Okay, I don't know if it's a sidetrack kind of question. Have you ever eaten a rabbit, Leo?
I couldn't say I have. I would remember if I did. I've eaten, other... Based on where you're from, rabbit might count as exotic, but no, I don't think I have, sir.
Yeah. So, fun fact, I have, and it's actually pretty good. It's super soft.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Stateside, like in the Western world, people hunt rabbit, so it's a pretty common meat. It's a good protein, especially in the the frontiers. in the Frontier times. But for now, let's stick to, you know, the map that fails to leave us. Oh my God, another broken walls.
Your team is banning.
And also, usually, you know, I remember in the last playoffs of MPL Indonesia, Miracle teased me about not getting a bacon on my cheeseburger. Finally, I can partake in some bacon here, you know, because I'm a Muslim. In MSL Thailand, we're gonna see bacon time action against some rabbits. And looking at the bans, Chip is actually getting banned from E Arena. This is interesting because so far there are no picks or bans on this hero, Leo.
I don't know what Coach Dart is on, but the only thing that disappoints me about your partaking in bacon today is that I was not your first. I was not there for your first partaking in bacon. That was with Renmar when y'all casted for KOG. But now, one more ban for the first phase for bacon time. They take out the Phoveus. So that means Zushin is left open, Harley left open. What?
What?
Why is E-Arena banning this way?
Well, I mean,
Coach Noel is smiling as he's pacing back and forth like, what?
To bring you
yeah, that is a question indeed. I don't even think Akai is a signature hero too, but the Freya is definitely gonna be picked immediately for E-Arena after the Jushin. The question is, who do you pair it with? Harley, this is a solid combo for E-Arena so far. I'm not really complaining. But for Bacon Time currently, if this is Alter Ego in MPLID, it should be Leomord immediately.
Those are still good options. As well as a Suyo. I guess you could play around with that because Suyo Harley isn't as bad a matchup anymore. The best Suyos around the world are willing to run him into magic damage now. And carry into Freya.
Yeah, I like this. A decent laning matchup against the Freya does need to wait for the item though, because there's no way you're taking on a Freya level 4, even if you already had that speedy light wheel. But for E-Arena here, they're going for a more mechanically based hero with the Cho. I guess the combo is there, and also it kind of secures you that mid-prio. It's pretty elusive too against the Jushin, so in a way, you are kind of quote-unquote forcing the Jushin to go for a flicker if you are a known Cho user. But we've seen a lot of times, Leo, even in this day, that Purify is not always warranted against this kind of composition.
And I think that's the difference between good Cho matchups and bad Cho matchups. I am 99% sure that that's not going to be the case for Guns. Guns will play a Purify, I hope, and this will not be an easy pick-off for that Cho. Going to the second phase, there goes the Kalia. Okay, now we're going back to the realm of real and proper bans.
It's just that Akai is such a curveball. It's just there, man. Like I cannot stop thinking about it. I can understand the chip, you know? You don't want to deal with that teleport, and I always think that chip is fundamentally, you know, conceptually a broken hero. So that's why it's banned. But now for Bacon Time, they banned the Eve, hero that can secure that mid-prio. If you want to go and nail down towards some of the picks in the mid lane, Zetian or Lilia might be next, but I'm not sure that's gonna be the case. It's just an option.
Mid lane has been the make or break. That's why Valiers that come out at the very last moment suddenly become MVP. I like how that's such a, you know, MSL Thailand kind of character in their game, in their draft specifically.
Oh, this Arlet ban kind of came out of nowhere. I guess, you know, if you have the lack of range that Carry has, then Arlet is definitely a trouble. But so far, there's not much potential combo that's been set. There's a Cho, but I don't know if that's warranting an Arlet ban at second phase. But we'll see. E-Arena still lacking in that mid lane and also EXP lane. I think you want to go for the mid lane first here and wait out for that EXP lane matchup to give you a winning lane. Or maybe just save that, you know, flex potential in Freya, because we've seen a Freya EXP before.
They're keeping up the bit. They will not reveal up until the very last pick. There goes a Zetian. So a good set of eyes for the macro. Fear the Phoenix. Global presence. How does Bacon Time respond? They need a roamer and an XP laner. The frontliners, basically. What's left? I don't think... This is not a Uranus.
That's still an option, by the way, Uranus. Yes, the early kill pressure from Harley might kill you down, but you just gotta have to play a bit more conservatively. Even the Alice kind of works too, and there you go, Uranus immediately with the Hylos. I'm kind of digging this composition from Bacon Time. Very honest front to back, and you know, all that's left is to scout out the side lanes or the side of your... Oh, holy! Okay,
that's a debut pick.
I'm caught off guard with that pick. So there's a lot of damage from EA. This feels more like comfort rather than meta. So we'll see if it's gonna work out.
Dear Lord. Damage out of EA. Just muscle out of Bacon Time. Bacon Time have to use their resources very specifically. Because if some way, somehow, Guns gets picked off, or B-Boss doesn't snowball out of nowhere, there's a whole lot of nothing they're doing. It's a very specific kind of approach from Bacon Time. EA, it's a little spread out, but at least they have damage. That's what I'm counting on for this underdog bout to, you know, actually happen. If we're going to see an upset, it's going to be because EA just played with a lot of firepower. Let's go into game number 1 in our last match of the night. It's E-Arena versus Bacon Time.
Let's go, Land of Dawn. But going back to your point, Leo, like this composition really relies on micro, right? And so far, like I gotta say, going by the track record, the win total of this team, surely the micro is not really that great. So I'm not sure if this is a good foundation to lay it upon against one of the better teams of MSL Thailand. Okay, good secure. Has to use the retribution for safety measure for B-Boss. It's all A-okay.
I like how you just straight up said E-Arena might find it hard to play this lineup going up against one of the top 3 teams out of MSL Thailand, because I agree. I guess that's why Bacon Time isn't as troubled. But look, this is odd. Where is Bird 5-star seeing this win? Why is Bird 5-star saying 2-1? I'm gonna ask him later.
Wait a second. Just gotta wait a second. Or maybe there's no caster prediction for the English side, because you'd be surprised on what I picked to win here. Once again,
because you said EA. There you are. See?
Oh man.
You don't have to tell me. I know what you want, dude. I know what you want.
You know what I want. We'll see here. Look at the emblem still coming in, or the choice of spell from this Freya. I like this. The Vengeance. Normally you want to go for a Flicker with a Freya just for the chase potential, but against a carry that's almost certainly gonna rock a Purify, then you don't have that agency to go and chase this carry. And against a carry, you do need some kind of like way to alleviate the damage, and that's the Vengeance is used for. Meanwhile, the Peachy getting dragged back over the wall, and he has to use the Flicker. Good resource burn. Still going on though. It looks like Hanagus getting bursted down still, very much not really that healthy, but he's still there. B-Boss taking a full beating to the electro final blow, but he still has the opportunity to get this turtle without any contest whatsoever. MiGZ responds with an orange buff take.
And here's the thing. Does Bacon Time know MiGZ stole it? And now they're just about to find out. Drats! Bacon Time! Exhort gives B-Boss the bad news. He took your buff, boss. He took your buff.
Hey, at least it's not that bad of a trade. I think I prefer that turtle over the orange buff any day of the week. It kind of boosts your overall team fight potential too with the extra shields that you have. But it's all good from both sides, you know? They're willing to let go of some things, E-Arena, and that's a good sign of an elite team. You know, it's a matter of how will they keep this up, you know? They're willing to give up something, but they get something in return.
Uh-oh, Hanagus playing footsie to Spider Miles here as B-Boss tries to recover what's left of his orange side jungle. Turtle spawns in the lower quarter in a minute. And look at how deep Wraith is right now. Wraith is just checking all of the brushes. That's how fast he clears it compared to the Uranus.
Oh, top lane though, Kang taking the brunt of damage. I don't think it's gonna be enough against this Uranus, you know? This is just how Uranus are, man. Just gotta stay alive, making sure your stacks are full, and with no shred from the side of Arena, it should be okay for Kang even in the later part of the game. Just gotta be a bit more elusive in evading the pure raw physical damage of this Freya and also Benedetta at the same time.
Now that you mention it, we really didn't have much action in the gold lane, but now they're forced to because it's where the turtle spawns. So now we're gonna see how Nozin is picking up the slack here as they are ready. He has a golden staff, Guns has a corrosion scythe. This should lead to some level of engagement. I hope that they don't just back off. They gotta fight.
Yeah, especially if Migi's carried that Genius one. Now the frontliners are available for them to burst down. Hanagus has the flicker as well, so if they want to go for it, this is the time. B-Boss already eyeing for the turtle. They're trying to drag the Lord or the turtle down to the advantage. Migi's trying to find the advantage, but no can do. It's all blocked by the frontliners of Bacon Time.
So this is the kind of strength Bacon Time has with the, glorious amount of meat that they drafted in the later half of the draft. The Uranus and the Hylos. Maybe the Hylos alone. Maybe I can say that. It's so good at blocking initiations, even in the early game. You have the Glorious Pathway, an in and out. You have a Revitalize. They're forced to use ults on you. And that is the ultimate tool in playing footsies. So expect this kind of engagement or this kind of step-by-step process even late into like Lord dances. Bacon Time have controlled the front line of E-Arena. So this is one of the problems you have playing with so much damage and not much crowd control or peel.
Yeah, that's true. And there's a lot of burden for Hanagus, man. I feel like the composition that... Oh, Mijizi! Is that a steal?
Nope.
Might
B-Boss uses Retribution.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, Red though, getting bursted down, not even getting the chance to use the Eye for a 9. A good kill coming in from B-Boss. That's the first blood after the game goes on for 6 minutes. Very uncharacteristic of this league. But looks like Spider-Mouse will get jumped on, but again, I don't think they want to go for the Hylos. Definitely when they're not having a shred here, Leo.
I could only theorize as to how they caught Wraith. We only caught the tail end of that engagement, but I guess what happened was Crimson Flare, Lantern Flare into a charged Surge. And that's why there was no room for a Eye for an Eye, and that's why he couldn't dash away. So look at his build. It's all damage. Again, not even a tough boots to save him from Exort and B-Boss. So that was clearly an overextension by Wraith. And I'm wondering, is B-Boss gonna be a Sky Piercer or is he a non-believer?
It should be a Sky Piercer, no? Maybe Exort will take the responsibility to do that. Oh, good dodge coming in from Exort. Hanagus will not get a chance to use the Wave the Dragon, but good still coming in from Mijizi. Bacon Time. Caught off guard.
A little bit of a silver lining for Arena. They at least have a turtle and a turret up top. Again, the damage output between a Uranus and a Benedetta, incomparable.
Okay, that's not a steal from Mijizi once again. But I want to go back to the point earlier, man. It feels like they're putting too much burden on Hanagus, but never mind. He's doing it perfectly currently. Getting the first Wave the Dragon perfectly executed, and the burst damage is there.
Woo! Down bot. Close fight. Nose in here, not pulling the trigger on the Vengeance just yet. And I think he knows just the limits of what a carry can do this early on. So again, gold lane is being held down. Top lane is a dead lane, especially with those rotations from their teammates. This is a very, very macro-centric game. It's similar to Game 3 between Solix and Valley Thai from earlier today. It's that kind of game.
Yeah, it feels so macro from E-Arena, despite the composition demands a lot of micro too, right? This is definitely something that maybe we didn't really expect, because E-Arena so far, they've been dominating in terms of macro side. Look at that! Second tier turret is gone for Bacon Time side, and that is the far lane too, so they have more far lane pressure to work with. He's just owning the bushes. X-Sword fading that Fury of the Phoenix. Resources are burned. Now Spider-Mouse looking for a re-engage, kicking the Dorsey. Is Hanagus gonna get brought back to the team, and Spider-Mouse secures the kill. Revitalize has been popped. Looks like Nozen has to use the Vengeance to get away from the damage. X-Sword still wants more. Getting another knock-up towards the Freya, and it's a double for the Horsey out of all people.
Uh-oh, X-Sword gets caught by Mijizi.
Yeah, and he is out of the fight. Red though still going for the kill here. Has the Rose Gold Meteor. Good chase by Kangkang. And one more hit. Can he actually chase this Benedetta? No! No Ionic Edge. No dashes from Kangkang as Wraith was able to get away from the danger.
What a rope-a-dope by Wraith. Again, a Benedetta is infinitely more mobile than a Uranus. And I think we'll check in just a bit, but Kangkang might not have enough cooldown reduction built in to get that second edge stack. So that is what we're dealing with right now, and that's what led to that situation. B-Boss is dead.
Yeah, say goodbye to B-Boss. Good one from Mijizi. They're playing this one beautifully. E-Arena. This really does not feel like a 1-6 team, 1-5 team, Leo. They're playing out of their mind against Bacon Time, a top 3 team in the league.
What went wrong? I can't say it's just the Benedetta. Mijizi's playing out of his mind. It's very clean, this Harley game. Those are the only things I can point out. Maybe Peachy too? Peachy just enables so much macro play that exhorts all in to just fight, and the control is not paying dividends. This is... And Kangkang is just too honest on the Uranus. Could that be it?
Might be the case. I don't like the approach though from Kangkang. He prioritized poking down the Benedetta over cleaning or clearing the lanes for his team. I think the idea is to clear the lane before the Benedetta. It's definitely not happening because Benedetta has a bit more clear. But it's just like, you have to catch up to the team fight, you know, at least just 2 seconds later than the Benedetta. That's the idea, right? You wanna match the far lane control for this hero. It sounds impossible, but you have to do it with this kind of composition.
I mean, easier said than done. That's what Kangkang is doing right now. And Wraith can just do anything he wants. Hell, he might even be able to like get into the base and cut the waves from the source. I don't think that's impossible for him to do. So now, it's clear that the Dance is going to be up next. That's on the to-do list of both teams. Bacon Time here, protecting that mid lane. Like their life depended on it. That's a push down bot. Oh no, see? A lot of these fights are just cancelled immediately by Peachy.
I think Peachy was embracing the potential of a glorious pathway being committed for the punish towards Mijizi, but looks like Spider-Mouse does not want to do that just yet. He's gonna be a bit more careful with this resource because it's a big resource, a way for you to catch up to the team fight, and also trapping people, especially in this kind of like jungle area, where the hallway or like the alleyway is perfectly built for a glorious pathway maneuver.
Okay. Hanagus holding this deadly angle. No flicker though. Spider-Man's very low, but he should be able to survive. But the Lord, they started it up. Spider-Man has to decide.
Hanagus. Looks like Nozen's gonna go in. Fury of the Phoenix connecting on pretty much everyone on Bacon Time's side. But the Lord is gonna be resetted. I'm not sure if E-Arena wants to go for this one. Good turret take coming in from Wraith. He's gonna try to chase down Goods. Good super low, but it's like Wraith was able to get out just in time. In the Lord pit, Nozen and also Mijizi will try to just burst down this Lord. And they played that beautifully again. This does not look like a team that is out of the playoffs.
My God. Wraith, his KDA will not show you, nor his farm, nor anything stats related what he did for that fight. He compromised so much of Bacon Time's formation that, sure, he didn't kill Guns, he didn't kill B-Boss, but he might as well have, because they could not do their thing. This is what I was talking about in the draft, man. Sure, you have good damage. Sure, you have meat shields, but what if the damage can't link together?
Yeah. And for E-Arena, everything just links up perfectly. Despite the lack of sets, they're just playing on their own. MiGZ, you know, looking for his own fortune. Same with Wraith. Hanagus just scouting the area. This is just a scouting show most of the part. There are barely any sets from this guy. The pseudo pressure of the potential wave of the dragon is enough for this guy to make a difference.
And you know what's more difficult about the situation for Bacon Time is they have no real wave clear that's easily accessible. They have to take down waves the old-fashioned way by punching each minion straight in the face.
Fear of the Phoenix connecting on a lot of members. It looks like Inhibitor Turret was able to take down, or to be taken down by E-Arena, and they are out of there. They're happy with that, especially with the far lane still advantage for E-Arena. 4K gold lead. So not really that much in a span of 14.5 minutes, but again, this is unexpected, and they have a lot of damage to work with. So right now, Bacon Time, it's hard for them to focus on a single damage dealer, Leo. They gotta pick and choose their targets, and I don't think there is a good answer to that.
I think start with what's right in front of you. Punish Hanagus. Force him to use that flicker. Force him to overextend, go very low, and then immediately make a play somewhere else. Because at least you know that they're a man down. Technically, because Hanagus still has to go home. That is my best advice for Bacon Time right now, or else watch that next Lord in 40 seconds go over to E-Arena once again. That is the ultimatum here for the team that is actually above on standings.
Yeah. And Wraith is just staying there. I think he can 1v1 Kangkang easily with the fact that he has this BOD plus also the anti-heal item, but now Exort. I want to go for this one. Never mind. MiGZ trying to cut down the escape here. Extra, look at the damage. Oh my goodness gracious. He still has that Winter Crown, so he's still fine. But MiGZ, after securing that Holy Crystal, Leo, the damage is just elevated by a lot.
I can smell an MVP performance already. I give the nod to MiGZ if E-Arena wins. There is still quite the gap that can be closed here. It's not over till it's over. Spider-Man spots Hanagus. Major battle spell is actually still up for Bacon Time, so this might be the best time to actually contest. But wait, look. Lethal backdoor, look at this. The flank from Wraith and MiGZ.
Oh, B-Boss, look at that, bursted down in no time. Breath going for Goons, and he's gonna be out in a second. Breath still going for Exort, getting knocked up in the air, still has the dash. And looks like all the members of Bacon Time is falling down left and right. Only Hanagus was the one who gets taken down. Now Nozen will try to get away from this one, or does he want more? Kangkang. Look at the damage coming in towards PG. The Holy Crystal was also secured for this Zetian.
Clearing waves with a Zetian and Uranus is like opening a coconut with a spoon. This is not gonna end well.
Oh, they're going for the throat, and looks like Wraith is gonna focus down to the base, and E-Arena, despite all odds, was able to secure game number 1 for themselves. Is this the start of the comeback?
Chefin, truth be told, it might be too late. I don't know what the math is like for E-Arena to qualify or to stay in the running, but them taking a game out of Bacon Time and possibly winning because they're at match point definitely sends shockwaves through the MSL Thailand leaderboards. The status quo may shift if E-Arena win this handily against Bacon Time. Bacon Time is a notorious team. They started the league strong, white hot. But tonight, this is, I don't know what I just saw.
Yeah. This is pretty interesting. It's weird in a good way. It feels like E-Arena is just kind of like going away from the fundamentals of MLBB, you know? You don't have a frontliner. It's pretty much a lot of heroes that deal damage at the same time, and it really works. Normally, you pull off this kind of composition when the catch is something like a Kalea, for example, or Kaja, because you want to, you know, expand or divert the attention from each and every damage dealer. But this time around, I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I were a coach, how do I respond to this? Because this feels like a winning draft for me for Bacon Time, but absolutely out-macroed by a micro-heavy composition.
Historically speaking, Bacon Time, the reason why I think they're low on the standings right now because of their net game wins is because they play a lot of 3-game series. I don't know if it's because they're a download team, if it's on purpose. I don't know if it's because they tend to get a little sloppy the first time around and then they clean up after. But yeah, quick reminder, our friend Facepalm is listening and he counted up. This is the 4th match where Bacon Time lost their first game. If it turns around, then yes, that's a record. There is a pattern. But as it is, I'm not going to hold up hopes. Because despite that Akai ban early on, E-Arena got you a win. E-Arena took the game.
And convincingly, in fact, 601 on the KDA. On a total of 7 kills for the whole entire game when you have tons and tons of damage working out for you. Only 7 kills in the entire game is kind of crazy. And
that was all him.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 of the 7.
Don't say it. Wait, this is... I don't know, man. Like, I don't... It's weird to analyze this match because it's so perplexing, this draft. It's... Even we mentioned the lack of shred for the Uranus and the Hylos at the same time, it's barely a problem. It's not even a problem in this game. And I feel like it's mostly through Mijizi, you know? Earlier, I believe in an earlier match, it was Water with the Suyo that does this kind of maneuver where you lose out on the objective and you find something else on the map. And he's doing that with Harley this time, not the Suyo. And everything is just working out perfectly for each and every member of E-Arena. Even Nozen, who has a really bad KDA, in fact, for a Freya, a hero that's superly broken. He did his part because he is the elephant in the room for Bacon Time side. He has to be solved, this Freya problem. And they kind of did solve it. 0 kills for the Freya, but the other problems are there. What a game. Like, seriously.
I don't think it's a problem. I think it was clipped from an interview. Guns mentioned that no matter what opponent, no matter when they play, they take some time to warm up. So I think even counting whatever warm-up scrims they do prior to the actual competition, they still need to warm up, and that might be what this game is. But for E-Arena, I think they could take this as a sign of hope, a sign of relief that maybe if they play their cards right, if they tighten up their play, Game 2 might be theirs, and they might upset Bacon Time and the rest of the league.
Oh my god, am I gonna be the only caster that's right for the second time? It was Tenacity earlier 2-0 on the dot. And now E-Arena, I'm not even serious about predicting E-Arena, but I just put 2-0 E-Arena? I can't believe this is happening. You know, Bacon Time looks
accidentally
solid.
correct.
Yeah, I guess.
Accidentally correct.
I mean, when they were up against King of Gamers, I thought this might be a preview towards the grand final because those two teams are the only one that remains undefeated at that point of time. And King of Gamers showed a different class, but I still think that Bacon Time is still a solid team overall. E-Arena, this is a whole different team compared to, I believe, last week, the match that I casted with Renmar. It's a whole 180.
And that was against a team that they lost to, right? Even in defeat, Bacon Time looks different.
There really is. Best wingman with 5 assists. That is also a very interesting stat.
Small sample size.
Oh, man. Man, I'm
Small
done with
sample
it.
size.
I always love to see underdog stories, and E-Arena might be building towards one. Hey, maybe... it's almost 0%, or maybe it is already 0%. We still don't really know the chances for them, going into the playoffs. But, I mean, just play your game, man. Maybe next season, this team's gonna get scouted by a stronger team, or maybe they can come back in a different form and actually be a major threat in MSL Thailand Season 2.
Okay, here's the beauty of this all. It's the first season of MSL Thailand. So it's okay. Like, everybody starts somewhere. Whoever the first champion is, sure, celebrate them, but it would be cool to follow a story, right? To see A Arena here, and then a season from then, and then maybe they become champions eventually. So not all is lost. But here, I'd hate to see that slip from their hands when they are at match point and they get denied the sweep. That would be unfortunate. So I hope they lock in. I hope they lock in, because Bacon Time have to learn their lesson that they don't always have the time to warm up. Downloading and playing from the back foot isn't always ideal.
Yeah.
I think that's a real lesson.
How do you even adjust to this, though, Leo? Because the draft is definitely not. I don't think this is something that you can adjust to. Like, they ban a Kai, for God's sake, in first phase. That's already ludicrous. And now you see these picks in the side lanes. You know, Freya and Benedetta. I said it earlier. It kind of like goes away from the fundamentals of MLBB, and they made it work.
Okay. The answer might not lie in the draft. Maybe we don't look at the draft so much. Maybe it's the play. Maybe Bacon Time was a little too hesitant. Maybe Bacon Time didn't lean into their strengths as much as they should have in Game 1. So in Game 2, if ever Bacon Time wants to take this all the way, play harder, play faster, commit to things. Again, they denied Nozen the kills, right? Nozen did not get the snowball on the Freya. Do more of that. Because it looks like E-Arena was just there for the ride, and they punished you for not going all the way.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, because sometimes the biggest adjustment isn't even the strategical adjustment. It's just you putting more focus in the game, locking in more, and making better decisions in the next game. You know, as weird as it sounds, that should be like the biggest adjustment out of all of them. We usually call it, like, I'm a very avid basketball fan, it's the play better and make your shots adjustment. Sometimes it happens, man. Game 1, you're not making any of your shots. Game 2, you caught fire. It's just how it is.
You got to score your touchdowns, right? That's basketball, right?
That's basketball. Yeah, 100%.
Cowabunga.
For sure.
All right. Going into game number 2, we're prepping. First things first, are we going to finally see a different map?
At this point,
we
I'm not
played
hoping
in 2
for a
maps all
different
day.
one, man. I mean, you know, I don't know if the math stays at 25% each, but if it is that way, we have a 50% chance of getting a new map. Unless it's rigged. It's rigged. It's rigged. Oh my god.
Okay, here's the thing. To prove it's not, you have to reset. Not because it keeps appearing doesn't reduce its chances to show up again. You know what I mean? It's always a 25% at the start of the roll. So it's
yes.
It's not rigged. It's 25%.
It's an interesting
every
it's an interesting
time.
Mathematical question.
It's a quandary.
Does it even out? You know, in terms of like the chances?
Over a million games, maybe. Over a million matches, maybe.
Literally invented one.
So, fun fact. I'm gonna do the math real quick here if I can.
Okay.
3, 5, 7.
Welcome to the greatest night
What's
show
2
of
to the
all
power of
time.
9?
I wish I could.
Wait. 2 the.
What are you trying to do
power
here?
of
What are you trying to
9.
figure out, sir?
The possibility of this happening, like only 2 maps happening in 9 games. So it's 1 out of 512. We hit that.
We are the 1 in
Oh my god,
512.
still in a Kai ban.
I am not the only one.
Hey, they won game 1, right? So they're saying go again. Let's play that same scenario and let's see where we can go. But instead of the Benedetta, they play the Phoveus. I don't know if this is wise. I don't know if this is smart, because that Benedetta was instrumental to, you know, the splitting up the formations and splitting up the map.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you want to pick out the Freya, you want to just erase that Phoveus' presence, right? That's why this would be better if it's a Phoveus ban in for E Arena, the last ban, and they picked out the Freya. I think that could be better for themselves. So not only the Benedetta potential is gone, the Freya flex is also gone for E Arena. The chances are small for you to flex it to EXP lane, but it's always there in the back of the opposing coach's mind.
So there's a bit of adjustment. So it's 2 horses now. What do the bunnies pick? Do they adjust too? Yeah, they do. Better box for them. Look at that Eve.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's building up to a much more conventional, I guess, draft for both sides. I'm not sure why you would ban the Claude. I guess the Eve doesn't want to get dove on. But for E Arena, I'm definitely expecting a carry ban for the last ban for Coach Start. For Coach Noel, the side lanes are already there. The mid lanes
More
are already there,
jungles.
so all you need to ban is that jungler and roamer.
Yeah,
We'll see
jungle
what
or
they
roam.
choose here.
Gatot, I'd say. Because you don't like running a revitalized roam into another. Because they kind of cancel each other out. So maybe the Gatot is one of these bans.
The immortal one chose me to vanquish the
Might be the
shadows
case
that
here.
plague this world.
So there's the jungler.
Okay, so the Sui. Makes sense. Oh, carries left wide open. I guess they want to trap them into a carry. They kind of have a solution to the potential carry pick from Bacon Time.
I'm born with
Oh,
talent.
so it's 2 junglers instead. The Jennifer. So what does Irina play? Mijizi. Hayabusa? Joy? Dear God, no.
You know what? I'm not fully opposed with the Joy Shout here. I think Hayabusa, you need a bit more damage, Yes, you can dive towards the Jushin, but most of the time, the Jushin is not going to be there alone. So the damage is going to be spread against a Leomord and also Hylos. It's not really that good of a pick too. But I guess you just want to pick the roamer first. You're up against a Hylos. You're up against this, up in your face kind of heroes with the Leomord as well. The glue is always a good pick here.
Yep. And with the glue, there's a carry disincentivized pick because you can't get rid of those gluelings by light wheeling each one individually. Eventually, by then, glue would have gotten the mount on you. So, great read here by Irina. I respect it. What does Big and Time put in the gold lane? There's the carry. One more. EXP laner. Ujong? Oh.
Do they want to go Yisun
Okay.
Shin?
I hope not. What are we not
Why?
seeing?
I mean, or you want to go full front to back with something like an export. That's too deep of a shout.
We race towards the future.
Oh my.
Okay, my screen. Oh, Fanny. I mean,
In
that's a
broken
curveball
walls.
if I've ever seen one.
In broken walls, straight up broken. And here's the thing. Here's what hurts the most about it, Sheffin. There's no one to lock her down. There is no auto lockdown. Save for maybe the singular stun on the Hylos. But that's it.
Okay, if now I haven't seen any Fanny from E Arena, but let's say just for the hypothetical, this is a decent Fanny. Like this is a completely winning draft for E Arena. Like I don't think it's close either. They got every solution to each and every problem Bacon Time proposes.
And they're the threat, legit. On most, lane per lane matchups, they are the threat. Bacon Time have to play tight. Bacon Time, if they want to take us to game 3, they have to show us why exactly they're on the upper half of the standings and why E Arena has been struggling all season long. Match point for the Bunnies as they face off against Bacon Time.
Bacon Time. But, every Fanny pack pick, there's a reason why this hero is super risky. It comes with a little caveat here. So you have to win the early game. You have to somehow secure your purple buff. If you lose out on a single moment and a single team fight, your purple buff is gone. The whole 2 minutes, your potential is gonna be slashed to half, even more in fact. So not only Bacon Time has to play tight, E Arena, same as well. This goes both ways.
Oh, that was unfortunate. B-Boss scores the Litho Wanderer, but he does so via Retribution. Mijizi has yet to press the button. So Mijizi here steals a small camp away. and he's using his superior mobility.
That's just how it is with playing Fanny. But so far, I mean, Jeezy is looking to farm more than actually being a nuisance in their opponent's jungle. And it makes sense. The risk is just way too high for you to dive around the opposing jungle, especially with the damage reduction as well in the earlier minutes. So he's taking a much more safe route here. B-Boss already has the ultimate, but he's going for Hanagus immediately. Has to pop the flicker. Very disciplined maneuver from this Patrick.
This glue, just you wait till it gets its kit down. That'll change the way E-Arena rotates. But for now, Bacon Time, the same problems are still up there for me. They need to be more proactive. They need to take it to EA. And then from there, we see if we go all the way. Mijizi hits level 4, secures their small camp, and will rotate slowly but surely to the turtle after the purple take.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he wants to go for the turtle here, knowing that Guns in the bottom lane is a pretty good target for the Fanny too. He does rock the flicker, so he has to be a bit more careful. And also the damage reduction is something that you need to watch out for. But it looks like, no, B-Boss gets the orange buff despite the attempt from Mijizi. So there's going to be some trades here. Meanwhile, though, Crimson Deacon towards Hanagus, and he's going to be out of the fight in a second. No flicker for this Patrick, as he's going to be the first blood for Bacon Time. Mijizi looking for the angle. RWM towards the Horsey. Cables are missing. Mijizi might be in trouble here. Not much energy that he has, and he's going to get knocked up in the air and killed by Kang Kang. 101 so far for this Uranus, and Wraith is stuck in the front line trying to get some kills in the process. X-Sword will try to stack up that knock up in the air. Nozen still joins, or finally joining the team, but meanwhile Goods also rotating down or up top. Nozen still going crazy towards this carry. Vengeance has been popped, and they actually get the kill here. Nozen looks like the carry or the Goons will be flickering out of the team fight, but Nozen is not going to be able to get any kills here. Mijuzi looking for an angle, but it looks like the angles has been erased by Bacon Time. Good one, just dragging the fight to their own favor here, Bacon Time.
Suspicious target selection by E-Arena. Of all the players that you could commit to, why did Mijizi turn to Spider Miles? Maybe he was easier access, sure. But shouldn't that have been a sign that you should have backed off? The Hylos is literally the hardest target to take down here in this lineup, maybe second only to the Uranus. Oh my god! Exort secures. Close call.
Yeah, so far Mijizi didn't have the best time with this Fanny. That is definitely a question, but I feel like the answer is just like the only guy that got caught within the RWM was the Hylos. So, you know, you can't really kill B-Boss on its own as a Fanny, maybe in this early of a game. So that's why you have to try to just settle for the Hylos. Meanwhile, though, Exort might be in trouble here. Some damage from Mijizi. This is gonna back off.
Mijizi, this is a very different kind of hero. The Harley earlier was so proactive. He could decide what to do, when to do it. As the Fanny, half the time he's coming in saying, oops, that's a wasted rotation, I'm out. He is not proactive at all, he's the opposite.
And you can't really make up the time loss or like the advantage that Bacon Time has. For example, if they took out an objective, the farm potential of this Fanny is super low, so it really does not function like a Suyo or Harley when you can where you can just get the opposing jungle super fast and just go back out. Fanny does have that advantage in their rotational speed, but farm speed is just not there at all. There's a reason why this hero carries a lot of risk when you are picking it, and so far E-Arena, the risk has not paid off at all.
For the past minute, Mijizi has kept to his side of the map, taking buffs when available, taking small camps, and waiting. Another flicker for Hanagus, forced out. Mijizi will try to secure his purple and then I guess go from there, but as it is, Bacon Time are back in the driver's seat.
They're fully controlling what's happening on the map here. Peachy might go for an RWM towards Exort, still has the Crimson Beacon. Good stun coming in from Spider-Mouse. Mijizi still wants to go for more. Looks like Hanagus will be stuck here, and the damage is way more than enough to get this Patrick down. Exort Forward, Crimson Beacon goes over the wall. Is the Eve. Looks like Phantom Steed will be able to be executed. B-Boss going deep under the base. BGC with some damage with the cables, but not much at all from this Fanny, as he's still lacking in items and also XP as well. He is down 1 level against B-Boss.
2 free kills for Bacon Time. Peachy and Hanagus. Again, 6.5 minutes. And not a single proactive play out of E-Arena. The last proactive move they made, I remember, is Mijizi peeking over at the orange. Here he tries it again, because he knows that they can't touch the turtle no more. And I think he'll get away with it.
Yeah. And good rotation here coming in from Bacon Time, knowing that Kang will not be able to get killed by the Freya, so they decided to put the Uranus down bottom and let Guns just farm up a Storm in the top lane. There's not going to be any threat at all towards this carry, especially with the fact that all the members, oh, look at that good one coming in from Bacon Time. The Glorious Pathway combined with the Phantom Steed. Hanagus gets the mount, but not much damage at all there. Looks like Wraith's gonna jump in with the Infernal Pursuit. 1 kill secured towards Exort. Wrath still going in towards Goons, dunking on the carry. But now Kang looking for retaliation and gets the kill. Spider Miles secures his first kill in the game.
Down bottom, nose in after the relative silence in mid after the team fight. Just cuts that wave, pushes in, and now 2v1.
Yeah, they regret waiting for B-Boss, but good Dark Wave, a good knockup there by Nose, and B-Boss still has a lot of HP to work with, and good Glorious Pathway from Spider-Man just getting this Leomord out of trouble. Uh-oh!
Good attempt.
Press up for me, Jizzy, but the damage is not there! Barely tickles the Leomord.
Oof, Mijizi bumps right in Spider Miles again. One of the few ways to stun that Fanny. Okay, so E-Arena are actually clapping back, but still no significant developments. Nothing that they can walk away with and say, yep, that'll affect the map 2 minutes from now.
Look at Kang. There is literally nothing that Nozen can do about this. Kang already has the anti-heal. Meanwhile, Nozen does not have the Sea Halberd just yet. Like, that is if he wants to build the Sea Halberd, because that's gonna sacrifice some damage for more utility purposes. So far, Bacon Time is pretty much owning the map, owning everything that E-Arena has. And all Mijizi can do is just control the far lane and might just let go of this Lord entirely.
Lord here at an 1/8 of its health. Purple buff will spawn. I don't know if Bacon Time should slow down here.
Oh, AWM goodly placed here. A lot of members are pumping up in the Lord pit. Looks like it's gonna be a 50-50, but Mijizi getting bursted down by literally every damage that Bacon Time has. A lot of AoEs from their part. Looks like the backline Peachy will get targeted down by this Leomord, but Peachy will try to just back away and kite from trouble. Spider Mouse is happily tanking the damage, but B-Boss still waiting for the Phantom Steed. Looks like Peachy, it's only a matter of time before he gets taken down. Kang taking the damage, taking third aggro, and he is unstoppable in this game.
What was Mijizi thinking? Did he just think that he would yeet that Lord from out of there? Or was he looking for like a wipeout, cleanup maneuver? Oh man, E-Arena definitely are a different team now. Or is it Bacon Time was a different team from game 1?
It's definitely E-Arena now. Like I said it earlier, this looks like a completely winning draft. It's just a matter of how they execute the Fanny in the early game. It should be a free roll instead, especially if you dive in towards the opposing jungler. You have an Eve, you have a glue. That's a lot of poke that the Fanny can use in the early game, but they completely not use that at all. RWM to just zone away some of the members of Bacon Time. And are we just waiting for the inevitable here? What's the comeback angle here, Leo?
Mijizi has to start splitting the map. He has to start cutting the waves and force Bacon Time to respond. Because look at Bacon Time's lineup. None of them can go to lanes and deal with whatever Mijizi's doing off map. So do that. Whatever he's doing now, pressure that, because Bacon Time has to walk to these lanes the old-fashioned way. That aside, I got no clue, dude. Play to extend the game and then get farm on Nose In. Make the map on your side so that Mijizi can move around and then go from there.
Man, Mijizi, like in that situation earlier, I think he could have gotten some solid hits, 1 or 2 hits towards the bottom tier tower. He's not really playing it super aggressively as a Fanny, man. Even if you don't have a buff, I think you have enough energy to get away from a Phantom Steed combo. So even if the Leo mode is going for a clear in that top lane earlier, you should get a few hits towards the turret. But he's not doing that at all. He doesn't want to take the risk, but E-Arena, I feel like if this is the time to take risk.
Again, I expect to see this Fanny on the other side of the map more often than their own. If E-Arena can't do that, if Mijizi cannot deliver on that front, then we're going to game 3. That's the only way this works.
Yeah. Or maybe, just maybe, because the lack of control from Bacon Time, Mijizi can just drive by, fly by, actually, and steal the Lord. You know, a Hail Mary play kind of type of play from E-Arena, but chances are it's not going to happen, as it's going to beeline towards the Lord and try to burst this down in a second. Hanagus wants to scout out the situation, but it looks like they're just going to back off, man. I don't think they want to bite on this one. Glorious Pathway, good one. Beachy has to use the flicker to get away. Hanagus with the mount towards some of the members. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a kill toward Guns. Good one coming in from Mijizi. In front line, though, Wrath trying to get X-Sword. Does not have the flicker to chase. Meanwhile, the back line, B-Boss getting taken down. And it happened! It's happening, Leo! The turnaround that we're waiting for E-Arena! Slowly but surely. They're securing kills left and right. Bacon Time threw the advantage out of the window.
At 6,000 gold down, E-Arena picked a fight they had no business winning and got 3 free kills and a Lord. How? I gotta see an instant replay. That was an honest fight, but Bacon Time just laid down and took it.
I mentioned this to Renmar last week. We cannot go, or like we cannot abide by what the draft dictates. We cannot abide by what the early game dictates, because this is a complete, once again, 180 turnaround for both E-Arena and also Bacon Time. Not only Bacon Time made a mistake, that punish from E-Arena was beautiful. Everyone was in the range of the RWM, and that mount from Hanagus to Goons was completely unexpected. But at the same time, Goons, you gotta respect this potential, or like the potential of this blue, man. Yes, you're up by a bajillion gold, but you gotta play it safe, even in this situation.
Okay, to be fair, I think that was key to the win. If E-Arena picked off anyone else before Goons, they may have gotten punished by that carry. So do that same thing. In the next few moments, in the next few fights, find Goons, pick him off, force a flicker, and then that's how you start.
Surely. It's not gonna happen twice, no? You know, maybe I'm trying to Castle Jinx it, but BGC taking the 1v1, almost winning that one against Leo Mord, B-Boss that's already topped up in items, I believe. Oh man, and Nozen secured that Malefic War.
Okay.
More damage to use against this Hylos, the beefy boys in the front line of Bacon Time.
I see what you're trying to do. I'm gonna help you out, alright? There's no way. There is no way Goons gets caught out again like that. No way.
Yeah,
I think that's enough. I think that'll work.
Man, like,
I think that's... Because again, it happened once. It's such...
Hold on, Beaches! What the heck is that damage? He wants to go for it. Oh, gets the kill to Beats. B-Ball! That is the most satisfying wall spam I've ever seen in MLBB Pro scene so far. They got all 5.
I've been doing this for almost a decade and I've never seen it done like that. He did it between that bush and the north wall of the orange buff. Let's see that again. I've never seen anyone do that in real life.
It's a bit too late, or the replay is a bit too, you know, it's not on the
It's not the
perfect
end of the
time.
sequence. It's not the end of the
I
sequence.
gotta watch
but
that VOD again, man.
Dear
Holy.
God. Like a magnet caught between 2 polar opposites. Like a Beyblade in a small box. It just... What?
Dude, that is the old Fanny that we're used to seeing. Back then when Fanny's rematch. Top lane though, Kang. Gonna get dove on. Oh, full on. commitment from EGZ, flicker or retribution from B-Boss. And now the IWM is there. Peachy might be in trouble. B-Boss is gunning for Peachy, but it looks like he's not going to be able to get a kill here. The front line though, Hanagus is trying to find someone. It looks like one kill will be secured for Bacon Time. Meanwhile, they're trying to chase towards Kozen and Rat. Peachy is still alive, still dealing with damage, still poking everyone down. The Ice Queen Warren is working wonders for this Eve. And they're just going to back out, but no junglers from Bacon Time. Do they want to go for the Lord?
Oh, conceal play. They find free.
Oh, that's a really good glorious pathway. Where damage from Gun's gonna be coming through. He has the immortality, so a bit more survivability. Now Nozen's gonna go in, getting punished by X-Sword and the whole team of. What? He's not committing long enough on that basic attacks.
Okay. E-Arena have decided. They made the macro call. We cannot contest for the Lord. We give it to them and we play the map. Mijizis runs straight to the top lane. Doesn't have a purple. And I think the writing is on the wall. They let that Lord go over to Bacon Time.
There's no way. Like, there's absolutely no way E-Arena is gonna come back from this situation. No way. They have a Fanny, bro. It's an early game hero.
Unless Mijizi pulls that thing off again. That is beautiful. Wow. How have we never seen anything like that in pro play?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay,
that was
I
a
get
savage.
it now why.
That could be.
It's
Why?
because it's rare that they don't have enough stuns. It's rare that a team doesn't have enough crowd control.
And it's rare that E-Arena does not have a composition to clear the wave here. Wrath is getting bursted down super fast. In the top lane though, look at where Mijizi is. Hanagus mounting someone here. And it's gonna be taken out even on the mount. But now Nozen and Peachy trying to deal with the situation. Falkers descent. Peachy getting brought back into the team fight. Now Mijizi's up. He has the spam. He has the energy. Can he actually make this one out? Early winter truncheon coming in from X-Sword. Mijizi, does he want to go for the Hail Mary play here? But it looks like he wants to be a bit more safe. Now Bacon Time shifting their focus towards the bottom tier turret or inhibitor turret. BGZ will try to clear this one out. Just going and trying to bait out the stuns coming in from Bacon Time. Crimson beacon by X-Sword, getting PG, and that's the most important member that you have to deal with. And that should be it from Bacon Time. They equal the score 1-1.
They were holding on by a thread. It would have been a Bacon Time's fault if they still lost the E-Arena after the chance, after the burnout on Mijizi. If he didn't get caught out in that top lane sequence by B-Boss, then this would have been a sweep. But now, Bacon Time says it's Bacon Time. This is this one, yeah. They're comfortable. This is where they win usually from. After throwing away game one, they usually lock in and win the rest of the games.
Oh man, so close, but no cigar from EA Esports. They had their opportunities. Even here, man, like I thought we're gonna see a backdoor here from MiGZ, but yeah, he gotta go back and against a late game carry, you know, X-Sword just bringing out the utility with the knockups and the lack of wave clear from this composition. Like there's no way, there's nothing you can do in that situation. Oh man. I mean, it's all if, buts, and maybes, but I really wish that MiGZ did not overcommit to the Uranus up top, because that would be pretty pog. You know, if that really decides, like, that's the decider of it all. Or even better, yeah, he gets the Uranus somehow.
I'll tell you now, it's weird that he chose to commit to a Uranus. Like, what were you gonna gain? At worst, at best, what were you gonna gain if you killed a Uranus? If it was just the Leomord, sure. If it was even Goons, sure. But it's a friggin' Uranus. You let it go. You go again. You try somewhere else. So E-Arena may have tunnel visioned and they've activated Bacon Time's passive. We will always lose game one and then take the series. I mean, they're suffering for it. They might lose out on upper bracket status because their net game win is abysmal, but it's entertaining. People like it.
You know what? I'm not really fully blaming the... I mean, I can blame him definitely, but at the same time, you see the HP bars, it's super, super low. it feels like you are one cutthroat away and one first kill away to get a kill. But yeah, Kangkang 5-0-14, 90% is Uranus. But I think we mentioned it earlier, right? Also, there's not much shred from the composition of E-Arena. Despite all the late game kill potential from the Fanny with the Sea Halberd and the Malefic War intact, he was able to still stay alive and be that nuisance that Bacon Time needs. And that was definitely a Bacon Time for this team.
Was it really so glaring that the Uranus had no deaths? Is that why Mijizi wanted to give him one? And then...
I don't think so.
That's what forced. I mean, Kangkang is so good at forcing the rest of E-Arena to overcommit. Like, that's the Uranus' job here. And I think they did that well.
This is also questionable for Mijizi though. Like, I think if I were the Fanny, I would just burst down the Lord because it feels like the Leomord was out of position to retry, and you have that RWM going in for you for Peachy. So I don't see a way, or like I don't see the reason for you to commit to a team fight despite the Lord being wide open on a 6k health bar. But this is the turnaround that E-Arena needs to be able to come back from this situation. But BGZ, you know, sometimes you did a hero play to win the game, sometimes the hero plays are just not working out, and you look kind of what's a more tame way to say it? You look kind of
chopped. You look chopped.
Yeah, yeah.
He didn't look like Mijizi. He looked like mid-Jeezy.
Oh, got him. Got him.
But again, that's not because it's bad. I think it neutralizes the performance because there were moments when it looked like they were gonna win, right? So it's not all bad for him. It's just they got punished hard. So with that said, we're going all the way. E-Arena, they can still upset the standings. They can still take one over Bacon Time. But I'll tell you now, it's bleak. It's looking bleak. Because even without a stun, well, one single stun. With one single stun, Bacon Time have found a way to dull that Fanny's blade.
It was looking sharp at the end of the game, but maybe the sharpness was used to the wrong person. Kangkang is definitely happy to take the damage there, especially with the fact that he already secured that the counter to Fanny damage, right? That anti-Karas, the Dreadnought armor passive is always there to deter the Fanny damage. And looks like this Fanny, even a Fanny is opting to go for a Marksman emblem. I think this is just purely for farm, and I think most junglers using this for that. So you don't really have to invest that Swift in the emblem. Just gonna have to use Thrill to further boost your teamfight party or teamfight potential. Peachy dealt the most damage as a Eve, pretty much expected, and Kangkang 222 K damage taken.
This could have all been Bacon Time, but E-Arena's moment of comeback is what allowed for Peachy to show up in the Big Four. So with that said, we got one more game. I'll tell you now.
Let's go.
Same as game one. The draft was a very small issue. The draft isn't all of it. I'd say the draft is 15% of this game, 10% of this game. It's more about execution.
Not only this game, for this league overall, I think that's that rings true, man, for most of the part. Maybe
that's true.
Except for King of Gamers, because not only they've been winning the draft, they've been winning the matches.
Yeah. So I think against King of Gamers, you want to get a good draft and play well. Against everyone else, it's more about execution.
Oh man, that could have been so good, man. I'm still stuck on that. I want to see the replay again, the proper replay of that wall spam, because like, what are the chances that like the whole 5 members of the opposing team walk through that bush at the same time, and the Fanny was just properly positioned there? Like, oh god. I wonder, like, that's definitely lower than 1 out of 512. Like the constant clouds and the constant broken walls that we get throughout 9 games. It might be 10 now, you know, from 1 out of 512 to 1 out of
confirmed 10.
1024.
Confirmed 10 because we're going into the game 3, yeah? So you have to calculate again.
Yeah, you just have to multiply by 2, man. That's it.
Another multiplication. So 1 in 1024.
Yes, quick maths.
If we end up in broken walls or flying clouds again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I want more, a new map or the same map, the same 2 map that we've been getting just for the sake of that statistic, because that is pretty interesting, man. You know,
I want to see how
always
far
a
we
fan
take
of
it.
stats. I mean,
I want to see how far we take
the most we
it.
can take is like 10. We cannot go more than that, Leo.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So let's go flying clouds or broken walls now.
Maybe that'll happen.
Game
you know?
3.
Yeah. Game 3
I
will
want
definitely
clouds. Clouds just make fights happen faster. It seems like the perfect storm for MSL Thailand. So,
yeah.
I think we have an interview coming up next just to, you know, break the tension and to get us a little bit of breathing room, specifically our teams. So, anytime now, we will be throwing over to Mini Mint and, of course, our on-stage segment, an interview live from the Lido Connect Hall.
ค่ะ
ด้านนี้เลยค่ะ
ครับผมชื่อกี้นะครับไม่ใช่ EA ครับ
อุ้ยเขามีแฟนคลับด้วยด้านนี้ไม่มีเหรอคะโอเคค่อยสุเฮ้ยเขาไม่ยอมนะคะโอเคสูสีกันหน่อยอะแล้วมาเชียร์เบคอนเนี่ยมีเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะในทีม
วันนี้มาเชียร์สไปเดอร์แมนค่ะเป็นโรมที่จริงใจของหนูมากอยากให้มีโรมอยู่ในดวงใจ
สไปเดอร์แมนโอ้โหเป็นภาษาอังกฤษไหมคะจะได้ฟังเขาจะได้ฟังได้
I love สไปเดอร์แมนนา I love สไปเดอร์แมน
โอเคเลิศเลยล่ะต่อไปด้านนี้บ้างค่ะ E Arena เชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
เชียร์มิจิซี่ครับ
โอเคมีอะไรอยากบอกไหมคะ
สู้ๆครับ
โอเคสู้ๆครับแล้วเนี่ยตอนนี้คือสถานการณ์มัน 1-1 เราคิดว่าแมตต์ต่อไปเนี่ยทีมเราเอาคะแนนมาได้ไหม
ได้แน่นอนค่ะยังไงเบคอนก็ต้อง 2-1 แน่นอนค่ะวันนี้
เบคอนเขาว่ามาอย่างนี้แล้วเราคิดว่ายังไงทีมเราสู้ไหม
สู้สิครับยังไงผมก็2-1เหมือนกันเดี๋ยวตาผมเอาให้
ก็อยู่ที่ว่า 2-1 จะไปอยู่ฝั่งไหนตอนนี้แฟนคลับก็ขิงกันเองแล้วนะคะโอ้โหอันนี้มาดูกันที่ลีโดเนี่ยเป็นครั้งที่เท่าไหร่แล้วหรือว่าแบบมาครั้งแรก
อันนี้เป็นครั้งที่2แล้วค่ะที่เข้ามาดูวันนี้
เป็นครั้งที่2แล้วด้านนี้ล่ะคะมาครั้งแรกหรือเปล่า
ใช่ครับตัวผม
มาครั้งแรกแนะนำให้มาอีกเพราะว่าบรรยากาศหน้างานมันตื่นเต้นแล้วมันก็แบบว่าเห็นอะไรแบบเรียลไทม์เลยใช่ไหม
ใช่ค่ะแบบเรียลไทม์เลยแบบว่าทั้งเสียงคอทั้งคนเชียร์เต็มที่ที่สุดเลยค่ะวันนี้
ใช่แล้วนักแข่งเนี่ยเขาก็จะมีกำลังใจเพราะว่าเขาได้ยินเสียงเชียร์จากแฟนคลับของเขาเนาะขออีก1คำถามสุดท้ายมีความในใจมีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่เราเชียร์ไหมคะ
วันนี้ก็ขอให้เบคอนทำเต็มที่นะคะยังไงก็ 2-1 แน่นอนหนูเชื่อมั่นเพราะหนูมั่นใจที่สุดค่ะตอนนี้
ตอนนี้ไม่ใช่แค่นักแข่งนะคะที่มั่นใจตอนนี้แฟนคลับก็มั่นใจด้วยด้านนี้ล่ะคะเราต้องสู้เขา
ผมก็มั่นใจเหมือนกันนะฮะ2-1 ตรงนี้ยังไงผมก็ต้องได้นะครับผม
โอ้โหโอเคค่ะตอนนี้นะคะถ้าแฟนคลับพร้อมแล้วนะคะนักแข่งของเราพร้อมแล้วค่ะเดี๋ยวให้แฟนคลับนะคะกลับไปนั่งชมการแข่งขันกันต่อนะคะขออนุญาตส่งให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
My son is now interested in what happens. He is invested. Cups wants to see who wins between Bacon Time and the Arena. Ain't that right, son?
Yeah, he looks like a chunky boy. Can you get him closer to the screen?
Yeah, it's pretty chunky. See?
Damn, that's a big cat. Oh my god.
He is. I'd reckon he's like 18, 20 pounds, this one.
Yeah. How old is he?
How old is Cups? 7 in June.
Interesting.
Yeah,
That's
7
why
in June.
He's super, super big. You know?
He's a chubby little guy.
Yeah. That boosts my morale just a little. You know, because
Yep.
for some reason.
That's what I do.
I don't
I pick up my sons for a little energy boost. Works plenty well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still living with my mom, and she cannot deal with cats. Like even worse, dogs. I don't think it's allowed here in this household.
You know what? Cat videos are the second best thing.
I mean, it does not carry the same, satisfaction. Man, yes, I am an avid enjoyer of cat videos, dog videos, those cute videos, but you want to feel the real thing. It's
That's true. That's true. There's nothing quite like a fat cat in your arms purring. Here we go. We're moments away from finding out, Chefin, if we do live in the world that is 1 in 1,024 possibility.
I thought they were about to hype up game number 3, but I guess that deserves some hype too. You know, that little outlier of a statistic. But man, oh man, I'm still just stuck on the idea that the fact that E-Arena could have taken that 2-0, man. Like, looks like they want to give us more time to work, extra work for us caster here. You know, I don't know if you should say that, or I should say that as a caster. But we're here.
Chefin.
Hopefully, it's gonna be more fun though, because that could be better than just ending it 2-0 to end the day.
Worry not about what could have been, but what is and what will be. So that is what's happening now. We're waiting for game 3. And again, throw out all connotations of what could be. Because E-Arena, man, they could change their fate. They could be a 2. What's the record now? They could be a 2 and 5 team. And then Bacon Time can be 4-2. Imagine how crazy MSL Thailand would be, even if it really did not change the playoff picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, maybe there is still a chance. So technically, there is one team that's still 3 and 4, right? Right?
3 and 4.
So
yes,
there's still a
that's
chance.
Valley Thai. That is Valley Thai. Yeah.
There's still a chance for them to catch up in terms of win and lose. So we cannot rule out, I think, this team just yet, especially if they actually do win this one. Which is, or wait, do they actually need this match win to qualify? Because there's 10 teams, right? So
10 teams, 6 qualifying. Yeah.
Okay, 3 and 4. Okay, say they can lose a single match and win the rest of them to have a chance at the playoffs, I think, if my math is math. But obviously, any win will help. Still, with the ban's coach start, do you still want to ban the Akai, bro? Like, what is the point? Is this something that we don't know?
I'm not over it, dude. I'm not over it. We went to Expanding Rivers. You were the chosen one, game 3.
Oh, I just realized that ruins my day. Man,
yep.
That actually is. We were hoping for a new map for the longest time today, but this just like this feels wrong. After going this
too late.
To bring you to me.
Okay. Bacon Time still gets their Zushin. That's Exort. Do we go Phoveus again? Phoveus Freya?
Might be. I think you should take it, man. Like, it's too expensive to let go of. If you want to pick the Freya, you have to pick the Phoveus. Or do you just want to let go of all of them?
I am not the only one bound by these chains.
Looks like that's
I think they stick to
gotta
their
be the
guns.
case for Arena. Yeah.
They stick to their guns against guns. What?
Oh!
Where is this early choke coming from?
I mean, the Cho was working out quite well, despite it more of a scouting Cho in the first game. And now if they do pick out the Freya, it's not gonna fare well against a Phoveus, right? So there is an option here for Bacon Time. Do they still want to bite on the Freya? I feel like it's a bit unnecessary for themselves. They can still go for the usual conventional way without a Freya in the gold lane.
I need to see the bigger picture. I need to know what E-Arena are planning with these 2 picks. For Bacon Time, they can just run it back. Leomord, Suyo, Pick your poison. Double horses. Could not go wrong with this. That's a bad target for a kick, man. That horse.
But you can solve that
No
with
bueno.
a shred, potential shred and a carry. I'm not sure if it's expensive enough for a red 3. I think it is at this position. Yeah, it's gonna be a carry. Not really the greatest of win rate so far this season in MSL Thailand, but in this kind of position, it should be the most optimal pick. Now for EA, also the picks that, never mind, I was gonna say Yu Jong should be banned, something like a Lapu Lapu should be banned to kind of equal the team fighting potential in the first neutral objective.
Or Moskov. Ban the Moskov. Bacon Time might attack junglers, since Arena don't have one yet. I don't think it's the Yusun Shin. Let him have the Yusun Shin. It's not very good in the metagame right now. There you go.
That plague this world. I am vengeance.
Yep, that's the Moskov. That's a gun special. So they'll allow whatever else comes through the gold lane. They just don't want those two.
I'm still not sure what's going to be the option here for Bacon Time. I guess, I mean, there's also other forms of shred. You know, Obsidia, you can count her as a shred, has a bit more range too than a carry. It does win you the lane, but against a Cho, you have to pick the Purify. So that's the only worry that I have. But she still has a built-in dash. But so far, we haven't seen any Obsidia at all. That is an aggressive maneuver there with the Farsa. Especially with the amount of dive potential with this Hylos and also the Leo Mort. I think this should be a lot.
Yep. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. I think Lapu Lapu is good. Even Yu Zhong, man. I'll tell you now. Even Yu Zhong would be good. This is dangerous for EA. I don't think Arena is respecting the output of Bacon Time. They think they can get away with this. Like game 1? I don't think so.
Good. I think that the Freya still, even though they're up against a carry, so they still wanna risk it for the biscuit. We'll see how it'll fare. But for the jungle here, you know what? Nah, that's too deep. I was gonna say a bruiser up top is pretty good for this composition. Something like an Alpha or a Fredrin. But I'm not sure if they want to go down that route. That is the farthest from a bruiser.
One might say she's soft. If this was game 1, maybe I'd get behind it. 50-50. But right now, Bacon Time is locked in, dude. Bacon Time is awoken. This is Bacon Time. They like losing game 1. I don't know if they like it, but they always lose game 1 to get warmed up.
Yeah, the only silver lining that I have for EA's draft, they win game number 1 through micro-based draft. And the 3 heroes in the middle is very much micro-based. The Cho, the Farsa, and also the Joy. The mechanical ceiling of these heroes are super high, but you gotta execute it properly. We'll see though. Not much shred once again from Bacon Time side. A lot of purifies as well from both of the Jushin and also the Freya. Definitely needed against the Cho. And we are going to game number 3, the last game of week 4, day 2 in MSL Thailand season 1 between Bacon Time against a team that's currently in the red zone, Arena.
There ain't no way this is going anywhere else. It ends here. And Bacon Time have to play this right. Fortunately, momentum is on their side. It's up to Arena to find the mojo that they got in game 1 and regroup. Because game 2, they almost got it. Almost actually hurts more than not at all.
Really is, you know. Sometimes those kind of losses, it's hard to reset back from that situation. But hey, you gotta do it. Kang, I think that he secured that EXP crap, so now it gives a bit more leeway or I guess flexibility in terms of like the XP distribution in the EXP lane. And it's just gonna be a dead lane here in the gold lane. Nothing much going on. Goons and Nozen will just try to farm up and clear the lane as soon as possible. We'll see. I think it's gonna be a super quiet game until at least the first objective. Even then, I don't think MiGZ will super prioritizing the objective, knowing that this kind of composition, I don't think it's built for it.
Yeah, no, these fights go off of Hanagus. If Hanagus can get a good kick, then that's how you start. Even Wraith isn't as tough yet. He needs a couple items to actually stand up and act as good peel for the rest of his team. So, Bacon Time has all the cards right now. They're playing. It's their turn first.
B-Boss is looking for an early, once again, Phantom Steed here. Also helping out the clear, and he is just gonna go straight towards the turtle here. MiGZ has to pull something special if they wanna, or if EA wants to contest this one, because odds are not with them. Like this, electrifying beats towards X-Sword. It looks like good stun coming in from Spider-Mouse. Good peel, and no. And also electrifying beats is erased.
And B-Boss gets some time to get his purple. MiGZ is still working on his. That's going to be a clean retribution turtle take. Bacon Time play that sequence very well, very clean, taking that first major objective.
Yeah, but at least E-Arena, they know like what's the winning condition, right? They got to find bodies first before they actually fight the objective game, and that's why MiGZ and Peachy was looking for an early ultimate. It's just unfortunate that X-Sword still has that Purify plus that ultimate, and once again they're still looking for the kill here, despite them not getting it. So good aggressiveness. It's just like currently B-Boss is going for the orange buff take. Nozen, oh Nozen, no camera, please, Nozen. Gonna flicker behind from the danger. Guns with that built-in spell fam. Meanwhile though, Wave of Spider Breath cannot survive this one, definitely. And Bacon Time and building towards a more comfortable lead after the first objective.
B-Boss stole it. He committed Grand Theft Orange. MiGZ is orangeless in the first 3 minutes. Oh no, a minute away is the second turtle. Same spot, upper quarter. I'm wondering what the play is for EA. Are they really just waiting? Is it a matter of the scaling until Nozen says go, until MiGZ says go? Because Hanagus has hot feet. Look at this. He's waiting. He's eventually going to become cold feet.
Yeah, good flicker there from Kang. That could have been a kill for Peachy. They got stunned by the combo. I think waiting is definitely the perfect game plan here for E-Arena. Whether that will pay off or not, it really depends. Once again, you know, we've mentioned it over and over again, just because they have the tools for it. And usually we say a Phobius will have a window to be effective, but in this case, there's not much shred, there's no carry, there's no marksman that they can use to be able to be maneuver around the Phobius. But now, Hanagus, even though he kicked someone there, not gonna be able to get a kill. Gun's still using that spell fam. Now, Nozen will be brought back into the team, but B-Boss will not be able, or will not just go down or go into the turret just yet. And here you go, the dive towards the turret. BTC cannot go anywhere or get a kill at all. Bacon Time once again building towards a better lead.
Ridiculous turret aggro juggle down bot. They managed to put the hits on all the members, hence why they're all kind of topped up and ready to fight. And they didn't even bring Guns with them. Guns was able to pressure the lane and take the turret down unless Nozen can stop him. All the while the rest of Bacon Time go over to the turtle. Great start here for the squad. Second turtle goes over to BT unless MiGZ, whoop.
Yeah, there is no way. There is absolutely no way they get close to this predicament. Kang already secured the Warrior X as well, so that's a big power spike for that. MiGZ will try to maneuver around with the dashes, but Peachy will get Dova. Look at that. The stun coming in from the Lapu Lapu, and it's a double for Guns, and everything is just working. All EA has left to do is take down the outer tier turret. This feels like an alter ego M7 draft, Leo.
Yep, that's exactly what it feels like. And it's a darn shame that the kick on Hanagus actually made it worse for Peachy. You see what that did? It brought Guns closer to the far side in the back line, and that led to Peachy's first death. Bacon Time are up 4,000 gold now, and I think E-Arena, they can only play where Bacon Time are not. It's gotten that bad. E-Arena's lineup just cannot fight this early with this much of a deficit, and they have to slow the game down.
Yeah, slow the game down, and just like game number 1, divert the attention of members of Bacon Time. I mean, look at that. The damage towards the Phobies is already... That's a lot.
Uh-oh.
Freya, by the way, it looks like they're gonna get dove on. Another kill secured. This time around, Exort will secure that one. Hanagus will get chased down by the Horsey, but he is still roaming around the jungle and was able to get to safety.
And they'll commit Grand Theft Orange once again. I think it's a trade. Mijizi got his share away from B-Boss's farm down bottom. Peachy will be able to stop the forward momentum up top. The tier 2 push. And just like that, final turtle up for grabs in about 10 seconds. Did Mijizi steal? No, he didn't! Wow! Mijizi is starved. I thought he could have stole it. I guess it didn't spawn yet.
Unfortunate, but now the purple buff invade. Mijizi has the electrifying beat with V-Boss. Damage is ridiculous as he gets the kill towards the Joy. The dive is still coming. This really feels like Alter Ego M7. V-Boss just taking all the turn aggro, but now, look at that. The Phobia's breath cannot sustain the team fight. Exort trying to get a knock-up onto his Peachy, but he is still out of range. But that does not matter as Bacon Time will secure another second-tier turret for themselves. Or the first one, in fact, in the mid lane.
If this feels like such an AE game, could we call Goons the Thigh Arfi?
Might be. You know? Bacon Time so far, they're not really...
Is B-Boss a Thigh Yasuke?
I guess. You can apply that on everybody. Kang is tiny, you know? They're going for the Hail Mary here. Hanagus just scouting the situation, and EA will just back away.
Spider Miles is just Spider Miles.
Yeah.
He can't be Alec. He can't be Alec. He's Spider Miles, dude. And Exort
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Exort is just Exort. He can't be Hijumi. Looking at the items.
Oh.
Mad deficit across the board. The closest you can get might actually be in the Roam, but even that is kind of dire. The damage profile on EA just does nothing to the front line of Bacon Time right now.
And I'm very surprised that Exort does not want to build a Sky Piercer just yet, or maybe he's just saving it for the third item, you know? I think there's a lot of reason for him to build the Sky Piercer currently, extra movement speed and also extra executing potential. But we'll see though. He's still up by a lot of gold against Peachy, so this should be an easy one coming in from Bacon Time. Rather, Eshrak has been popped. They're just going into everything, and they just dove in towards Peachy. He is out of the fight in a second. Still going on, Wrath in the front line, still dunking on everyone. Meanwhile, Nozen just baiting B-Boss down in the turret, but still almost gets the kill there. But now Nozen will try to heal up and clear the wave here. Going still pretty much healthy, half HP. Do they want to go for the base right away? Hanaga is still taking a lot of damage. The wave is still dwindling down for Bacon Time. Only one card left. Mijizi trying to go for the aggressive play here with the electrifying beats. Just back off away because he knows that he's not going to be able to take that damage from Bacon Time. And they're just going to reset and regroup and find another opportunity. Bacon Time, 8k gold lead.
B-Boss overheating, punished hard by E-Arena. I guess this is a clear sign that they should just play for the Lord in a minute. So to answer, I think, the Sky Piercer situation, something tells me Exort wanted to end the game then and there. I think the comms between them was, let's just end now, go straight for it, buy what matters in the siege. They didn't expect E-Arena to defend that well, so maybe now, maybe in the next minute or so, Exort might have the actually 1,500 extra gold to Sky Piercer it up just to secure the win. Because again, you're up 8,000. What's 1,500? 1,500 is chump change when you're this ahead.
And I can think of another reason why he didn't want to go for the Sky Piercer here, just for safety mostly, because he knows he's got to be the main target out of all of them, right? because he's the constant utility for Bacon Time. And me, GZ, you want to go for someone that does not have a lot of HP bars, but with the Blood Wings, it kind of elevates your sustainability plus your movement speed as well. So it does a lot of things at once this side.
So where is he going with this? Is he going brute force Zushin?
Yes, I think so. You just want idea. It's a kiting Jushin, you know, just like any other Jushin. And he's very confident in the front line because he knows that he already has a lot of HP. For this one. But what's going on the screen right now?
Okay, Mijizi coming through the back. That is the glorious pathway. Still held on by Miles. Revitalize, extorts, goes the Lord. There it is, they collapse onto them. Hana goes down, Nuzin falls. It's just Peach and Wraith left.
Wow, they try to go for the Hail Mary once again. Mijizi just... I'm not sure if it's even short. He's not even close to the vicinity. And now, it's a 4 or 5v2. There's absolutely no way Arena will defend this one. One wave is all they need. Peachy will get dove on, and the Wings by Wings will not be able to do anything. Breath still staying on for dear life. Meanwhile, the front line, the Freya, and also P-Boss will try to get the base, and they did just that. Bacon Time complete the reverse sweep against E-Arena.
This is their MO. Their habits, if you will. Their programming. Their routine. They treat game one like it's a scrim. And then they take that time to warm up and then clap back. Better, stronger, cleaner. Bacon Time now stand at 5-1. So I don't know exactly where this puts them in the standings, but GG well played to E-Arena. I guess Bird 5-star had it figured out. Bird 5-star knows Bacon Time.
Yeah, for E-Arena though, if I want to draw a comparison to one of the MPL ID teams, it feels like Na'Vi in ID. In their highs, they look as one of the top 3 teams in the whole entire league. You know, that feels that way in the first game. That's how good game number 1 was. But the consistency is just not there. The constant, you know, good decision making is just not there just yet. That's just unfortunate, I guess. And now E-Arena has to pull all their tricks, has to show all their cards to be able to qualify for the playoffs, if they actually do want to, because chances are getting lower and lower as the time goes on, Leo.
I don't know what the calculations are for E-Arena, if that's for sure the last straw for them. But also, I'm surprised as to why we didn't get the graphic of Bacon Time securing the playoffs. Should that not have secured them too at 5-1?
Maybe. But you know, it's just for, you know, not safety measure. Just want to make sure that everything is right. I guess we just have to
the
wait
league ops
for
are still...
while.
They're still calculating, right? Because this match happened so fast, and Bacon Time has, again, a less than ideal net game win record. So that might be what they're calculating it against. That is what they're bumping that record up to. So it makes sense that we're taking the time to announce that if they are qualified for the playoffs. But again, when it comes to the matches being held in the playoffs venue, again, later this month, we'll be moving over to Central Ladprao BCC Hall. It doesn't matter if you lose your first or second series. You are guaranteed to just move on to the next stage regardless. There is no difference between a 3-1 and a 3-0.
Yeah. But it looks like we got an interview going on up on the stage here, Leo. We're just gonna throw it over to Minimin on the stage.
อ๋อโอเคต่างกันเนาะแล้วเมื่อกี้เป็นไงมีความกดดันบ้างไหมแบบว่าที่แบบเรา 1-0 ตอนแรกหรือว่ามันเป็น strategy ของเราเป็นแผนไม่ใช่ครับเอาไม่ แต่ไม่กดดันไม่ครับไม่มีความกดดันเลยบีบอสล่ะไม่กดดันครับผมคิดว่ามันชนะอยู่แล้วก็เลยไม่กดดันโอ้โหแล้วเมื่อกี้เนี่ยมันมีจังหวะไหนบ้างที่เรารู้สึกว่าทำได้ดีหรือแบบ สะใจมากที่ทำได้
ช็อตที่ผมโซโล่คิวป่าเขาครับ
คือเป็นไงดีใจที่ทำได้หรือสะใจที่ทำได้
ใช่ครับ เพราะว่าป่าเขาเป็นคนฟิลิปปินส์ซึ่งเขาเล่นโหดมาก
อ๋อ เราก็เลยสวนกลับเลย
ใช่ครับ
โอเคคังอ่ะ
ช็อตที่ผม
ผมอะไรครับ
ฟิกเกอร์สตัน2ครับ ผมรู้สึกว่าตอนนั้นคือชนะละ
อันนี้คือดีใจหรือสะใจที่ทำได้
สะใจที่ทำได้
สะใจที่ทำได้
ชนะ
แล้วเกมในวันนี้เนี่ยเป็นไปตามแผนที่เราซ้อมมากับทีมไหม
มันไม่ใช่แผนนะครับ ผมคิดอยู่แล้วว่ามันจะชนะ
ก็เลยไม่ซ้อม
ไม่ซ้อมไม่คิด
อันนี้คือไม่ซ้อมเล่นแบบเล่นตามฟิล
ใช่ครับ
บีบอสล่ะ
ไม่มีแผนครับ เล่นมั่ว
เล่
แต่
น
ว่าชนะอยู่แล้ว
เลิศเนาะทีมนี้แบบไม่ซ้อมอะไรกันเลย อันนี้
ใช่ครับ
คือปกติซ้อมกันวันละกี่ชั่วโมง
วันละ2 ชั่วโมงพอครับ
วันละ2 ชั่วโมงพอ โอ้โห อันนี้มันไม่ใช่เต้าหมูน้อยแล้วมั้งขิงขนาดนี้เดี๋ยวก่อนที่จะปล่อยน้องไปพักนะคะ ให้พูดอะไรกับแฟนคลับเนาะที่เขาคอยซัพพอร์ตเราทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ทั้งออนไลน์เลยค่ะ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มางานในวันนี้นะครับ แล้วก็คนที่ดูอยู่ในบ้านด้วย ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราเบคอนไทม์ในซีซั่นแรกด้วยนะครับ จะทำให้เต็มที่มากที่สุด
โอเคคังๆล่ะคะ
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับ เพราะผมได้แชมป์แน่นอน
โอเค ขอบคุณมากค่ะ เดี๋ยวยังไงเดี๋ยวให้น้องไปพักนะคะ แล้วเดี๋ยวเราไปพบกับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Nice to hear from Bacon Time celebrating their victory. Once again, the post-match interview by Mini Mint. I'm waiting on our real-time translation. I wonder what kind of questions Mini Mint asked. You know, I hope she really digged into the whole Game 1 situation.
Because that's I guess the outlier. Not just in terms of maybe not. In Bacon Time's performance, they do lose Game 1 a lot, but in terms of EA Arena, that's definitely an outlier. The way they played was almost close to perfect. Like there's barely anything to criticize, to nitpick even from that performance. It's just a shame that it only lasted for a single game, you know? Like they had a chance in game number 2 even though they completely botched the early game, but it's only if, buts, and maybes, not absolutes.
Okay. We got our translation. Thanks to Facepalm. Any pressure from being behind in the game? None, says B-Boss, because we know we will win. Any particularly favorite moments? He says B-Boss likes when he soloed me Jeezy because he's Filipino. So he liked that showdown. And then Kang Kang likes flickering in when he liked it when he stunned too after he flickered in. Okay. But our MVP for sure is Guns 409. I liked Guns Freya more than when the first couple of times it was played by Nozin. Is that just me?
Yeah. It's a bit you took a bit too long to say Nozin there, Leo. I purposely didn't give you the name, but we're just gonna look at the replay here, and it looks like that did feels like a kiss to not a kiss, a kick towards Peachy's death with a Rage Dragon, and there's a lot of really good dives here, but I feel like it's not only a good dive from the side of Bacon Time, it's just there's not much retaliation at all from the side of EA. And to be fair, they don't really have enough firepower to retaliate. It's a Farsa, you know. It's not really a punish kind of like hero. It's not a kiting hero like a Valir or a Jushin that can punish people down or like inside the turret aggro. So it doesn't really work that way. They did try a lot of tricks in the book for EA, but fortunately, Bacon Time is definitely a bit stronger in this one. Maybe a lot stronger. It really feels like an alter ego M7 draft, man. And also the way they play too. They just guns blazing every time the Phantom Steed is up. They just want to go for a dive, dive, dive. Even though through the gold plating defense or gold plating damage reduction, they still want to go for those kills.
I think it's more than just the draft or the alter ego cosplay. I think it really is just Bacon Time's clutch time buff. The fact that one loss could mean they lose the series, I think that's what really wakes him up. So again, hoping to get that Bacon Time confirmed for the playoffs message soon, because them performing in the playoffs should be a different beast. I don't think they can afford those game losses anymore. That's got to stop some way, somehow. Sooner than later.
Yeah, but obviously a win is a win. As we're gonna take a look at the emblems that they used earlier, nothing too crazy going on. 16-1 in the kill count. The only member that died was B-Boss, and it was super late into the game, right? It was a good trade at the end of the day, and he was topping the damage dealt chart. Interestingly enough, the damage is evenly distributed, even through both teams. It feels like if you just look at the damage dealt stat from 16-1 game, at Bacon Time, they know when to actually deal the damage, and they make it count in every occasion.
And they got away with more of the actual plays. I think the reason why damage seems spread out well is because EA actually put up a good fight. It's just they couldn't end it well. They couldn't get the actual kills. They couldn't get the actual rotations to score objectives. So Bacon Time just put them in their place. Again, this is the last game of the night, the last match of Week 4, Day 2. We'll see. I think we are bound to have a refresh of the standings. That's what I'm curious for. I want to be able to know, like, where we end up. And, of course, tomorrow's matches, because we've got one more day in Week 4.
One more day to Week 4. And also, wait, what day is it? It's Friday, right? I think there's 2 more days.
It's a Saturday, sir. It's a Saturday, sir.
Oh, yeah, it's a Saturday. My bad. My sense of the time is not really that great. And this is what you were hoping for, Leo. The updated standings. Yay. And Bacon Time still sits at number 3, despite them having a better match win and lose ratio. That net game win really plays a huge part in the standings.
Yep. That and match scheduling. Because Tenacity has played a full game more than, or a full match more than Bacon Time. So when Bacon Time actually equalizes, then that's when we'll see them go to 6 points at 6-1 and then go over Tenacity. But that's neither here nor there. Not today. Not yet. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They can't keep losing these games randomly because it affects your net game win. What if you lose out on the upper bracket because of that?
That is a big possibility for Bacon Time the way it's going right now. But we have tomorrow's schedule here to end week number 4. E-Arena still looking for a win against a tough opponent this time, ACT, which sits, I believe, at 4th or at least top 4 in the standings earlier. Full sense once again. This is one of the teams that's still on the bottom against Tenacity, which just recently secured that number 2 seed. They are on the track to go to the upper bracket of the playoffs, and it goes away. I didn't see that. It was Hydra Esports versus something. Maybe we can look at the VOD. Maybe you can help me, Leo.
Yeah, I could. All right. One more day in week number 4. We'll run through the schedule once again before we say goodbye. That'll be tomorrow. Same time, same place, right here on whatever channel you're watching us from. It'll be Hydra versus Solix. So the Unks facing off against a team that's struggling. And then we'll close tomorrow off with Buriram United versus KOG.
Oh, that's a tough battle for Buriram United. Like, I wonder what's going on in the back of their minds, man. Because usually, I think a lot of people or a lot of players don't want to acknowledge it. I think this also happens in PH as well. When you're up against DLPH, Onic, or SRG, there's got to be something in the back of your mind that tells you, like, I don't think I can do it.
It's final boss vibes. You just face it. It's okay to do it scared. That's the key. It's okay to do it scared, but you gotta do your best. And that is what Buriram United will be facing off tomorrow for the very final game and match of week 4. That's tomorrow, though. That's not up to us. For us tonight, we're done. It's Salamat Malam time, y'all.
Why switch to Indonesia all of a sudden? Shouldn't you speak Thailand instead?
I don't know what good evening is. It left my brain. My brain has very little space. Facepalm taught it to me last week. I forgot already. So to make you feel better and to make you feel welcome, I will speak a little bit of Bahasa. But for now, it's time for us to say goodbye. Thank you all for joining us for MSL Thailand Week 4, Day 2. My name is Leo. This is Chef, and on behalf of Never, behind the scenes, we'll see y'all when we see y'all. Have a good night.
ดุเดือดและเข้มข้นให้กับเกมได้อย่างมากเลยนะคะโอ้โหความมันของเกมเนี่ยจริงๆแล้วก็ขึ้นอยู่กับนักพากย์ด้วยพรุ่งนี้นะคะเราเนี่ยยังมีการแข่งขันอีกนะคะถึง4คู่เลยเวลาเดิมนะคะใครสะดวกนะคะมาได้เลยนะคะ Lido Connect ชั้น2 ฮ3ค่ะสำหรับใครที่ไม่สะดวกเดินทางนะคะช่องทางออนไลน์ทุกช่องทางเลยค่ะวันนี้นะคะต้องขอขอบคุณนะคะทุกคนเลยค่ะกองเชียร์นะคะของทุกๆทีมที่มาทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ออนไลน์ด้วยนะคะที่มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งนะคะของความมันในรายการนะคะวันนี้ค่ะมินนี่นะคะและทีมงานทุกคนนะคะขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะคะพบกันใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์ค่ะ Good night everyone